do you want from your ruler? At £11.99. Hi, John. It's being held in Studley Village Hall, 10:30 to 2. Plenty of homemade cake and biscuits. The lollipop lady in Studley. So hang on, 10:30 to 2. Oh, I wonder if I can go. This is Sunday, isn't it? I'm not working Sunday. No, Friday, isn't it? Studley Village. I mean, lollipop. I'm sure you say it's Friday. I'll see if I can come. Yeah. Dan wants to go to the coffee more, you see. Well done. Right, that's that one. Then I'm going to do, 24 by 6. This one, 24 by 6. I'm not going to get it out the back. I don't know why they did those two different sizes. I have no idea. £11.49, bit cheaper. More affordable. Oh. Right, so that's £11.49. Now, the price is, I mean, it's ridiculous, right? So I've now got this size ruler is so popular. Good luck with learning how to open the bag when you get it home. There we go. Right, look, this is brilliant, this one. Look at the price, right? $6.99, 6 inches by 12 inches, non-slip grips on the bottom. You've got your angles, your 30, 45, your 60 going in both directions. And you've got your 1/8 of an inch increments in there. How brilliant. You've even got your 1/4 inch and your 1/2 inch seam lengths on there. $6.99. That is brilliant. Oh, be careful. There's only 16 of those left now. Only 16 of those left. Right, now big square, 12.5 by 12.5. That's this one. That one's about to sell out. That one I've just shown you, the 6 by 12, is about to sell out. This one is also limited already. Well, you're not surprised. Look at this, right? 12 by 12. Are you paying oh, that's ridiculous. Well, I haven't got any fabric here, but I don't know if I would add extra grips to it, because it's got them all the way round the outside. Look. Yeah. You got your hole there to hang it up with if you want to. You've got your angles going both ways. Loads in buds this one. What I think happened was when we did the launch show, certain rulers flew out, right? But like just one of each and everything, right? I think what people have done is they've got them home and gone, oh, do you know what? These are really good. I'll get more now, especially at $11.99. Or you're buying them as presents for people or whatever. Right, so this is your 12 by 12. How many baskets? Oh, they're going to sell out. They're going to sell out today, the 12 by 12. Right, so now I've got a slightly smaller square. Now, it's an unusual one, this one. It's 9 by 9, this one. Oh, is it 9.5? 9.5, sorry, 9.5. Let me just double check then. Well, yes, it has got 9. It measures 9.5 by 9.5. So you could go up to 9.5 by 9.5 on there. Oh, hang on, what's that? There you go. Again, it's got everything on there that you need. I like the fact that on this... 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, visualise live.
Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. Debbie Shaw, good morning.
Good morning to
you. Good morning. You know what I'm like? We've literally been running around for the last, about an hour and a half, prepping everything for today's show. And we've got a brilliant day today, haven't we?
It's looking good, isn't it?
I mean, for one, our studio, how beautiful does our studio look? I've walked in this
Thank you very
morning and you've Debbie Shawed us here today. Debbie was showing me pictures of your studio and it's just the most... I said, so do you do lots of workshops here? Is it open to the public? And you said, no, it's just where, we sell from the website and it just looks beautiful.
Yeah, it's a nice place to work.
It doesn't surprise me when, you've got all of this stunning collections of fabric. And this is one that you might actually recognise, which we didn't actually ever think that we'd be able to bring again.
It doesn't happen normally with fabrics. You may see a range come back in a different colour occasionally, but normally once the initial fabric range is sold through, that's it, you don't see it again.
Oh, so excited to talk to you about garden birds. It's going to be coming up this first hour. Starting though, as we always do, with an early bird special. Oh, it's a good one today because it is, bear with me 1 second, thank you, Finn. It's a really good one today because it is an absolute essential.
You're right there.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm just sorting my trolley. I've realised I haven't got a belt on, and so to clip this onto something, I need to have a little trolley that I'm going to drag around with me all day. So, starting with a brilliant early bird. Not just any seam ripper. Now, all of your sewing machines obviously come with a little seam ripper, don't they?
They go blunt, though.
Yeah, they do, actually. I suppose we always talk about changing our sewing machine needle or changing our rotary blade.
Yep.
But things like your pins and your seam ripper, you probably don't necessarily always think about upgrading.
No, it's just like with your rotary cutter. When you put a new rotary cutter blade in, it's effortless to cut. It's a pleasure, and it's the same with the seam ripper. If you've got a brand new seam ripper, you know that your old one needs replacing.
Yes, and this one is not just a seam ripper. It also is ready to go. The battery's included. Look at this.
It's the disco version.
It is, going to the club. It's the LED light. How great is this? So you've got your LED light, which I suppose, if you are unpicking very small stitches.
If your eyesight's not too good,
Yeah.
it is nice to kind of illuminate the area.
Yeah, or on darker fabric, for example. I'm looking at your, the more burgundy cushion. If you can't see the stitches very clearly, then that's going to be brilliant, isn't it? And it isn't just for, making mistakes. There's a lot of projects that require you to
maybe
use a seam
fitting
ripper,
zip into the
Bargello,
back
or...
of in the cushion cover, you need to, sew the zip in and rip it through.
Yeah. So there's always use for a seam ripper. Either, of course, it's always handy to have one to your side, especially if you're a newer sewer as well. Now, at £6.99, not our price today. We've got the busiest hour to bring you this first hour of the show. So without further ado, who would like it at a discounted early bird price? Now, you might get a different colour to the one that I've got here. It'll be a randomly selected colour. Ben, do you know what other colours there are? Has the little lid as well. So there's a red one that I've got, but there's a random selection of colours, it says on my graphics. You've got the nice little comfort grip. It's a nice large seam ripper, actually, with a lid. So if you're taking this to a workshop or a class, handy to put into your tool pouch. There you go. You might have red, blue or yellow, all with the LED light. And the batteries are included. But, of course, with an LED light, obviously, it gives off zero heat. It's not something you're going to need to be replacing batteries. I think I read on the description that you get about 30,000 hours with that light. It's crazy, isn't it? You replace the seam ripper before you replace the batteries.
30,000 hours of unpicking.
Oh, no, don't say that. Don't say that. Ben's saying he spends a long time unpicking. So, you want to make sure you've got a nice, sharp seam ripper. Now, open your orders nice and early. We've got hundreds of these. This is something that I think you're just going to add to your order throughout the day. You're probably not going to come in and just buy this, let's face it, because you've got your post and packaging to pay. But with the goodies that we have got, especially in this first hour, it's definitely worth opening your order with this, and then throughout the day you can continue to add to your post and packaging. It'll all consolidate into one order by midnight tonight. There's lots of you have got that in your basket. At the moment, 30 of you checking out. We've got 300 of them, so don't panic. There's enough of those to go around. Lots of people buying multiple, actually. No surprise, because do you have a bag of, a crafting bag that you will take on the move with you as opposed to repacking a bag?
The intention is to have a bag to take with me, a bag where I do my sewing, a bag in the studio with everything replicated, and it doesn't quite happen.
Right.
So invariably, I'll be doing a Facebook Live and I haven't got any scissors.
Yeah.
But unpickers, I've got lots of them.
Yeah.
I keep them all over the place because I lose them for a start.
Yeah.
But they are actually one of the most useful tools I think you could buy.
Absolutely, super useful. Oh, by the way, Ben's emails are working today, so send in all of your live messages for him. We had a look, we've amended any of the issues that he had with his email, so we're so thrilled that we've got all your messages. Kaz, good morning. She's saying morning, lovely.
Oh, morning.
Good morning, Kaz. Come and say hello to us. It's been ages since we've been together, hasn't it?
I couldn't figure out when it was. It's
been months and months and
Yeah.
months. Morning, girls. Lovely to see you again, Debbie, after Festival of Quilts. How was Festival of Quilts?
Oh, it's really good. It was lovely. It was so nice to meet so many people. The downside of working in a studio and talking to a camera is that you don't actually see or meet the people or talk to them in person, and it's just so lovely to actually see people.
And do you meet the same people? Do people, come back to festival each year?
Sometimes,
or is there always new people as well?
there was new as well. Some I recognised. There were so many Half Yard Club members came along as well.
I know
So
how
we
busy,
need a
how
badge.
big the Half Yard Club
Yeah,
is now as well. Fantastic. Anybody who's not part of the Half Yard Club yet, you can find all of the details through Debbie's website. I heard that we're going to do it again together.
They're negotiating, apparently. I don't get involved in that side of things. I'm just creative, but I hear.
But if you did, please do it with us, because we're very excited about that. Right, talk to me about the gorgeous fabric collection, Garden Birds, and how we've managed to get it back on screen.
Well, this is a collection that's designed for Craft Cotton Company. I can't remember when it was. I think it was about 5 years ago.
Oh, so it's probably never even been on Sewing Street?
Never been on Sewing Street.
Oh,
No, absolutely.
fantastic.
And as we were saying before, once a range comes out, normally sells through. That's it.
Yeah.
Never see it again.
Yeah.
Paul, your buyer, had a chat with Danny from Craft Cotton Company and went through the back catalogue, and they've chosen so far 2 of my fabric ranges to bring back, but Sewing Street have commissioned this. So it is Sewing Street's. It won't be on my website, it won't be in any stores, it won't be available online. It is entirely owned by Sewing Street.
Oh, how exciting is that? How exciting. What an opportunity for anybody who loves, and what a beautiful colour palette. We've obviously chosen to recommission it because it was one of your very popular collections.
Yeah, it's one of my favourites actually. And I used watercolour pencils for these, and it's just the birds that I see in the garden. So all of my fabric ranges are really personal.
Yeah.
But this is what I see when I'm in the garden.
What I find absolutely crazy, by the way, this is all, remember, this is all 0.5 metres of quilting weight cotton. They're beautiful for so many projects, as you can see from all of the samples that are around the studio. You can always tell when your design team particularly love a collection because they get really creative.
They get a
with
bit
lots
carried
of
away.
ideas.
Yeah. Can I say a thank you to Anne, who's made the little dresses.
These are beautiful.
And Melissa is Quilts and Cushions, and Rebecca has made the tablet sleeve, and Kaz has made the curbside tote bag and the little purse there. And I think I did everything else.
Oh, honestly, they're absolutely beautiful. So many ways of using all of these, whether it be in dressmaking, bag making, homewares. It's really suitable. Okay, we are going to take it even lower. For a special launch price, we're going to give you 0.5 metre for free. Bearing in mind, it's already at $5.99 a half metre, which is fantastic value for
good
money.
value, isn't it?
Because the prices have changed a lot as well in the world of, well, in the world in general.
Yeah.
So in 5 years to be able to still offer at $5.99 a half metre, it's brilliant, isn't it?
It doesn't feel like $5.99
No, it
fabric.
doesn't.
I wouldn't give you anything less. It's a really, really lovely quality. And like you said about the colours, it's unusual. And it's one of those ranges that I think is quite summery, but it's quite autumn as well.
Yeah.
So there's so many different ways you can use it.
Absolutely. This along with the sort of deep plum tones,
Yes.
it looks beautiful. If you want to go more towards the lime greens, it's going to look lovely. The whole mega bundle is now just £53.91. And I remind you, every single cut it's already cut for you into 0.5 metres, which is 112 wide.
Yes.
So with a project with a bundle like this, I mean, you could make a quilt.
It should look gorgeous as a quilt.
Yeah.
And even the smaller ones that you see behind me, imagine that if they were bigger. And these aren't using any of the fabrics. So if you do have blenders, even if it's only maybe a beige or a cream, an ivory kind of colour, that'll make your pattern fabric go even further as well. And the prints are quite small. So, you know, you're not going to lose a design if you've got smaller patchwork pieces.
Yeah. How do you think about different scales of prints when you're designing, Debbie? Because it is perfect for quilters because you're not losing any of those lovely details. But is that a process that you have to think about when you're designing a full collection?
It's something that I talk about with the designer at Craft Cotton that I work with. So this is Vicky. So I send her my sketches. She'll have an outline, and then with these, as I said, I watercolour painted them in, and then she'll put everything together and she sizes them. So we'll have a discussion, you know, do you want a big print, do you want a smaller one? I kind of like small prints personally. And then there's a couple in here that are more like a blender. So you could use everything together without one running into another, if that makes sense. I like that as well.
And this pink is beautiful, isn't it? Just looking at it in the purse here. It's not a pink.
It's not pretty, is it?
No,
it's classy.
It's really classy.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful. And as I say, you could fussy cut these. You could have them in your English paper piecing. There's enough space around them, isn't there? But also, in a smaller project, you're not losing in the detail. And the detail is beautiful. You must be so pleased with how it's transferred onto fabric.
It's exactly how I painted them, which sounds a bit of a silly thing to say, but there isn't any digital enhancement or anything like that. This is literally how I painted them on fabric.
So have you always been an artist as well as, I know we know you as, sewing?
I can draw.
Yeah.
I'm very good at birds and rodents. I can't do kangaroos.
Before the request for kangaroos come in for your next collection. But that's what's great. It's all garden bird, English garden birds.
Yeah.
Quite often when we're talking about quilting weight cottons, they're often American companies, aren't they? Because quilting is so big here in America. So having English garden birds is really beautiful as well. It's all very relatable.
Well, if you have a garden, or even if you go to a park, these are the birds that you're going to see. I mean, they tried to persuade me to call this doves. They're pigeons, for goodness sake. I love pigeons. You might not. I absolutely love the pigeons. I tell you what I love most about pigeons is the colour of their chests. It's the most beautiful grey pink. I've never seen that kind of colour anywhere. They're beautiful. And they're a bit simple, but they're quite characterful. So pigeons are included on that.
Oh, they could be doves, though. They could be.
They could be
You're
doves.
making, wedding gifts to people. This would be beautiful. And what a combination. This colour is absolutely still bang on trend. Bearing in mind you designed this, 5 years ago, and we're still talking about this really lovely chartreuse sort of tone, aren't we? And then you've also got, look, the acorns and leaves.
So this is kind of topical for this time of year as well, because now the blackberries are out and the acorns are just coming through. I can't remember what they are. We've got a bush at the bottom of the garden with little red berries on them. But again, the scale's nice on this.
Yeah, lovely. And I must say, the quality is gorgeous. They are really beautiful quality, 100% cotton, aren't they?
Yeah, thank you. They're very smooth. I mean, if you are making garments out of this, it'd be a pleasure to wear.
Do you still work with craft cotton?
Yes, I do.
Yeah?
Yes, working. I think my very first ever range from 8 or 9 years ago, I can't remember, is coming back on the 3rd of September.
Oh, fantastic.
And then sometime around that time, my next brand new fabric range is coming out, which is called Bohemian Waterways, and it's narrowboat art.
Oh, lovely.
And then I'm working on one for next year at the moment as well.
See, I know so many people that collect Debbie's collections, and anybody who has loved this before, quite often we have that moment of, it's gone and it's not going to be reprinted again. So it's such a unique opportunity to be able to get this. Now, we don't have hundreds of bundles. We've got some pre-cuts for you as well. And just so you know, there are only 26 bundles remaining. Once everybody's checked out, we're way oversubscribed. Way oversubscribed. You're getting half a metre for free as well.
There were so many people when I announced on my live streams that I was going to bring the fabric. There were so many of you that said, "Oh, I've still got some of that fabric. I don't like to use it." And even with my my design team, I'll put it out there. I've got this fabric coming back. Would anybody like to make anything? And Rebecca said, "Oh, don't send me any. I've already got some."
Oh.
Use it.
Yeah.
Just use it.
It just shows, though, doesn't it, that it doesn't go out of fashion. It doesn't go out of date. Even if you're thinking, oh, do you know what? I've got lots of colours that will work with this. Like you said, even if you're putting this with ivory or calico even,
Oh, that'd be
you know,
nice.
or natural seeded cotton.
Yeah.
If you've got anything in your stash and you want to use it, at the moment, I am getting into my embroidery. I'm getting into my embroidery. I've got a new embroidery machine and I'm so excited. But I've started doing some applique with the embroidery machine, and it's really, really clever. But imagine using any of these for applique, just elements of the different birds. Be gorgeous. You don't have to do a whole project using it. Dip your toe in and out and savour it. But yes, as Deb said, use it. Use it. It's gorgeous. Shall we do some of the pre-cuts? Now, do you have a favourite pre-cut at all, Debbie? Do you find... Is it?
Yep, definitely. I did actually...
Why do you find a 10-inch is the most useful?
So much that you can do with it, even if you're just going to join them all together.
So does this mean I get all of the prints?
All of the prints twice.
And all of the colourways?
Yes.
Yeah. So
But
it's a great way affordably getting the whole collection, isn't it?
Oh, yes, yes. It is, because if you if you can't go for the whole big half-metre collection, this is a great alternative. But there's still, you know, there's 2 pieces is probably a fat quarter.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of fabric in. There's 4 pieces, aren't there? There's 4 pieces of each, not 2 pieces of each.
Fantastic.
So that would be a fat quarter, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. If you
20
put
by
them all
20.
together, then that's
Yeah.
then that's half of your half metre, isn't it? So you're getting so much fabric. I mean, you've started here putting together a bit of
this
a
was
block.
the quilt behind me that Melissa made. Those blocks were 10 and 3/8, I think. These are 10-inch shapes, so there's not very much difference in size. But that's just using 1, 2, 3, 4 of the squares. So you could put together a really decent-sized quilt just with the, or put a zip across the top. You've got a pouch.
Yeah.
Don't even have to cut it down.
Yeah, brilliant. Oh, get some of the fusible fleece that's coming up later on in the show. It is back in stock. Get yourself your handy guide to zips. We've got some brilliant patterns available on the show as well. I'm not sure whether you have already spotted the waistcoat behind me, but that's going to be coming up as well. And you can do patchwork versions. Don't just feel restricted by the fact that it's 10-inch, because you start stitching them together. You can make patchwork jackets.
Yes.
You can do all sorts. Table runners.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the easiest thing to sew when you don't have to measure anything. But if you are making to sell as well, this is a great way of investing.
Fantastic.
In the fabrics. And you can, you sell whatever you like.
Brilliant. How good is that? And I mean, look, you're getting all of the prints. And because of the scale of print, sometimes with pre-cuts, I think, oh, you're losing some of the big flowers or some of the big designs, whereas you're not losing any of the elements with the 10-inch charm
No,
pack
not
here.
at all. That's a really nice size.
$39.99, brilliant price for 40 squares. I mean, look, I'm not even halfway through. You're getting all of those pieces. Once again, in that same quilting weight cotton. So even if you just want to top up your stash, maybe for all the ladies who, as you say, have already got this collection, they're saying, oh, I don't want to cut into it, get yourself a pre-cut to go with, and maybe that will give you then the inspiration of how you can use it. Could I use the charm packs for bunting?
Absolutely.
Perfect for that. No, I'm just asking for a friend. So to Debbie, right, I've got lots of bunting to make for my own road. We were in a WhatsApp group, and I've been nominated to do all of the bunting. Perfect. Yes, even with the largest.
Even with the largest
template.
Yeah.
Now we've got the fat quarters, the 5-inch, and the design roll. Should we do the 2.5-inch strips, because loads of patterns call for 2.5-inch strips, don't they?
And you don't see them too often nowadays. I don't know whether design rolls are kind of out of favour, but there's not very many ranges that actually do them.
And I love them, absolutely love them. For anybody who is, struggling for space as well, I think that this is a brilliant alternative. Yes. It looks very pretty, it looks great, and then when you're ready to use it, it's actually quite deceiving how much fabric you get in there.
Yes.
There's loads, isn't there?
There are, and 2.5 inches wide, so you could just cut them into 2.5-inch squares, or diamond shapes, 60-degree diamonds are easy to cut from the strips as well, or do your jelly roll race and just join them all together.
So do I get the full width of the fabric?
Full width of the fabric, yes, by 2.5 inches.
And look at the detail. You can really see the pops of colour. I don't know whether it's when you focus on the smaller pre-cuts, but you do see the attention to detail in the colours.
Yes, I did kind of brighten the colours a little bit. Starlings aren't normally that bright, but birds tend to be naturally coloured, nature coloured, browns, greys. So that was a bit of artistic licence. So the chaffinch is bright orange. I don't think they're normally that bright, but I think it looks nice.
They are lovely colours, aren't they? And like you said, it's a really transitional fabric from your summer, spring into autumn. And look, even in the background, the attention to detail, can you spot there's little leaves in the background as well? And these are all hand-drawn leaves as well, aren't they?
Yes, I wouldn't know how to do it digitally, so everything's hand-drawn. All of my ranges are hand-drawn.
I just said to Paul, I'm having a meeting with one of our marketing team because I want to do, you know, more sort of video content, and I'm so bad at it. I'm so bad. You know, my mum, she always says to me, Vic, can you show me how to do this? And it's just getting ahead of me now that I'm like, I have no idea how to do.
Ask your kids.
Reels. I know. They will be good at it very soon. Oh, Maisie already knows how to do the remote control. She even opened the child lock for my mum the other day. She was like, I can't open this cupboard, Maisie. She was like, let me open the child lock, gran, like this. I thought, oh my gosh, they're ahead of me already. I love these drawings and the shading used in your pigeons.
Pigeons, yeah.
Pigeons.
I mean, pigeons are doves. Same thing.
In a world of, you know, AI and a lot of computerised things, it's lovely to still have hand-drawn, really original Debbie Shaw artwork. It's gorgeous. And still remember that whether it's for bag making, for larger projects, for patchwork, I think that this is going to work with a lot of other fabric collections that you may already have in your stash as well. Lots of colours that will look lovely with Liberty and Tilda.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't Liberty do some blenders? I can't think.
Like the Emily Bell would look lovely, or Wiltshire Shadow would look gorgeous with all of these. Yeah. Now you're getting the full design roll, so 40 strips. The reason I say that is I know that we've done some smaller charm packs and smaller design rolls recently, but for 40 strips, fantastic value for money. £1 a strip at $39.99. And again, if you're making to sell, very affordable collection. Very, very affordable for this quality of quilting weight cotton. Shall we do the 5-inch squares?
Okay.
Now,
well, that was the 10-inch squares.
Now, this is a tenner, by the way.
Is it?
£10.
Is it?
Aren't the charm packs normally 14 or 15.99?
Yeah.
Do I still have 40 squares or 20? No, 40! Right, just so you know, there is only 100 of these, and they will sell out today. Now, I don't know what we... Ben said we started with a lot more than that. They've been going already during the show. You've spotted these on pre-order. Now, how does it work in terms of... I know that we've got a very good relationship, obviously, with yourself and with Craft Cotton, but... I suppose we can't keep going back and saying, can we have more garden birds?
No, these are... I'm not sure where they're printed. They might be in Korea, but you don't print these here.
Ah, okay.
So that's why it takes so long to actually get them. So no, we can't just say, can we have another couple of metres, please?
No.
It doesn't work that way.
No. So if you do want, we've tried to get as much as we possibly can back in for the show. They are going to fly out at $9.99. What can I do with a 5-inch charm square then?
Well, that is the same block as this one. That's the 10-inch, that's the 5-inch. So that's just using 4 squares. And I did use some of the 10-inch, put a border around there just to make it a bit bigger. But that's just one little block. I think that's quite cute. I thought it might make a pin cushion, but it's too big, I think.
But even
so it might be a placemat.
You know, when you're doing your tablet bag, then this would make a really lovely pocket on the front, or it could be the piece back of a pouch like this. You could start using it for little drawstring, makeup bags, craft bags, you know. Ideal for that.
Sew them all together and make a gilet. You know, patchwork jackets and waistcoats and vests are so popular at the moment. So all you've got to do is sew them together. You know, there's no measuring, no cutting. They're already done for you. Just sew them all back together again.
And what a great way to dip your toe in. If anybody who is newer to sewing, I actually find working with smaller cuts a lot less cumbersome than cutting from metres of fabric. I find that this is really handy if you're going to a class or, you know, a meet-up, a sewing group. You just want to take a pre-cut with you. There's still so much that you can make.
I think that's such a good idea. You know, a lot of us don't have the luxury of space.
Yeah.
So cutting, you know, if you've got half a metre of fabric and you're cutting that into 5-inch squares, you're doing it quite a big area. And with them already being cut, you can, if you have room, then you can just lay them out and arrange them as you want to.
And so once again, you are getting all the colourways, from those lovely deep plums to the beautiful classy pinks and purples, the chartreuse, the purples, the creams, the grapes, the whole colour range and all of the prints for £9.99. We went through a lot of the products that we've got on this morning's show, and we didn't dare to ask the prices. I had no idea that was going to be £10. I thought that our charm squares are normally £15.99, sometimes £16.99, Ben's saying, or £17.99 he's seen them. So to have a brilliant 5-inch charm pack for £10 is fantastic value for money. Now, when I said that we had 100 of these, we actually had 200 of them. 100 of them are sold on pre-order, and we've now got, once everybody's checked it out, how many left, Ben? Yeah. Way into the minuses, is saying, once everyone's checked out. There is currently 50 on my screen, but there is a lot of you who I know are trying to get hold of those. There's 100 of you who've got them in your basket, so best of luck on the last of those. But I'm so thrilled to have been able to see this, because this is brand new to Sewing Street, isn't it? It's new to a lot of you, and it is actually exclusive to us as well. And it's really nice, isn't it? I mean, as soon as I walked in this morning, and Debbie was in a lot earlier than me, dressing the beautiful set, and straight away you say, oh my gosh, now that's the most stunning collection, isn't it? And it's suitable for everybody. Now, shall we do the fat quarter packs? We've got 2 different fat quarter packs. So are they separated in 2 different colours?
There's a bit of a taster of each one of them. So we haven't kept all of the pinks in one and all of the greens in the other. You've got a bit of plum, a bit of pink, a bit of cream and a bit of green.
So if I get both of them, is that then the whole
That's the whole lot, yes.
Right, so should we do the green first? Now, the green, once again, is under £15, and you're getting 5 fat quarters. Now, you are the Half Yard Club. We talk how many books we have sold here on Sewing Street, but you must have sold tens of thousands of books on working with fat quarters.
Yeah, not specifically for fat quarters, but that's the size I like working with. It's not too intimidating. If you do cut into something that goes horribly wrong, you've got a smaller piece of fabric, but you haven't wasted meterage. You know, it's a lot more forgiving. It's easy to work with a smaller piece of fabric. But having a taster of each of the 5 of them, a fat quarter isn't actually that small when you think about it. So if you open that up, if you weren't aware, that's a fat quarter. That could be a cushion cover front. That could be a half apron. Join them all together, just sew them together like this, and you could probably make a cafe curtain for your kitchen. You know, there's so much you can do with it.
You've done so many fat quarter books, haven't you? And those of you that are part of the Half Yard Club, I mean, look, there you go. You've got half a metre. There's so much that you're going to be able to do with it.
Yeah, but particularly if you are the quilter, the patchworker, maybe put a couple of your own colours in there as well to complement it, and this goes such a long way.
I think it would be beautiful for homewares. If you just want to inject a little bit of colour, I mean, my house isn't very colourful. We're very sort of beige and neutral. But just adding a splash of colour with your cushions or accessories in the kitchen, you don't need to do a whole refurb of your house and decorate it all just to inject a bit of colour.
Yeah. And
bringing the outdoors in.
Conservatories and you know, garden furniture at this time of year, wouldn't it be nice to have on your fabric what you're seeing in the outdoors as well? But even in, you know, the autumn winter times when you're indoors, it's just it's a reminder of what it's like. And I love the summer. In those summer days when you can hear the birds singing in the evening.
Do you do gardening, Debbie?
I like gardening, and I like the garden looking lovely. I don't have the time to actually do it. Or I'll potter around a little area, and I think, well, that looks nice. Then you've got the rest of it that's all overgrown. But I
love
like
being in the
time.
garden and, like you said, watching the birds and the amount of birds at the minute. This is my girl's favourite thing to do, is fill up the bird feeders.
Have you got the app?
The app?
Oh gosh, what's it called? I'm sure.
Have you got one of the little cameras that you can see?
No, I haven't got a camera. It's an app on your phone. And it recognises bird song. So I've got tinnitus. My hearing's all over the place. But it recognises birds that I can't hear. And that you'd never think that we're even there, that you don't see. Wrens are notorious for just hiding away. You never see them, but you can hear them. I can't remember what it's called, Magic something.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sure
Somebody
it's
message
Magic
in if you
something.
know this app, because I need
It's
that.
fascinating.
We
We
have
had
loads of
an
birds in our
owl during
garden.
the day the other day. You don't
Wow,
see owls
no,
during the day.
no.
And swift, there's loads of those. There's not so many birds now. I think they've done their nesting bit and they're off again. But
Oh, we had swallows all swooping
Oh,
around
yeah,
in
lovely.
our garden at the weekend. My mum had well, she still has, but it's got a lot better, an actual really serious bird phobia when she was young. So we didn't ever know anything about birds, and it's only in my sort of later years that my husband knows all the different birds, and now having the children, they love spotting birds and just being in the garden. And as you say, even spotting your pigeons and the blue tits and the starlings, they're absolutely gorgeous fabrics. Anybody in their life who is a gardener or loves bird watching, this is perfect, because you could do some really lovely seed bags, gardening aprons. You could do kneeling stools, couldn't you, for in your garden? This would be perfect for that. And I know our Hannah, she loves Monty Don. She
really?
loves Monty Don. Do you watch Gardener's World? Love Monty Don. It's lovely, isn't it? It's a great talking point as well. So this is the green colourway, but don't just think because it says green on the graphics that it's all the green colours, because Debbie hasn't just said, right, well, there's the greens and there's the pink. You've actually given us a little bit of everything in there.
Yeah.
So in this one, you're still getting the purple, some of the pink, the green and the ivory. This is again under £15 for all 5 fat quarters. And if you're then adding in maybe some of our solids or any of the mixer colours, or just getting even a couple of the half meters, then this is going to go a really long way.
That's a
isn't
good
it?
idea.
How much fabric do I
that's
need,
idea.
for example, like the bag?
I can't remember offhand. Was it half a metre, 2 half metres? 60 by 25.
thank you,
Oh,
Mark.
yes, because the handle's cut on the bias on that one, so you're going to need a little bit more of the outer fabric. So for this one, you would need a metre of outer fabric and half a metre of lining. But there again, Kaz has used 2 colourways with this as well, so you could probably get away with half a metre of the darker and a fat quarter of the lighter one.
Brilliant.
And then use your own lining on that one.
So if you are getting any of the fat quarter packs, then you can piece.
Patchwork it. Yeah, absolutely.
Piece some of these. Get yourself one of the solids that you really like, maybe for the handle, for the lining, or use your solids. We will talk about the curved side bag in a moment, because we do have that brand new pattern. And I will just run through the half meters, because I do think if you are securing a pre-cut today, whether it be the 5-inch squares, the fat quarters, they were brilliant value for money. Why not just get yourself a half a metre of your lovely leaves and blackberries. This is lovely, isn't it? Oh, I've picked the most popular. This one's the most popular. I suppose that this is a great one that you could use for bags, dressmaking, or bunting.
Bunting, quilting. The bunting's nice, actually, isn't it? That would be nice for a garden party.
Really nice. And there is like a natural stripe to it, isn't there? Can you see from a distance, or is there not? Am I just seeing this in stripes?
I'm looking diagonally
Yeah.
at the red berries.
Really nice for then. Straps on a bag again. Do you say you cut these on a bias?
Yes. Yes, that's a good idea. So you could maybe just pick out the berries. That would work, wouldn't it?
Really nice.
Yeah.
And the background colour is like is it a cream in the background?
I'd call that cream. It's a bit warmer than an ivory kind of colour. So yeah, I'd say cream for that. But it is a nice colour palette, isn't it? Even having the blackberries, which are, they're not black, but they're really, really deep purple. It really makes them pop, but it doesn't take over.
No, absolutely. And it doesn't have a direction necessarily to it, does it?
Not
That's,
on
I
this
believe,
one.
the direction. But if you are using it within your patchwork or quilting, you're not needing to worry about an actual sort of direction to it. Does this one come in any other colourway? Let's have a look and see if I've got this in another one. No, I believe that's the only one that has this colourway, if I'm not mistaken. Should we go to the more sort of mixers? And I'm saying that very, very loosely, because these absolutely could be hero prints.
Yes.
For any of your projects. You could just do a cushion. Oh, I am now thinking homewares. They'd make lovely blinds as well. Do you ever use this sort of weight of cotton if you're doing homework?
I do use an interfacing on it.
Okay.
So absolutely no problem. And even if you had a blackout lining on a blind, you wouldn't know that this was a lighter weight fabric. So yeah, absolutely. Just put interfacing on the back.
And the fact it's exclusive to Sewing Street now as well. So you're not going to be seeing this in the shops elsewhere. You're not even going to be seeing it on your website, Debbie.
I can't even get it, no.
How lucky are we? How lucky are we to be able to get it? And it is, you know, the power of Sewing Street to be able to say, look, we will commission for you to reprint this exclusively for us. I love the background. It isn't just a plain solid. You've got the little tiny leaves. It's really interesting. And I think that's what fabric should be. It's texture to the eye, isn't it?
It is. It gives a dimension to it. It actually looks as though the leaves are floating on the top of the background. And if you're not into the birds, there's no birds on this one. It's purely the leaves. But what an unusual colour this is as well. If you are concerned as to what I'm going to mix that with, because if you're going to mix it with a mauve or a pink, it's got to be the same. It's a difficult colour to match because it's so unusual. Just go black or white.
Yeah. Yeah, grey, black, white.
Yeah, just go for a neutral.
It also comes in the chartreuse colourway.
It does?
No, I'm flying through these because we've got so much to show you this hour. I said, so Debbie, we're going to work through this over the 2 hours. You were like, no, we've got completely different things again in the second hour. We're going to get all of this into the next 20 minutes. There's still projects to bring you. There is a lot to show. The clasps, we've had people asking about the bird clasps, by the way, that you spotted on the pouch. We have got them. Debbie sourced them for us. Once again, the green colourway. So this is the only other print, like this. This is lovely.
And again, with that depth, the texture with the smaller leaves behind there. And the greens don't tend to clash. So if you've got maybe a bottle green, would look really nice with that one as well.
There you go, on the bodice, the top of the little girl's dress.
Pretty, isn't it?
Oh, it's so cute. It's really, really lovely. But again, for not just children's wear, how nice would that be in a blouse?
Yes.
Let's keep with the chartreuse and let's have a look at the bottom fabric here, which is our pigeons. I love you, Debbie Shaw. This is brilliant. And no direction to this again, multi-direction.
No, there's direction.
Oh, there is a direction.
There is to that one.
Oh, there you go.
But how about that for the blouse and this for the collar and the cuffs?
Yes.
And maybe pocket flaps if you're making a jacket or a waistcoat would look nice as well. Or the binding with the leaves on, and that is your main print.
Now, you're the designer. You drew these. They're pigeons, but also could be doves.
They could be doves.
They could,
absolutely.
Beautiful.
They're the same bird family.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they do kind of cross breed.
And then in the background, all these hand-drawn flowers and leaves.
Yeah, the blackberry blossom.
Oh, lovely. Oh, yeah, the blackberries are out at the minute. That's one of my next activities, is going blackberry picking and not getting stained hands completely. It always seems so idyllic, doesn't it, until you come home with, like, a Tupperware tub of crushed blackberries. So the pigeons also comes with a purple background.
It does.
The colours work really, really well together.
If you just said to me beforehand, or if Vicky, my designer, would have said beforehand, I'm going to mix purple with green in the range, you'd think, really?
Yeah.
Purple and green? But it really does work. They go together. I think it's the tone, it's the shade that works so well.
Now, this one was the one that you've chosen to use in the curved bag.
Yes.
Looks gorgeous in the base. You've also got it on the handles there. So even if you're using it as, you know, you can't necessarily even really see too much of the pigeon print, but yeah, it's still those elements of the feathers that look lovely on the strap there. But how gorgeous is this?
It is, isn't it? That's, I think, the most popular pattern for bag that I've ever designed.
Really?
Yes.
Is it the first time we've had it on Sewing Street? No, we have had it here.
Before, yeah.
It's the first time I've seen it, and I love the shape of it.
Yeah.
It's really simple, and it works so well, but it's the perfect size. And we'll talk about this in a little bit because it's coming up. We are going to be bringing you the pattern soon. This is the pigeon in purple. Have you got the purple pigeon yet, Ben, or have we done that one now? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Let's do the... this one, garden birds, a mixture of garden birds.
So these are sparrows and starlings.
I was going to say I'm not committed to a certain name of a bird because I wasn't sure. It's a starling.
Yes, that's the starling.
Oh, look at the starling sitting on the little branch.
Yeah. So you don't see starlings too well. We don't.
No.
And for sparrow, last year we had so many sparrows. I forgot to mention Chris, who was my design team. She made that check back. don't see so many sparrows, but we have had a nest this year. And I mean, sparrows are tiny little things, but baby sparrows.
Oh, teeny
so
tiny. Oh, gorgeous. So this is what's lovely, isn't it? It's all birds that we see in our gardens. I had a collection, a fabric collection, which was gorgeous. But remember we were saying, oh, what's this bird? And it was a Christmas... it was a cardinal. And straight away you're like, oh, you know, it's a bird that you see in America, so they associate it with Christmas in America. But it's really lovely to have gorgeous quality quilting weight cottons that aren't designed and developed in America for American quilters.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you do, it might just be the robin. We see robin fabric, but this is actually really lovely that you've thought outside of the box and different.
Well, there's no robins on this one, is there?
No.
No, there you go.
I quite like that though. It's a bit refreshing, isn't it? It's a bit different to anything else that you might have in your stash.
These robins get far too much attention.
Yeah. This is all about the pigeons and the starlings. So is this the same print but in the different colour? Oh no, different.
No, this is a different one. I really like this one.
This is Ollie's favourite.
Blowing my own trumpet because I drew it. I like the colours and I like the way that the birds have been arranged and put together and the sizes of them. And I think the orange on the chaffinch kind of really stands out, but then so does the green and the blue on the blue tips.
You said this was done with watercolours.
Watercolour pencils, this one.
So you've got at the base of the bag here, just using it for small pouches. Imagine making to sell and having a whole range, like what we've got on the back wall here. It's not offensive, do you know what I mean? We've all got different tastes and of different colour palettes that we have in our home. Whereas I think that if you're gifting for people or you're making to sell, this is a colour palette that's going to suit everybody.
It's not loud and in your face. It's not pretty and girly. It's just, I think it's just really classy. It's not offensive.
It's quite nice also for if you're making for gents as well, actually.
Yes, yeah.
This is brilliant, isn't it? £5.99. You can see it on the waistband on the little girl's dress. You see it featured throughout a lot of these projects, actually, and it is all the colours that still all tie in together, but are really vibrant. Love that. Now, we've also got this print here. In fact, these three that we've now got are all individuals as well, aren't they?
Yes.
This one is lovely.
So that's blackberries.
Ben would say that he thinks that this is what's classed as the hero print. I like that there isn't a definite hero print in the collection. Normally, you see a print that's launched with it, you see it as the main focal print, whereas actually, this could be beautiful. It reminds me of like lovely wallpaper, soft furnishings, nice cushions. Yeah, have you ever designed wallpaper, Debbie?
No.
This would be lovely, wouldn't it? But yeah, what about a lovely bolster cushion or a circular cushion?
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Nice in a bedroom.
No, so just accent thing. A lot of people now have cushions in different shapes, particularly on the bed. So you might have a square and a round and maybe a smocked or a gathered, or and having a collection or maybe one of each of the different fabrics would just look really lovely.
This one is one of our favourites. We love that. We also have let's go for the leaves again, because this is like the lovely... sorry, Ben, I'm going all over the place. There we go.
So just blue tits on this one.
Beautiful colours again, recognisable blue tits. Instantly you can see a blue tit, and you've got all of these beautiful vines and the colours, subtle but still popping.
Yes.
Not overpowering, but still colourful.
It's quite nice, I think, the way the blue tits blend into the background. So you almost have to look for them.
Yeah. It's very whimsical, beautiful collection. Anybody who's just tuning in, this is a brand new collection to Sewing Street and a recommission from Debbie Shaw, which is exclusive to us. It's not very often that we get to say that. In fact, I think it's the first time that we've been able to say that. We're planning on doing it with a few more collections. So once this is gone, it is gone. If you have got any projects that you're thinking, aha, that is the fabric for it. Which way do you work? Do you normally look for a fabric and that tells you what it wants to be, or do you have a pattern?
I go by the pattern or the idea first, and then I look for a fabric that goes with it. Yeah. So I don't have... I mean, I've got an awful lot of fabric, but it's not mine. I don't have a big stash. I will get the fabric for the project, make it, and that's it. Yeah. So I don't hoard fabrics.
No. Which I know a lot of people, I know you were saying, have had this collection from when you launched it, which was... Did you say over 5
I
years
think
ago?
it's
Was it
about 5 years
pre-COVID?
ago. Oh, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, it was
Maybe
over 5
maybe
years
more
ago.
than that then, yeah.
This is brilliant, isn't it, to have it here? Now, let's have a look at the whole mega bundle. I remind you, there's 13. There's 13, and there's 122 of you who are trying to get those last 13. So I'm calling the mega bundle a sellout in the next couple of minutes. It's just a matter of checking out your baskets. Unnecessary that we've taken a half a metre off for free, but it's what we do. It's what Ben does, isn't it? He loves to spoil you even more so. Bearing in mind, these were all really affordable. Normally, we are looking for this quality of quilting white cotton around £8 a half metre nowadays, so it's fantastic. That has now taken your price even lower. It's £5.99 a half metre, but the most affordable way of getting that whole range is on your screen now at £53.91. I was saying to Ben, when I saw the collection, I said, are we going to be able to get it on split pay, thinking it was going to be over £100? I'm absolutely thrilled that you've got that mega bundle. Brilliant price. Okay. Now, have we done all of the pre-cuts? Please, I remind you, if you want that 5-inch charm square, that is going to sell out any second now. Shall we do the clasps? Oh, yeah, the charm square's gone. What about the 10-inch? Because that was Debbie's pick. If you can get the 10-inch charm squares, there might be a couple of those, literally a few. Now, shall we do the clasps before we go on to the patterns? Just because... Now, I don't know if you have a pattern for this one, do you? For the purse.
I don't know where she got. Kaz, where did you get that one from? It might be something I made on YouTube. Oh no, it's the Burley bag.
Burley bag.
The Burley bag and purse set. Sorry, go back and get your cup of tea, Kaz. Which you should have on the website.
Right, now it comes in 3 parts. There are instructions in your hardware, guide to hardware,
Yes, there are.
of how to insert it. But it's really straightforward. I don't need any specialist tools to do it, do I?
You'll need a very sharp pair of scissors and a tiny screwdriver.
Right.
The screws in the back are cross thread. When you take they'll be in the bird when you get it home. Don't lose them when you take them out. If you've got a magnet, then put them on the magnet because they're tiny and they're easily lost, and I haven't got spares. So separate them. With this one, it's quite easy to fit. Get some HT2 glue, because then you can cut all around.
Oops, sorry, I've
blocked
it.
it.
Yeah.
Cut around the edge of these screws all the way around, very close to the edge of where the bird is, but then use your HT2 glue to glue the back on and make that really, really secure. Then screw it on as well. And the centrepiece is actually raised, so it goes all the way through the hole as well, so you don't see any frayed bits on the inside of the hole.
See, I do think it's hardware like this that you sourced for us that just elevates a really straightforward, simple project into a beautiful handmade bag. And the clasp locks really, really easily. So this is the gold colourway. Oh, sorry. There's your gold colourway. You've got the protective film on it. And it's really lovely, highly polished as well. It's only £5.50. If you are a bag maker, definitely worth stocking up on a few of these, whether it be on the front of a bag or onto a purse like this. We have got the Burley bag, which I'll show you in a moment as well. We've managed to find the pattern. But what I like is that you're not having to do this within the lining. It looks really lovely as a finishing, and you know that you've got the security. So if you are making a travel wallet or a purse that you're going away with, it looks lovely. I mean, you could put a strap on that and have that as an evening bag, couldn't you?
And they're nice quality. You know, they're really solid. A lot of the time when you're buying hardware at this kind of price, it'll be bendy. I want your bag to be beautiful and stylish and hard wearing, not flimsy and cheap.
Now this one is the gunmetal grey, which you're seeing on the bag itself. This colourway has been very, very popular. I think you spotted that when we showed the sample of the purse. You do get all 3 elements. They come in a little bag. And what I would recommend, if you've never inserted these before, is getting yourself the little... is getting yourself the handy guide, which I'll show you in a moment as well. We haven't physically got it here, but Debbie did say to us during our prep, saying, yeah, actually, do you know what? It's worth, if you've not done this before, if you do want an extra guide to how to insert your hardware, get the guide too as well. That's the silver colourway. And as you say, the quality of those, beautiful. You can tell.
Yeah.
A little bit more expensive than maybe you've paid for snaps before, but It really elevates, especially if you're making to sell. It's hardware like that that means that you can charge a lot more. Now, the beginner's guide to hardware, you started to do a few of these handy guides.
I've got a few more in mind as well. But
Brilliant.
I haven't got time to start at the moment, but there will be. But the hardware, I was thinking even things like your magnetic snaps, they don't come with instructions. So sometimes it's obvious what to do. A lot of the times it's just not. So that'll take you through how to fit things like the swivel snaps, the different types of clasps, D-rings, triangle rings, rectangle rings, when you're going to use them, when you don't use them. And even there's a little bit on the back of there with your green machine, which I'm absolutely addicted to.
You've got a green machine.
I've got a green machine. Oh, yeah, everything's riveted.
Oh, I was going to say you look around your house and what can I put rivets and studs onto next. And it's not, that's a physical copy. That's not a digital download, is it? That's a physical copy that will be sent out to you, which I really like as well to have. In a folder, you could start building up a bit of a collection of your handy guides. Where a pattern might brush over how to insert a snap. Now add your fastening. You've got that in more depth with fantastic photography, of course, from Debbie with step-by-step instructions. Now you've also got an option of getting the burley bag set. We've had so many people asking about all of the different samples and the patterns. So this is one part of the burley bag pattern, isn't it?
Which was kind of designed around the hardware for both pieces. So yeah, there's the bag and then you've got the matching purse as well. I like to give you value for money for that.
So do you still recommend getting the handy guide to hardware if I'm getting the burley bag instructions, or do you go into how to insert the hardware?
I do go into how to insert it.
Oh,
you go for the
brilliant.
pattern there as well, yeah.
There's your pattern. It's £9.99. That's your physical option. Don't have the digital download today, but you can see there that you've got the zip cosmetic bag pouch, and then you've also got the purse that we've got here. Thank you for adding that in, Ben, just in case you wanted it. Wasn't going to be on the show today, but it's there if you want it. Now, should we do the curved bag? We've got the physical and the digital for this lovely bag. Now, you say this is one of the best sellers that you've ever designed.
Yes, absolutely.
Brilliant.
It fastens, well, I've used a hidden magnetic snap. Kaz has used just a regular one inside there, so you can do it either way. But it's deceptively roomy, and the strap is long enough to go over your shoulder.
Oh, that's good.
But it's a little bit different way of making it. It's got a squared cut-out box base, but it's just a really handy size. It's got pockets on the inside as well. You could add more. You could put a pocket on the front if you wanted to. But it's nice and comfortable and useful and easy to make. But it's a bit different.
Yeah, it is. And I think, once again, if you're making to sell, you allow us to do that.
Yeah, as many as you like.
Which is great, because think about how many different projects that you are going to be able to, different fabric collections you're going to be able to use for this. Now, in the instructions, you've just used one fabric, which was a tapestry fabric.
Yes.
So it's a great way of using your tapestry, but also you can see here, who is it that's made this one for us?
Kaz has made this
one. Kaz has used two different fabrics, but you could use your design roll, your 5-inch squares, you could piece
you can make a patchwork one. It looks great in denim or ticking or any kind of canvas is really suitable for it. And that's using the fleece that we're going to have in the next show as well.
Brilliant. Now, I'm doing a shameless plug for my show with the velvet. If I'm using like a velvet for this and making quite a luxurious, evening bag, I'm thinking, what interfacing would you use with velvet with it? Still the fusible fleece, or?
I'd still use fusible fleece, yeah.
Brilliant. And you need 1 metre for your lining and 1 metre for your outer.
Half a metre for the lining, 1 metre for the outer, because this is cut on the bias.
Okay.
It needs to be cut on the bias because it goes around the curve here. So the handle is actually all one piece that goes all the way around.
And this is your digital download option, so you can have it as a physical copy, or if you hit purchase, if that is all that you buy today, you won't pay any more. You won't pay postage and packaging. Let's face it, get yourself some fabric, but if you are wanting to scratch that itch of sewing today, and you're really loving the bag, then you can literally hit purchase and it will instantly be in your Sewing Street account, so you can get sewing. And as always with Debbie Shaw instructions, even when you're buying the digital download, you do get your full step-by-step instructions that have got fantastic clear photographs as well, and all I suppose that you'll need to print out is your template.
Yes, and if you're going for the download, it will be in 2 pieces to join, so it's A4.
Fantastic. So yeah, you've got your full copy, whether it's physical or digital download, there for your curbside tote bag at just £9.99. Amazing. Do you know what? We are doing ever so well. We're actually getting through everything. We've also got another pattern, which is, okay. Now, I thought that we were doing really well for time, and then I've remembered, actually, no, we've still got quite a few more pieces. I'm going to just squeeze these across to you, Debbie, so I can pull in the other ones as well. Because this is actually your lovely daughter, Kim, who has designed this, and it is so on trend. I'm seeing these waistcoats everywhere. The tie front waistcoats are gorgeous.
And it's a lovely fit. It's a loose fit.
Okay.
So it's not designed to be skinny tight. It's got big arms. So, you know, if you're wearing jumpers in the wintertime underneath there, you've got plenty of room. The tulip design is the pockets, which I think she's made such a good job. It looks so pretty. And it has a wavy hem to it as well. So it's really unusual. It's quilted if you want to. It's reversible as well. So you could just put the pockets, like Kaz has made that one on the end. And so just
Patchworked.
That's patchwork, so that could be 5-inch squares. And it's got the pockets on the inside as well, so you can turn it around the other way. So you could have a real contrast of fabric and make it look very different. And it's one garment.
This would look lovely in garden birds, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Really nice. Maybe garden birds with denim, actually. I hadn't thought about putting it with denim, but
Nice
just
idea.
seeing it here, you could use denim. But also using up any other, I like to call them, well, I can't claim it as my own. Janet Clare calls them flimsies. You know, when you've done a quilt top, you enjoy the process of patchwork.
Yes.
But maybe, I know that I was talking to Lynn Goldsworthy and she was saying she's not a quilt post. She doesn't have loads of quilts in her home, but she really enjoys the process of patchwork.
Yes.
Then you've got lots of quilt tops. You don't know what to do with them. Turn them into jackets. Wear them.
Yeah,
This would
absolutely.
be brilliant. If you love this range, by the way, watch this space. These yellows are going to be the next, I believe, relaunch.
September the 3rd. That's my very first ever fabric collection.
Now, we've got some fabulous models who have been showcasing these. There's your lovely daughter, Kim.
She's wearing the denim one, yeah.
Look great, don't
Rita
they?
on the right-hand side.
They're a nice length, actually, Debbie, as well, aren't they?
It's good length, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's flattering. You can see the purple one. I can't read the name of who made that one, but she's done a patchwork,
Sarah.
like a jewel,
Yeah.
in the middle of the
Oh,
back
that's so
there.
cool. That's Sarah. And then there's Rita.
That's Rita from New York. Hi, Rita.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, it's not nice. These were testers for the vest. So the fabrics and the way that they're made is the interpretation of whoever made it.
Yeah.
And it's just nice to see how different everything is. So there's Kaz.
Oh, yeah, we have, you know, one pattern. This is the great thing about sewing and dressmaking. Every single person's will be different. Oh, I'd be getting my embroidery machine out. I'd be embroidering all over it. You would have rivets all over yours. And it's nice that you've got the fastening as well. We've got Anne there. Kaz, there's Kaz. We've got Anne S and Anne P. Lynn. Corrine, is it? Who's also done a lovely quilted version. Do you use like a wadding inside of it then?
She used 80-20 on the inside of this. And size-wise, it goes from a size 4 to a size 30.
Right, now this is a digital download option, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, we thought that there would be 2 options, but actually it's even better because you're getting both options in one. So if you want to print it at home, you can print it straight away on your A4
On
paper.
A4, and you'll just join all the pieces together. It's also available in an A0, so if you want to send it to a printer. There are so many printers now that will print out dressmaking patterns, and they're really quick. So if you don't want like piecing things together, then that's an option for you as well.
It's suitable for a beginner dressmaker?
Confident beginner.
Yeah,
is
somebody
what they're
who's done
saying,
some sewing, who's familiar with their machine,
Yes.
but maybe wanting to have a
But
go
it's
at
a
garments.
lovely fit because it's not shaped, there aren't any darts.
Right.
So, you know, if you are a beginner, maybe it's the first item of clothing that you've ever made, you can't really go wrong with it.
No. I mean, you could do it as well without the ties, couldn't you? There's lots of
Yeah.
options for it. But look, some of your favourite fabrics for your lining as well. Just a cotton lining. How much fabric will I need for this,
Right,
Debbie?
let's take a look on average.
Remember, it's size 4 to 22. How amazing is that?
If you're 4 to 22, if your fabric is 110, you'll need 1.5 metres. If it's 140, you'll need 1.2. If it's 150, you'll need just under 1 metre. If you're a size 24 to 30, it's 1.6 for 110, 1.5 for 140, and 1.2 for 150. If I were you, I'd order a couple of metres of fabric.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you've got some left over, you can make a matching purse.
This would be lovely in the garden birds as well, wouldn't it? And I love these tulip pockets. Bunting. Debbie's sorting me out with bunting. I've been nominated from my road to make a lot of bunting for Leamington Spa. You can go and view it all through the whole of the parade. So we've only got 13 of these. Oh no, I need one. Right, my templates. You've got 6-inch, 8-inch and 10-inch templates.
Yes,
here.
and that's the length from the point to the top.
Now, is this to make 3 different size buntings?
Yes. Or if you join 8 of them together, you can make a circle. So if you wanted to make a cushion cover, maybe you've got the 10-inch squares. You could use 8 of those and have a different fabric all the way around and make like a starburst cushion cover with a big button in the middle.
Brilliant. Your lovely acrylic templates, reusable templates, they all nest in. I actually think there is a lot of different ways that you'll find uses for these templates. They're brilliant. Right, we've got more templates coming up with you as well.
We've got a mega bundle coming up.
Oh, very excited. Stay exactly where you are. Well done, everybody who's checked out on all of the gorgeous garden birds. If you haven't yet, have a look back through, refresh your page, see what's available. We'll see you in an hour.
See you later.
Don't go anywhere. It's Granny Square Day. Happy Granny Square Day. We are celebrating with Hayley West. She's going to teach us all to do a Granny Square. Do not go anywhere. She's joining me after this.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned. Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Oh, we've got such a lovely day today, Hayley. It's lovely to be back
catching
with you.
up with everybody as well. It's been nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
How are you?
Very well. Very
Good.
well.
I haven't even seen you since your wedding. Congratulations.
Thank you. I think it's 2 months ago now, can you believe?
it's not.
2 months tomorrow.
Oh my gosh.
We're at that stage where you kind of like, you have your week anniversary, your month anniversary, your two-month anniversary. Then we'll forget after that.
Now, I must do a plug as well for tomorrow's show, because you're here for 2 hours tomorrow. We only got you an hour today to celebrate Granny Square Day, but you've got a launch.
Yes, tomorrow, the little tie front top. So, yeah.
See it on your Instagram, and I love it.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. So this is going to be launching tomorrow, so please do make sure you're tuning in. Now, today is all about Granny Squares. It is hard to sort of miss Granny Squares. If you're a crocheter or not, we're seeing them everywhere.
Well, this time of year, spring, summer, crochets in all the high street stores for clothing, beachwear and all sorts of cover-ups.
You
I don't know, I love
crochets for winter, don't you? But actually, it's not, is it?
Yeah, it's just a really good look. Especially festivals and things like that. It's kind of got that free and easy, that boho look. Look at it there. Amazing.
Bex has made the most incredible Granny Square wardrobe. I mean, these trousers were iconic, which she wore them last year at Glastonbury. I love them. But Granny Squares can be so much more than just a blanket or a garment. You can, I mean, you said that you've been making Granny Squares for the last year. And
well, you just basically make a stash of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then decide what project it's going to be at a later stage. So, yeah, I mean, there's so many different styles. I learnt from my lovely Auntie Jean. She used to do you remember the little toilet roll dolls? I don't know, you're too young, probably.
No,
but it'd be like a doll with a big kind of crinoline skirt that was crocheted that go over a toilet roll. Auntie Jean used to make loads of those. And she's kind of my first memories of crochet. My mum taught me how to do Granny Squares. I am a hobbyist. Yeah. I am not a tutor when it comes to crochet. But it's kind of giving you the bits that I've learnt because I'm self-taught. And I think a lot of us do end up being self-taught. And it's kind of things that I've experienced and found along the way, which will hopefully help you as well.
Yeah, brilliant. So we're welcoming in all of your pictures. Send in any messages, send in your pictures. Ben's email's working, so if you want to send in any pictures, we'd love to see them of your Granny Square creations. And our team have put together so much inspiration for you, from card decks to books to yarn bundles to projects. But we're going to start with the book that you have said lots of books.
Yes.
And
these are the two I chose.
These are the two that you've picked out. So the Crochet Bible is the one we want to start with.
I must say as well, there's nothing wrong with the other books. It's just I'd only got a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of books to read.
Oh, yeah, there's a few that I've got my eye on. I love this one.
They're just really fun projects.
That's brilliant.
And the thing about Granny Square, it's almost like a bite-sized project. You're not looking at at doing a big quilt necessarily. You're not looking at doing a big garment. You're looking at doing something that might take you an hour or so, front of the TV, in the garden, nice cup of coffee. It's just kind of those little bite-sized projects, which is why it keeps my attention.
Yeah. Do you like having a physical copy of a book as opposed to trawling through videos on YouTube?
I do, yeah. And the reason being is we all learn in different ways. Now, I've got
I like all your post-it notes, by
sticky
the way.
notes. And the thing that I love about a book is, now I'll talk about the kind of granny squares and how they're made up.
Oh, yeah,
but when you actually look at a pattern, you've got different ways of learning with patterns. So, for instance, here, this is a triangle granny square.
Oh, so a granny square isn't always a square?
Absolutely not. You were talking about your bunting. You could throw in a few crochet ones if you wanted to. So,
fantastic.
and the beauty is there are different ways that you can actually follow the instructions. I'll go through this in finer detail. Traditionally, you've got kind of the words and the symbols and the abbreviations, and you've kind of got two different kind of variations, US and UK patterns, which I'll chat about in a little while. But one of the things that I've kind of found myself going towards more so is a chart, because I'm more of a visual learner.
Right.
So from this, I can almost see how that pattern comes together without having to read all the words. Because the way my brain works is I'll read, right, okay, round 1, chain 3, counts as 1 double, okay, right, okay, got my hook, got my yarn. What did they say? And then I'm back again. Whereas if I look at this, I can see where my starting point is, where that little ring is in the centre, how many stitches I need, and I kind of see that in a snapshot, and I find that personally easier than the actual words.
Right, so here you start with talking about what is a granny square.
That's it.
And the anatomy of
There
the
you
granny
go.
square. And the photography in this book is gorgeous as well, isn't it?
The thing I love about this one is you've got some really close-up photos. So when it comes to actually creating, you've got a photograph for every single step of the way. So when you're working your way through, you know exactly what it should look like in front of you. So you can reference that and go back to it.
Right, and would you start with motif 1? Does this book sort of go through in terms of, you know, complexity?
Well, it does, yeah. It starts off with your traditional kind of square. Then you can go on and learn different types, as I said there, with the triangles. There's actually projects in this book as well, which is nice.
Brilliant.
But changing colours, getting different ideas, how you can kind of do all sorts of different styles. But they're all manageable squares that you can make as few or as many as you like, and then you go on and create your larger project as time goes on.
And you were saying if I'm using the same yarn, if I use like a double knit, for example, and I'm using the same crochet hook, effectively they should all fit together. They should all be the same size.
Yeah, pretty much so. As long as you've got the same kind of number of repetitions working your way around. I wouldn't mix my double knit yarn with be a 4-ply or something like that. But as long as the hook marries up with the yarn that you're using, so like something like a 4 or 4.5 mil hook with a double knit, then you can kind of make this to that particular size. But then if I change the hook to the size of a fine knit yarn, I could still do a granny square, it'd just be on a smaller scale.
Right.
So it's very, very adaptable. Equally so, if you want to do the chunky yarn, then you'd end up with a bigger granny square.
Well, a lot of people have got a stash of yarn. This is a really good stash buster, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And it gets very addictive. I mean, we do here at upstairs, they do creative afternoons. So
we've got one on Friday with Granny Square. So
really?
if you're in, Jenny's going to be running that. I'm not sure what time it is, but upstairs if you fancy getting involved.
I love that. So here as a business and as a group across all the channels, we get emails saying come and have a go at doing different creative things, and you can learn to do a granny square very quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. And you don't have to be fancy because it's the colour of the yarn that does all the work for you as well. So that's the beauty. Also, granny squares don't have to start from the centre and kind of go out. They can be in rows, which is what you've got here. It's talking about doing them in rows here. Talks about the different sizes, like you said there, the yarn thickness, the hook size, your gauge and tension, because obviously you crochet maybe differently to me, so your crochet might be tighter, mine might be looser. It tells you how to accommodate for that. More so with garments, really.
Right.
Granny squares I wouldn't worry too much about, but with a garment, obviously you don't want it to be too loose because it will end up being a larger size, and it talks about literally everything from getting started. So there's your little chart again there. You've also got your words that will explain to you exactly how you get started, but I just think this is a cracking book. I taught myself a lot of crochet from a similar sort of idea book. Knitting and sewing. I didn't have anybody that I could literally ask questions of who could teach me every step of the way. Look at that. How funky is that?
That's so cool.
And you can just pick it up and put it down. You might have somebody who can teach you to crochet, but are they going to appreciate a call at 2 o'clock in the morning when you can't sleep and you wanted to make a granny square? Probably not. But look at that. That's starting from a granny square kind of radiating out.
Wow.
Brilliant.
And you've got all of your patterns. So how many projects are in here, Hayley? 16.99.
I don't know, to be honest.
On the back?
I was too busy looking at the pretty pictures.
Oh, honestly, the photography is lovely.
So here you've got all your different kind of elements there. Oh, it's
Joining techniques, borders.
tote bag, borders, techniques.
Brilliant. So there's lots of
There's a lot
projects.
in there, yeah.
But then the world's sort of your oyster once you start putting together your own designs.
Probably about 10 projects in there when you're working your way through them, yeah?
I think that is brilliant at $16.99. Everything that you need to know about how to crochet granny squares, how to start it off, how to even what a granny square is, to be able to see also different variations that are adding decorative elements.
I'm
to it as
working
well.
with some cotton yarn at the moment, doing lots and lots of those to make a little kind of jumper.
Lovely.
It's taking me a while. I'm not the fastest, but it doesn't matter. It's all about the enjoyment and the process,
wow,
isn't it?
look at that, the daisy. Because you could mix and match them, or you could do all daisies like this. This is how to make that lovely...
like a cowl, isn't it?
Yeah.
And like you said, you might just have a tiniest amount of yarn. As long as it's all a double knit, potentially, then you could use those little bits in the middle, little bits for petals. There's loads and loads. Proper scrap buster.
Oh, and look, then you've also got, so it's whichever way you prefer to work. Is the pattern in UK terminology?
No, this particular book is US.
Okay.
Now, the way that you can check that out is quite often at the front of the book, it will tell you at some point. Sometimes it's inside the book cover, it'll mention it here. Quite often it'll give you that terminology swap over. Sometimes it's a little bit deeper into the book and you have to have a little kind of dig around to find it. The top tip from me, though, is look out for keywords.
Okay.
So the word colour,
Yeah.
American, different spelling.
Right.
The word centre, different spelling. So if it's spelled in the US way, stands a chance that you actually got US instructions.
Right, and so does it affect the chart?
No.
No, so that's a universal chart.
Universal, yeah.
Brilliant. So if you are more of a visual person, then you actually find that this really
I
helps
do personally,
you.
yeah.
We are going to do a little bit of a demo as well, so you can see how it sort of starts coming together. We've got another book that we just want to mention as well, which I know that you were sent, which is the block by block blanket.
And this is where you can have loads of fun. I mean, look at this as a
Is
granny
this something
square.
that you would say, right, it's not for people who are learning to crochet from scratch, this is for someone who wants to get their teeth into...
This is going to take a bit more of your time.
Yeah.
But equally so, it could be a full-size blanket that you're doing. It could be that you're just doing a smaller piece, a lap quilt or something like that, lap size. It just gives you loads of creativity. So maybe if you are accomplished with your granny squares and you want to play around with colour, then, yeah, this is a lovely one to go for. But, yeah, maybe something to aspire to.
Wow, look at this.
See, I often say, and it was lovely, Katrina from Rowan-Dean that used to come up with this phrase. I used to say to her, well, which would you suggest for a beginner? And she'd say, whichever one gets your passion going.
Yeah.
Because your passion will take you through it. So if you like the idea of doing something like this, then it's just do it in bite-sized pieces.
See, I know so many people who say, I'm not a crocheter, but I could do a granny square.
Yes.
And if you could do a granny square, then you can do these projects.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It just might take you a little bit longer to complete
Yeah.
it, but enjoy the process of it. And the great thing is about crocheting is it's really portable. I see people crocheting on the train.
Yeah.
I see people crocheting, you know, sitting as a passenger in the car. I see people crocheting, watching the television.
And I relate my crochet to when I go on holiday, because quite often I won't take sewing with me. I'll take a little bit of crochet, sit on the balcony, sit under the canopy of the motorhome, a little glass of wine sometimes, and just work my way through. Because once you've kind of got that pattern and the repetitive nature of that pattern, then you almost don't have to think about it.
Yeah. How long does it take you to do a granny square?
Probably about an hour or so.
Right,
Something like
okay.
that. It's not too long.
So it's nice to just be able to do, adds a little bit of a pastime.
That is drinking a glass of wine as well, which probably takes up 3/4 of the hour, to be fair.
And look at all of these amazing different layout designs, because that's where maybe a lot of people have already built up a lot of granny squares and they're like, right, what am I going to do with all these granny squares now? I've spent, you know, hours and hours, like you said that you've spent a year year, really, just making about 10 minutes, 15 minutes here and there, and do a big crochet.
Absolutely. I mean, look at
you want
this.
some
We've
layouts.
got a mixture. So if you've got your traditional granny squares all sorted, you fancy a bit more of a challenge, then do check out this book because there's some lovely projects in here, I have to say. You don't have to do it as the full size.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got any of the other project books, like the two that we've had today, that one's then got garments in and all sorts, so you could use the squares that you've had. That is a brilliant one. Designed to crochet at £14.99. Bearing in mind, you've got 10 blanket projects and plus colour variations for 20 or more, 20 individual motifs with triangles, hexes, squares, all different shapes in there. Love that one. Now, something that I launched with Bex Reed that sold in the thousands, no exaggeration. It's literally sold thousands of these. Across both of them, these are brilliant. Now, whether you've just got the granny square card deck or just the flower one, get them both if you can because they all work together. It's sealed, and I'm going to ping a nail off trying to do this.
There you go.
I love this
because
as a little visual, like as we said, if you're a visual learner, if you just want to scratch that itch of crocheting something,
there you go.
If you're looking for a gift for somebody who's always wanted to get into crochet, this one is brilliant.
It's a brilliant idea. I love this. It doesn't take up a lot of room, and I love the kind of randomness of this one. So you could literally just kind of delve in there and choose one. That's very similar to the one that I've been doing on my little project that's going on at the moment. But what you've got is they're almost like coasters. These.
How cool is this? Now it's on quality cards, so you can use them again and again and again and again. And the pictures are so clear. So even if you're as a visual learner, you have got the charts, but also. You'd probably be able to start to see what your stitches are. The photography is brilliant. And then on the back, you've got your brilliant chart.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then some instructions which refer back to the book.
Yes, yes.
So this isn't just a little, little pamphlet. No, this is full instruction guide.
Absolutely. So, yeah, whichever way you choose to learn, you have got the support there, which is brilliant. And obviously there's a wealth of information out there to help you with the formation of your stitches if you struggle. But to be honest, there's quite basic stitches with this. You're probably only looking about, half a dozen different styles of stitches to make anything from crochet. So with a granny square, you're probably looking at, about 4 of those, something like that, yeah?
And these are, again, elevated ones. So you've got some that are 2-dimensional, some that are then appliqued on with, the 3-dimensional elements.
Yeah.
And, I mean, if you've got a flower that means something to somebody, you're going to find it in this deck, aren't you?
Yeah, this is
or
it.
Did you have a specific wedding flower? Was there something
No, although the bridesmaids' dresses were periwinkle, so I suppose you could, you could kind of have gone for a little flower. But I just love this idea, that 3D idea. I think that's lovely, isn't it? And you see that out on the high street a lot.
It shows you how to do that 3-dimensional element. So that could then be a brooch.
Absolutely.
That could then be a headpiece for a festival.
You could actually stitch that onto an existing jumper if you wanted to. So, you can make it as little or as much as you want, really.
Oh, see, I'm seeing, having, my girls, I'm seeing all over Instagram, the crochet with the chains of, decorative with the name and flowers on it. And as I said, it's not very often that you get the chance to get all of these different flowers. And you could do all of them you could do all of them as lilies if you want, or all of them like that, or start to mix and match along with your original one or along with this, because as we said in the first book, use the same yarn, use the same crochet hook. They all end the same size.
When you actually work with your yarn, and I'll show you one of the kind of little paper wraps that you have on your ball of wool, it explains to you the type of wool that you're working with or the yarn. It also tells you what hook or what knitting needle to work with. So you've got all the information there. The stitches formation is the same regardless of whether it's a double knit, whether it's a fine knit, whether it's a chunky. As long as you've got the correct hook or needle for the yarn, then you can make these. Obviously the overall size will vary, as I said earlier on, depending on whether you're using a fine, a double knit or a chunky yarn. But the fundamentals, it will look the same. Look at that. That's beautiful.
Sunflower. Imagine doing a jumper with this. Don't just think of it as a granny square or don't think of it as a blanket. You could do the trousers behind us. You could do one of the jackets. If you've got any, we've got Sam Sabido in later today. If you've got any of her a granny square wardrobe pattern and you think, actually, I love that sunflower.
Every so often you might want to just pop those in. Also, as well, there's a lot of charities that have adopted certain flowers as well, so the sunflower being one of them. So it might be that you're doing that as a fundraising project or something like that.
Absolutely. Or as a community, as a group, if you're all crocheting together as a crochet along, all take a card.
Love this one, yeah.
Take a card home.
Yeah,
Pick
absolutely,
a card,
yeah.
any card.
Yeah.
And then you've got all of these carnations. You've got chrysanthemums.
That is gorgeous, isn't it?
Hollyhock.
Wow, there's a good variety in here.
Oh, and some of them make little mini ones as well.
Cute.
So this, you've got 4 different squares with on the Butter Club, which makes small ones. So I suppose then these could be little key charms or
whatever
all
you want them to
sorts.
be. And something like this, you can make it in such a short space of time that you won't mind doing them as fundraisers. Obviously, if you were making a garment, there's a lot of time invested in that, so it's probably not something you would do as a fundraiser, and potentially not even do it for profit, because it takes a lot of your time. But little bite-sized, what I call breakaway projects sometimes as well. If you're working on a larger garment and you just want something quick, something snappy, something that you can do just in an hour or so, then these are going to be perfect for that.
The strawberry leaf, it isn't just, you know, the flowers. You've got some leaves in here.
Crochet bags as well. You see those around a lot.
Yeah.
So this would be a nice idea
I
for
can't
bags.
believe how many stores now are selling crochet garments.
Yes,
They're everywhere. Bags, garments, as you say, especially granny squares. But I didn't realise how many different variations of granny squares there are.
There's loads, absolutely loads. And that's the beauty of it. You're just kind of scratching the surface when you say granny square, because people tend to think of that traditional, original one where you start in the centre, radiate to the outside, and then add in your corners to make it more of a square. But as we've seen earlier on, I mean, brilliant centerpieces with these, but then all sorts of different shapes as well. So you might find yourself kind of taking the essence of one of these cards and the essence of one of the books and doing a hexie with a flower in the middle.
Yeah.
You'll find yourself doing all sorts.
But then they all fit together. Do you block yours or no?
No, I'm a bit naughty. I'm a bit of a lazy crochet. But if I was doing something like a garment, or maybe if I was doing it for somebody else, then I probably would do it properly. But yeah, the blocking them out to get them all the same size and straight edges. I like things to have their own personality, so I go with the natural way that they've formed.
This is real though, isn't it? I love it. And the fact that you could give these, use them, have them on the coffee table if you've lost your well, it's called Sojo. What's the crochet version? Crojo. You lost your Crojo. And there you go. You can just pick out one of these cards. I love the daffodil one as well.
They're really pretty.
Brilliant. Any notes that you need as well, it refers back to the pages in the booklet that you have. Right, as you're all checking out, by the way, there's now double digits of those, which I know sounds a lot, but as I said, it's always a very, very popular one. 50 mix and match designs. So how many...
$14.99, wow, gosh.
Really good, isn't it, for 50 designs? 50 different designs. And they...
Amazing.
We also have the original Granny Square card deck, which is, again... 50 mix and match designs. I know a lot of people who do tell me that it's easier if you're going to start either knitting or crocheting. So many people say, oh no, start crocheting, it's so much easier because you can see if you've made a mistake, it's easier to
and also as well with knitting, you're kind of doing 2 hands at the same time. So yeah, a lot of people do find a lot of people do find crochet much easier to work with. It's personal choice, but as I say, if you've got that passion, if you've got that excitement for creating, then start off simple. You don't get a badge for saying, oh, I did this in an hour or I did this in 3 weeks. It makes no difference at all, to be honest. It's just your own personal progress, I think, with that.
And it's summer holidays, isn't it? I mean, Ollie has got his daughter Shay off on school holidays at the moment, and they are currently learning the process of crocheting. This would be a brilliant one to go with, because especially if you're getting, this alongside maybe one of the books that we have, or if you're getting this for a gift for somebody how to crochet and you want them to start designing or picking out, you could get the grandkids or the kids picking some.
This is a nice one if you've never done crochet or granny squares before, because it starts off with the original kind of traditional style. So that's a bit like the one that I've been working on. Again, I learnt that one from the book, but it's a similar sort of idea, similar sort of concept. So that's kind of like the fundamentals, everything that you need to know about a granny square in kind of lesson 1. But then you start learning about all the other different styles throughout the deck, which I think is brilliant.
So using one colour, changing colours, using stripes, using that's what I think is brilliant, is that you're going to be able to play around with different colours in your stash. I mean, they look great in
half and half.
Yeah, in half and half or in quarters.
Yeah.
But also, how different will it look in your colour palette? So
Yes.
not only have you got 50 different designs, but you've also got so many unlimited combinations.
This is
really.
it. I mean, any of these you could take, and I mean, I love this one going from the corner. You could have 4 of those. If you think of the kind of the quilting scenario, you could have 4 of those with all of those kind of darker squares into the centre and almost making like a quilt block with those. Or you might be going right the way back to the one where it's just one additional colour and think, well, actually, I'm going to do 2 rows of each of the colours or mix them up. It's whatever you want it to be.
They work in conjunction with the flowers as well. So if you do love the floral granny square card deck, then you can mix and match them. Now, there is a conversion chart as well. So you have got US and UK terminology within here. The finished size is a 10 centimetre or a 4-inch square. So the photograph on the front there, you can see, is the finished granny square. And how different they all look. Well, on the back, you find the colour chart that shows you how to work with square, along with joining advice, any other helpful information that you might need. You use the card to plan your own design combinations, and then you obviously simply just lay them out and work out the position that, in the arrangement that you'd like.
That's a good idea, yeah. Just it gives you that visual, doesn't it? Sometimes it's difficult to actually kind of get an idea of how it's going to look. Or it might be a case that you want that one in the centre and those on the corners and use a plainer one in between. It's yeah, you can make it. And don't forget, if you've got a camera phone, take a photograph of what you're doing and keep it on your phone, because then that's almost like a layout for you to go back to time and time again.
Well, you could make one, I could make one, Ollie and Shay make one. As long as we're all using the same yarn and the same hook, we could do a whole community blanket project, whatever it is that you want to make. And it says here, each granny square in this deck, you make it with the same hook and the same yarn, and then you know that you can be confident that they'll fit together perfectly. Obviously, depending on your tension.
Well, yeah, tension can come into it, but there won't be a huge amount of difference between 2 people. But you can alter your... I mean, that's where you do like a test gauge. Quite often it'll reference that on the yarn. You'll do so many stitches, create a square, and it will measure. And you either go up a hook or down a hook, depending on how tight or loose you need to make it. That's a pretty one as well, isn't it? But fundamentally, they'd be in the same ballpark.
Okay, now you're self-taught, aren't you? So I'm really intrigued to see your take and how you would teach us how to do this, because when you get it home, when you get any of the books or the cards, they all sort of come with your stitch chart.
Yes, yeah.
And then there is a description within this booklet, as you can see here, on what each of those different symbols mean.
You'll find that in pretty much anything that's got the chart. It will explain that to you. Shall I go and get
Yes,
myself ready?
please. You go get yourself ready. So is this a universal chart, or is this just specifically for this crochet
It is
set?
universal, but you will find the terminology may vary.
Okay.
So, for instance, an American double knit, which is abbreviated to double crochet, abbreviated to DC, is the equivalent of a treble in the UK terminology. So
don't panic about remembering all that, by the way, because there is a conversion chart literally on the first page.
I don't want to frighten people.
No,
it's
confusing.
Don't worry about it. It's once you get into it, it's easier.
Okay, so you're going to be referring back to the main Bible book that we were looking at, the Granny Square Bible.
That's it, yeah. And this is one where you literally will learn everything from the beginning. There's so many different books. I mean, some lovely ones where you've got little characters and animals and all sorts in there. But the fundamentals will be exactly the same. Every book will take you pretty much back to the basics, so you know exactly what you're starting with. So, as I mentioned, depending on the yarn that you're working with, you will have, and I have to say, this wool is beautiful. This is the one where you've got kind of, it's 100% wool, beautiful to work with. That has come together a dream. I have worked with other more economical style yarns, shall we say, where you've got kind of like a nylon content in there, and I do find that sometimes they warp a little bit, but this has kept its shape beautifully. So I worked this one with a 4mm hook, and you will find on the ball, it will actually tell you this is a double knit. It's saying whether you knit or whether you crochet, you're using the 4mm. Again, American tools will have a different kind of gauge on there, but most times when you actually get your hook, it will actually say on there the actual size. So that's the 4mm which I would use with this one. If it's a case of that you're a bit of a tighter crocheter, then you might want to go up half, so to a 4.5, to make it a little bit larger and not kind of a squeak as you work with it. So yeah, just play around with the designs that you've got. So when you actually come to looking at a granny square, quite often the traditional granny square will start in the centre point that you've got here, which is your centre ring. And as I say, if the terminology is American, then stands a chance that the actual stitches are going to be detailed in American lingo as well. And then you've kind of got a good photo explaining what all of those different pieces are. Then as you work your way through the book, you will kind of learn how to do them on a row, because you can do them on a row as well, starting with a chain and then work your way back. So if you're actually doing it on a row, then you kind of work one way, then you go up and then you come back, you go up and you come back, so on. So it's almost like creating from there. If you're doing this traditional style, then you will start at the centre point and almost radiate like spokes of a wheel, and then you'll kind of keep doing your circles and your rounds. So you'll create it, and then you'll add in these pieces at the corners here to square it off. So that's kind of how that works. Similar sort of idea when it comes to doing things like your triangles. So you'll start, rather than having just a centre with your 4 sides of your square, so to speak, you'll have your 3. But it's exactly the same. You are working your way around. The way that the diagrams work as well, you'll start off and you'll see, it'll reference this at the beginning of the book. You've got little dots, which will be things like your starting point. So that's where you put like a little stitch marker in, so as you know how many times you're kind of working your way around. So this here, when you look at that centre there, you can see that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chains. So your chains are the initial stages of your step, and you will find that that will reference, again, if you want to double check, it will be in the words. But then you can see there you've got your chain there, so that's making your little ring in the middle. Then you would make a chain of 3. So that's depicted there with your 3 little chains. And then you will start going in and doing either your double crochet or a treble, if it is a case of that you are doing it using the different terminology, the UK and the American. And these little marks, you'll get used to knowing what these marks are. So that's almost like half a stitch, and then that's the next to the stitch. So if I move this over slightly, you'll see that the equivalent of that is here, where you've kind of got one stitch and then you've got the next stitch. So that's kind of how it all comes together when you're working your way through these. But I just find it easier looking here, because straight away I know I've got to do 5 there, and then I've got to do a chain of 3, and then off I go. So it's kind of, that's why I work with that.
Right.
But I'm going to go back to the square being the original one, because that's often where people will start. And here you've kind of got like an enlarged version. So that's kind of creating your centre point. So let's do that. Let's get some yarn on a hook and off we go. So working with your yarn, you're just going to create what we call a slip stitch to start with. And the way that you do that, well, the way I do it, because again, there's loads of different ways you can do these things. I just hold my yarn, or my wool on this occasion, because it's 100% wool, over my first 2 fingers, and I just hold it with my thumb. And then I'll take that round, like so, so kind of almost creating a cross on the side, if you can see that there. And then I will bring my hook through that loop and then draw up the thread that's under there as well. So just to show you again with that, so you're just holding it with your thumb on there, wrapping it round, and then just literally hooking it up and pulling it through like so. Keep a hold of that tail, because when you do that, you'll be able to see that that will close up a little bit. And then when you move your working yarn, so your working yarn is the one that's attached to the ball, that one is your tail. Okay, so you'll kind of get used to that, and you'll be working with your ball, because otherwise you won't get much crochet done if you're just using that bit. Mm-hmm. So to create your chain, all you're going to do is and I'm right-handed. There's loads of tuition out there if you are left-handed with regards to how to kind of form your stitches. So I hold the tail, and the first few stitches, there's not a lot to hold on to, so this is where it can be a little bit tricky to see. But what we're going to be doing is creating that centre circle to start with. Sometimes it might be what they call a magic ring, which will close it up and mean that you haven't got a hole in the centre. Quite often that is if you're doing the anamaguri. Have I said that right?
Aragurumi.
Yeah, I always put too many syllables in and put the letters in the wrong order. But the little characters, because you don't want your stuffing coming out of a hole, do you, when you've made something? But with this one, we're going to do a little ring. So all I do then is I take my yarn over the hook, and then I just pull it through like so. So that's 1. Then I'm going to go round. That's 2. How many do you reckon that one is, Vix?
3.
There we go. And then again, 4. And you'll kind of get your own little technique. I kind of hook it up and pull it back. But I'm quite conscious of the fact that sometimes you see people doing this.
Yeah,
like, oh my goodness, what's
it's so
going on?
nice. Oh, I am literally following this. I'm going to do this today.
So
Go
you
on.
don't use
I'm gonna
the
watch
first
the demo
stitch that
back.
you created, that slip stitch, we don't count that. So
Okay, so we're looking at the little V's.
So can you see like you've got little V's that kind of slot into each other? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think I've done the 5 then. Let me put my glasses on because I can't see quite clearly. So that was my initial one, which I don't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've done our 5 there. So all I'm going to do is come and I'm going to create a slip stitch. So I'm going to take my hook back through the first stitch, and you've got the little V's. So what you're going to do is kind of hook it through so you've got both of the little V's like so. Then you put the yarn round and you pull it through, and then you continue it right the way through that next hook there. So that has created a little kind of ring. So in the centre there, you've got a little hole, and that's where we're going to be putting our stitches into. Now, do you remember the chart? So I'm looking back at the chart now. So I've got my start point, which was the dot, so that was the slip stitch.
Okay.
I've done my little chain, and now I'm working outwards. So I'm creating my first spoke of that wheel.
So from my very little knowledge on it, am I doing 3 chains now?
Bang on. There
See,
you go.
If I'm understanding this chart, then that's something. Okay,
Right.
so 3 chains.
So that's 1, that's 2, and that's 3. And the reason you're doing those as chains rather than the little kind of double crochet or treble, if you do in the UK terms, is because that now is the same length as the next stitch. So they're all kind of, if you imagine them all lining up like so. I gave the analogy of a tiered wedding cake before. So crochet is almost like you're going up in stages. So if you were doing it on a row, you'd have your cake board, and then you'd have your tiers. You know how you have the little pillars on a wedding cake, and then you'd have a cake board, and then you'd have your pillars.
Right.
And your stitches depend on how high those pillars are. So there could be a little one, so it could be like a single, or it could be a double or a treble, depending on which terminology you're working with. So I've done that. So now I'm going to go in and I'm going to do the next stitch. And the next stitch is actually going to go into the centre of that circle. So again, it's a bit tricky to start with. It's much easier when you're working at home. And don't forget, you have got the ability to put a little stitch marker in there to find that hole to get right into the centre. But you'll get to grips with it. So on this occasion, I'm going to take the yarn around. And this depends on the stitch that the pattern tells you to do. So, and then I'm just going to go into the middle there, put my glasses back on again, because I can't crochet without my glasses on. Just open it up a little bit to find that hole, and then in you go. And then you'll come out the other side, and you'll take the yarn again over the hook and pull it through. And then we're going to go through. Now, if you split your yarn, which it can happen, just unhook it gently and then just kind of put it through. So you're not kind of getting the yarn going through, the hook going through the centre of the yarn. And then I'm going to hook it round. So yarn over again, pull it through the first 2, yarn over again, and then pull it through the second 2. So some points you will have multiple loops on your hook, but quite often when you're moving on to the next stitch, you'll find that you've just got one there. So I don't know whether you can see, but that chain that we created to the side is pretty much the same length as that little tower. So that little tower that we created there with the chain is the same height as that one. So I've done the chain, I've done my treble, I'm going to do another one. So again, I'm going to go over and into the middle, and then pull the yarn through, wrap it round the first 2, wrap it round, and through the second 2, like so. So now, can you see I've almost got like a little scallop shell where I've got my chain, I've got that first set that I did and the second set that I've just completed. So that's creating that little bit there.
Oh, yeah.
So now I need to make a bit of a gap, because when we go on to the next round, I need to be able to put those stitches in. So I'm going to make a little chain there to move me onto the next one that I'll go back into the circle of.
Okay.
So you're kind of making a series. It's almost like brickwork, really. So I'm creating a little gap so that these ones will have a foundation to go into, and you'll find that you'll do that again following the chart. So again, we've done that bit now. So now I'm looking at another one of those, which again, little chain stitch. So I'm going to do 2 of those. So I'm going to do 1 and then 2. And then I'm ready to do the next set of 3. So I'm not going to do the same as that one, because that was just to get us started, and you'll often find that you'll do a series of chains to get you started on your next row or your next round. But I'm just going to do 3 of those little double crochets or trebles, again, dependent on, if you're following the book, it will be a double crochet because it's American. So I'm going to do 3 of those, and that's just repeating it. And you can see that you've kind of got your centre of your circle there. So again, I'm going to go round and in hook it up, round, through, round, through. And this is where I talk about it being very repetitive. So round and in, hook it up, round and through, round and through. So right, hook it up, yarn over, in, hook it up, yarn over, through, and through again. So when you're looking, you can kind of see that I've got the gap there, that transition stitch, that moving stitch to make that little gap. I've done 2 of those, so I need to do 1 more now. So round and in, round, round and through. And then I end up with 1 stitch again, which are then moving on. So then I'm down in this corner now. So I need to do another 2 little chains to make my corner piece. So 1, 2, and then I do another little set of 3 until I work my way round to that point.
Right, so it's all super clear. I now understand a chart a lot more than...
I think a chart's much simpler than the actual phrasing and the abbreviations, because it doesn't matter here whether I'm working in the US or working UK. I don't need to know what they're called. I just need to know the way that they come together.
Oh, great demo, Hayley. I'm crocheting along. I can't believe how easy the charts are to follow now that you've explained them. Julie, I don't think that's ever been explained like that before, so I'm going to jot down today's date and the time so that we can all follow along. Now, I know that we've got only a limited time with Hayley today, but thank you so much for coming in and showing us this. We're going to carry on with all of these different books and projects, but now we know the premise and they all have the same charts. They all seem to follow. Once you understand how to read a chart, I suppose then you can just pick out what design and which...
Absolutely, because you will see the little ovals, they're almost like a grain of rice. Those are your chain stitches. And as I say, the terminology, you'll see that broken down in the books. They've got like a little T, and then you've kind of got crosses if it's a double crochet, or there's no crosses in there. And yeah, there's the different variations dependent on how many lines, because that basically means it's like 1 little step, and that's the second little step. So yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. I know you've got an important phone call to take.
I have, yeah, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, don't be sorry. But thank you so much for showing us this, because we've had a lot of messages saying how useful that was to demystify a chart.
Nice to know.
And you're back here tomorrow, and you're on Hobby Maker this afternoon.
I am.
You're a very busy lady.
Busy day today.
I'll see you tomorrow, though.
You will indeed, thank you.
I can't wait.
Thanks, guys.
Now, this book is potentially one of my absolute favourites ever. I've just been having a good old look through, and there are so many different options when it comes to granny squares. And after we've had Hayley's demonstration of how to read a stitch chart, we understand how straightforward it is. I don't think we've ever done a book quite like this. This is the animal granny square. So you've got 40 different blocks in here. And Leonie, who is a Welsh crocheter, she has designed this book with so many animals, from mammals to insects. She has covered all bases. And once again, like with the crochet blocks that we were looking at with the card decks and with the book that Hayley was working with, in this book, you are then going to find so many of your favourite animals, from jellyfish to ladybirds. There's a pig, look at him, he's so cute. What I love about crocheting, and particularly granny squares, is that they could be anything. Maybe you want to make a lovely Easter blanket for a baby in your family, or if you want to do a wall hanging. There's also projects within here. Halloween coming up. You've got your spider, you've got your polar bear. And look, each of these crochet blocks has full step-by-step instructions, including how to do the eye, how to do the nose, how to do the background block, how to do the ears, what yarn to use, what your stitches are. I absolutely love it. You've then got the charts, the same charts that we were sort of looking at there with Hayley. You've got cats. Name an animal. I'll tell you if it has it in here. Koala. Look at all of the different fluffy elements as well. So it says here on the back, every block has a written pattern with a corresponding chart. So this is in UK terminology. Skill level guide, clear photography, and ideas for mixing and matching. So there is also fluffy fur, flowing manes, waggy tails, and twisting tentacles that build up lots of projects. So there's even a little baby book here, which is brilliant. But I love all the different hair and the manes. The lion's amazing. I've never seen a crochet book that has all of these different designs in there. I've seen flowers before. Look, you've got a reindeer in there. It could just be a deer without the red nose if you don't want to do a Rudolph one. There's flamingos, chimpanzees. So not only have you got the horse, but then you can mix and match it with page 79 to make a unicorn. How cool is this? And then there's projects. So you get to learn how to do all of these cool different squares. The owl, the gecko, seal pup. Leonie said that she was really trying to get them all into this one book, and she has done a fabulous job still making it really, really clear. You've got then the cat cushion, the Book of the Sea, love these tentacles, the unicorn wall hanging, but then you could substitute this for any of the designs that you've loved in the book, and it's only $12.99. A penguin pocket scarf so you put your hands in there. How cool is this? They all mix and match together. How to stitch them together is in here as well. The different materials that you will need, starting and finishing, really clear step-by-step instructions, but watch Hayley's demonstration back from today. Special stitches, crochet terminology, everything is included in there. That is honestly one of my favourite books that I've seen in crochet. This is another. I just love how cool and trendy all of these are. Here you've got awesome colour combinations. If you're struggling to know what colours to put together in your stash, it's not necessarily about picking out your favourite colours that you've got. It's about working out what's going to work well, and this is what's brilliant. It's working with different colours to bring you beautiful rainbow combinations with Celine. So, welcome to the colourful world of patterns where fluffy clouds float next to 3D flowers and rainbows. Once again, straight away, we can see the starting point, the chain, the double crochet. You can see the slip stitch, the treble crochet, which ones to mix and match them with. Very, very clear instructions. It's just, if I'm honest, this is the great thing about Sewing Street and what I love, is that we're giving you a little bit of a pit stop through some of the best crochet books on the market. Our buying team, our scheduling team, everybody who works upstairs, so lovely Jen, who's one of our schedulers, she's actually an avid crocheter. She's a fantastic sewer, brilliant crocheter. She's given me a real good lesson as well with my embroidery. So I'm so excited for you to be able to get a real insight in what industry experts have wanted to buy in as well for you. So some of the best crochet books on the market for just $10.99. I can see why Jen has picked this out. This is lovely. Look at the rainbow relief. I just can't believe how many different crochet designs there are. That's really cool. Imagine doing Bex's trousers with these. Imagine doing a cardigan, or imagine doing bunting, picking out some of your favourite traditional, the ombre cross. This is so cool. Warm tones, Brighton rock, four-leaf flower, change it up to poppy colours, change it up for four-leaf clover and greens. So even though they're giving you great colour suggestions, they're telling you what it will mix and match with. You've got a really clear, colourful chart as well as step-by-step instructions. It gives you the skill level, what hook to use, the finish size of the blocks, which, if I'm not mistaken, they're all 6 inches. So they're big size granny squares, but they're also going to come together with all sorts. Imagine making 4 of these. If you make 4 of these all together, then you're going to make secondary patterns. The stripe is going to continue. Stitch them together. Now, they are all, I think $10.99 is brilliant just for this. Oh, in fact, it's Leonie Morgan again. Leonie, I thought there was like quite a nice corresponding feel between these 2 books. That's why I've picked them out. And yeah, this is lovely, isn't it? I love the oranges and lemons and limes. Now this is your projects. Feeling a little bit inspired, use some of the colourful squares, and now get experimenting to make rainbow wall hanging. Imagine making to sell and having these on your craft fair stall. Imagine making these for gifts, for loved ones. It's very, very addictive. I've got so many of my friends who are crocheters, and this would be a great book for somebody as a gift, wouldn't it? Or somebody wants to start crocheting. They've all got all of the beginner's techniques. And in fact, they're the same diagrams as in the Animal Granny Square book. Love that. I've got a year of Granny Squares. This is Kylie. Now, this is throughout the year. So if you want to start doing your autumnal Granny Squares for a lovely jacket, then here you've got, this is a year of Granny Squares. So here you've got your fall wreath, you've got lovely autumnal leaves. Can you believe there are so many different variations of Granny Squares? And even if there's just one of these squares that you've wanted to know how to do, if there's one of these projects, how to do these incredible textures, puffed raised stitches create a shape reminiscing the wings of a monarch butterfly. Absolutely beautiful. So many different ideas, and then going into winter as well. See, we're talking about summer. In fact, there was a whole morning section on a popular morning channel, a different one to Sewing Street, controversially, another popular channel in the morning, and they did a whole section. Debbie Shaw's been on there. I know John's been on there. You'll know the channel. Anyway, they did a whole fashion segment on crochet. Crochet garments. This is not just popular for winter projects. This is also really, really popular for all of your lovely summer projects. But how great to then how to combine them as well. So that's your crocheting all year round from Search Press, so you know that they're always printed beautifully with fabulous photographs and great instructions. Huge stitch charts on this one. Sometimes, you know, if they're a little bit smaller and they're harder to see, that's fantastic. I'm going to whiz through more fashion. We've talked about fashion segments on morning shows. We've talked about Rebecca's trousers, and we haven't seen anything of how to convert all of these fabulous squares into fashion. So 15 different stylish looks from bags to garments. You've got here your layout diagrams. So it talks to you about the charts, how to do a classic granny square, the turned granny, the half granny, the diagonal and quarter granny square, and then all of your different fashion focused fabulous garments, from bags, how to line it, how to make it into a bag, how to do bucket hats. These are amazing. Oh, I want to make all these for the girls as well. Aren't they lovely? You can do them for the whole family. And all you need to do is measure the circumference of your head, so it could be for any size. And then you've got your charts of how to do the brim and how to do the crown, a floral headscarf, little bandanas. What about for your pets as well? Oh, that would be so lovely to crochet for your community and for your a beach headband. All of your layout diagrams are here for your tank top from all the different sizes. Obviously, measure yourself, because I think it's in American sizes, but you just measure yourself. How to do the corner, a bright and breezy tote bag. How lovely. It's great scrap buster, isn't it? Anybody who's got lots of yarn in their scraps. What's this one? A carnival cowl. So a nice, like, is it called a snood? Mini dress. If you do have a lot of crochet squares and you're thinking, right, how am I now going to make them into a jumper for the winter? How am I now going to make them into a poncho? I'd pay $14.99 just to know how to make this one. It's brilliant, isn't it? Now, listed underneath us on the website is even more books for you, from 20 projects. There's 3Ds with fruits and ice creams in there. But we've got these books that are just £6.99, 20 different makes in there. We've got the animal granny squares in here. Look again, all the lovely little animals. James from Search Press has let us have these today at £6.99, especially for Granny Square Day. Lovely gift for somebody, or great for somebody who wants to get into extending their crochet skills. If you haven't yet dipped your toe into our Granny Square Day, then this is the one to do it with. Let's face it, it's $6.99. Combination, it goes really well with this one as well. So this is your more traditional Granny Squares, some of the crisscross designs, lacy wheels, so you're still learning how to do multiple colours with flowers. You are my sunshine. Aren't they lovely? Lots of Granny Squares designs in there, 20 different Granny Squares for £6.99. Then, very, 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 very quickly, underneath us on the web, we've got the biggest kit ever. I had this with Stuart Hillard, and it completely sold out. We've managed to speak to... Oh, we found the sample! I managed to speak to Jen and get more of these. They sold out with Stuart Hillard. It's this lovely, almost like chenille yarn, and it's super, super soft. How cool is this? You've got the whole blanket, all the yarn, and the pattern of how to do it. It's absolutely massive. And not only can you make the blanket, you can also make lost my earpiece. 2 coordinating cushions as well. So you've got the blue and the pink, and we've also got it on split pay. As I said, these completely sold out when I launched these with Stuart for a fabulous Stylecraft show, but it's lovely yarn to work with. It feels so soft, and it's going to be super, super warm to cozy up to on those. You know, I know it's hot at the minute, but then when we're sitting outside having our fresco dinner, you always just want to tuck yourself under a nice little warm, cosy blanket. This is like a festival blanket, isn't it? It's so cool. I love the colours. And I remind you, look at the yarn that you get. You get so much yarn in here. This is all included to make both the blanket and the cushions. Your double knit has that sort of, am I right in saying like a chenille yarn finish? It's like a velvety finish to it. It's lovely. $56.99, just so you know, that is flying out, and we only have 30. If you want this kit, we've only restocked it because it's Granny Square Day. I know that I had to just get that in before we were timed out. Speak to the customer service team if you've got any questions, of course, or message in. Right, Debbie Shaw is eagerly awaiting in the wings. We have got so much to bring you in the next show. Don't go anywhere. We've got loads of our templates. We've got a massive template bundle as well coming up, and some of our best sellers. Her foundation piecing projects are back. Stay exactly where you are. We're back with Debbie after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. And just by magic, transformed. This is the most beautiful display of, gorgeousness. Everything to be sure. This hour, completely different now.
It is, yes.
I love it. We've got so much to show you. What do we have to start with? Because it's already been absolutely flying out on pre-order. I have not seen your fleece
My
before.
fleece.
Your fleece.
Oh, this is my go-to, whether I'm making pouches or bags. If you've seen H630, H640, it's that kind of fabric content, but it's thinner and firmer.
Right, so it's got an adhesive. So it's got adhesive on the back.
It's single-sided fusible, yes.
Right. So you say you would use this for pouches, for bags. Would you use it for cushions, just to give it a bit more sort of body?
A bit more stability, yes,
yeah?
absolutely.
If
you
you're
can, yeah.
quilting a cushion or something.
Sorry about the noise.
Oh
there.
my gosh! How much do you get?
2 metres.
£17
by 90 centimetres, so it's almost a metre by 2 metres. It's huge.
Oh, this is brilliant. No wonder you have all been checking out on this already. It's only £17 and it is slightly thinner than nature's footed,
Yeah.
but it's still got that really lovely soft fleece.
It's soft, it's easy to sew through, but
Okay.
it's really fine. So if you want to make a bag or something like that,
Yeah.
which you don't want it to be too chunky and you don't want it quilted, but you want a little bit of firmness. I mean, that's 2 layers of fabric and the interfacing, and it's really, really thin.
Right.
But it's easy to work with. You can, like with smaller projects, if you're making a small pouch or a zip pouch, it's still easy to turn inside out. Sometimes with the firmer fleeces, certainly things like a bosal or
Yeah.
the other one, I can't remember what it's called, difficult to use on small projects.
Yeah.
But this gives you that firmness. Your bag will be a stand-up-alone bag, but it'll still be soft.
Right. Now, you wouldn't use this, for example, for a quilt.
No,
No.
it's got no loft.
You don't
to
need
it.
to do that, but
No.
it's perfect to keep that stability. Will it hold a bag up? Will it hold its shape?
Which bag have I got made out of that? Yes, it will do.
Yeah.
Yes, it will do.
Yeah, yeah. And if I'm multi-buying, does it already come pre-cut into these 90 by 2 metre pieces?
Yes.
Right, brilliant. So
I think, to be honest, bigger than that, you wouldn't use a
don't
piece
use it
that
for
big.
that,
It's
no.
going to be difficult to cut down.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
So ideal for smaller projects. Oh, absolutely. Stock up on this whilst we've got it available because it is flying out and most people are making the most of the fact that you can multi-buy and you'll only pay one P&P. £17. Any tips? Do I need to use steam to
Use
do
steam.
it? Okay.
Absolutely use steam. If you find that if you're turning a bag through and it wrinkles a little bit, steam over the top of it again and stick it back down. Leave it to cool before you carry on making your project. While the glue's still warm, you can peel it back. So if you get a wrinkle in your fabric, it's not the end of the world. Or reheat it with your iron, steam it again, and then peel it back and iron it back down again.
Right, so for things like table runners or placemats,
yes,
this
perfect.
is perfect
Absolutely
for that.
perfect.
How about, the quilted waistcoat? We will revisit that, by the way, because it was sort of tail on at the end of the hour and there were so many people that loved that jacket and were checking out on it. So would this be suitable for
It'll give you the
waistcoat?
structure, but you won't see quilting stitches on it. So
Okay.
I'd maybe go for the H20 for that.
Yeah, or a 80-20 wadding. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yeah,
perfect. Now this is £17. Can we just talk about the value for money? Because once again, I'm going to open this out so you can just see. If you're buying multi-buying, it comes pre-cut. You get it in the lovely the bags, and it will come like this. So you have got enough to be able to make bags, cushions
You
galore.
imagine 1 tote bag, 2 tote bags, 3 tote bags, maybe 5 tote bags.
Wow,
after that.
that is brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. And you've got 2 metres. 2 metres, it's not 1 metre, not 1 metre. You've got £17. Fabulous value for money. And this is your go-to.
It is, absolutely.
Do a lot of your patterns call for this?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I use this more than anything. I like the feel of it. I like that structure. I do like. I mean, I use H640 quite a lot as well, but it doesn't stand up. It's softer.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got its own use and everything, but this is the one that I'd go to more than anything, which is why I put my name on it.
Yeah.
I use an awful lot of it. It's a nice idea affordably or affordability-wise if you're making to sell as well.
Yeah.
Because some of these fleeces and interfacings can be so expensive. So if you're making something and then you're just giving it away, go for the cheaper option.
It is so, it's so difficult, isn't it, when we're all, we're looking at all of the beautiful, pretty fabrics. We love getting a new pattern, but how important having the right interfacing.
It's the foundation.
Yeah.
It's the support. It's what gives your bag or whatever you're making a shape and a structure. It's quite nice to use on a fabric that you wouldn't necessarily, I'm thinking bag making again, you wouldn't necessarily use, like a viscose or even a fabric that has a bit of stretch to it.
Yeah.
If you think, well, that's far too light and far too flimsy, I'd make a blouse out of it, but not a bag. But but I love the print. Put this behind it. It'll stop the fabric from moving, and it'll stop stretchy fabric from stretching.
Right.
So no reason why you can't make a bag out of jersey.
Wow, brilliant. That's brilliant. So do you know, like the burley bag, the little purse that we had earlier on, did you use that?
Yes, that would have been in that,
Because
yes.
it felt structured without it being stiff. It's not like a Decaville, or it's hard to explain to you when we're on the telly, the structure of it. But it's, like you said, it's got more sort of structure to it than an H640. It's not as lofty, but it's still soft. It's still
soft.
Yeah.
Easy to work with. You don't need any special needles to go through it or anything like that. It's washable as well. It's 100% polyester, but it's about it's less than 1/8 of an inch in thickness.
Right.
So if you don't like the lofty look, or if you just wanted that structure but not the thickness, this is perfect for it.
Brilliant. Bag makers, stock up. It's something that you always need in your stash, isn't it?
Oh yes,
Absolutely,
definitely.
you always need it.
Yeah, it doesn't go off.
Exactly. And you're always going to use it. If you've bought bag patterns, bag books, if you've got any projects that you're thinking, just making little pouches, this is going to be perfect for that. If we were talking about just making pouches with the 2 charm squares back to back, use this.
I think, sorry to reach across.
Yeah.
That's it. So again, it's got the softness, but it's firm enough.
Yeah, brilliant. So if you are making zippy pouches to make to sell, like you say, interfacings can be really quite costly. £17, you've got enough there to be able to make oodles of these size bags. Now, we have tried to get as many as possible together today for the show. It will sell out in this. It will sell out in the next couple of minutes. Way over half the stock has gone. There's only 40 left, and there are how many in baskets, sorry? 73 in baskets. By the way, we've got so many lovely messages coming through, and my screen, I don't know whether I should even show you, it's really strange. Something's happened to it where all of my messages I can't quite see unless I can see them. So I can see your messages. I'm trying. But Christine, Sophie, Melanie, Samantha, Fee, lots of love. Thank you for your messages. Let me know if you've used it, if you've got it, because it's the first time I've seen this and it has blown out. Can we get more?
It is incredible. It's going to take me about 6 weeks to get more because I have it manufactured. So it's not like I can just go back to my supplier and say, oh, I'll have another few hundred of those. It has to be made and cut down and packaged for me as well.
So is this now officially Debbie Shaw fleece?
It's Debbie Shaw fleece.
And, you know, Debbie would not put her name to something that wasn't quality.
I'm really careful about that.
Yeah.
I've been stung in the past many years ago. I wouldn't bring you anything that I wouldn't use. I wouldn't put my name to anything that I wasn't 100% confident that you're going to love it.
Yeah.
Because that would be silly.
And we know the results that you expect with your projects. We know. Right, that was about to sell out. There's lots of you there. I'll keep you posted and let you know when that's gone. Shall we talk about potentially your best-selling project that we've ever done here at Sewing Street? And I think that this is genius. I don't think I've ever seen foundation piecing with fabric. It's traditionally on paper.
So there's no paper to rip out.
Okay.
Which means that you don't need to use a smaller stitch. You can back stitch at the end of your stitch rows.
Right.
And you can unpick. So if you do sew a little bit wobbly, get your unpicker out with a little light on the end and unpick the stitches, which you'll find difficult to do on paper. And sometimes with the paper patterns, when you are tearing them away, you have to be really careful about fabric that's on the bias that you might stretch the paper.
Now, what's the benefit of foundation piecing, Debbie, for anybody who's
accuracy?
never done it? Okay.
Accuracy. All of those points are absolutely perfect. It's like patchwork by numbers, so you can get more intricate designs without worrying about matching anything.
Right.
So if you think paint by numbers, this is fabric by numbers. So you just choose your fabrics, place it over the pattern, and sew along the lines.
Now this is to make four-star cushions or four-star. It doesn't need to actually be
bag
a cushion.
fronts,
Bag front,
whatever you like.
Blocks on a quilt.
Yes.
You've got 4 of them ready to go. So within your price here, you're getting the 4 blocks to make 4 different stars.
Yes.
Is there an order in which you would do these in terms of difficulty?
Yes, if you've not done this technique before, save this one till last because there's a lot of points. There's 8 points to go into the centre there, so that can be a little bit bulky. Maybe start down this end. Start with this, go in order. So
right, now they're all numbered, aren't they? So you've got number 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see the numbers when you get this home. And would I lay my fabric on the wrong side of it like I would my fabric?
Yes, you would do.
Yeah.
So cut out all of the
Like all the
shapes,
paper.
including the seam allowance. There are, when you've got pictures on there of samples made up, but you've got some ideas of different colourways to use here as well, because you can create different effects depending on where you put your fabrics. And then the sample that I made up first time around looks very different when you just use the different fabrics around the edge. So have a think about which colour, what do you want to stand out, basically?
Placement, yeah.
And then you're going to cut including the seam allowance. So all of these will be in their separate pieces. And then go in order number. So start with number 1.
Yeah.
So you'll measure a piece of fabric.
Oh, so this is a block
That's
that you
your
do
block.
first. So you go
Yes.
one, that's to measure a piece of fabric that's bigger than...
At least quarter of
Yeah.
an inch bigger all the way around.
Okay.
And then that goes on the wrong side. Now, the numbers are pale deliberately because of using white fabric. I didn't want to see through.
Yeah.
The black you're going to sew along, so that doesn't matter.
Right, so that you don't do quarter of an inch the side of it, that is the stitch line.
That's the stitch line. So your
Okay.
fabric needs to be bigger all the way around. You'll need a bit more fabric than you expect. And then your fabric goes on the back here. So with the first shape, use a little bit of glue from a glue stick to secure it and place your fabric over the top. And then you'll trim back to a quarter of an inch around the edge. And then for fabric number 2, again, cut a little bit bigger. And this goes right sides together with number 1 from the back, flip it back, sew along the stitch line. And then you'll fold that over to line number between 2 and 3 and trim to a quarter of an inch. So it's like a stitch and flip.
And it gives you never have to try and match points because it just organically does that,
It
doesn't
does
it?
it. So
It looks
that one
fabulous
will
in the
be-
Christmas fabrics, by the way. We have put together a bit of a Christmas bundle for you.
That's that. Oh,
So
sorry.
with your with the price, you get your panel and you get full instructions of how to do it for
do.
$24.99.
It's how to make the panels. It's up to you what you do with them. So it could be cushion covers. As you said, they make a lovely table runner. I've got a heart table runner here.
Yeah,
So you
nice.
could have that with stars instead. You could go for a couple of sets, because obviously these aren't reusable,
Yeah.
and make a quilt out of them. They're really versatile.
And they're good size blocks as well. What's the size of the finished block that we're
12-inch
making?
squares.
Debbie? Brilliant.
Yeah.
So then this can fit into, like you say, a quilt, a cushion cover. It'd be perfect. But trying to do this without the foundation piecing element would be very difficult.
This would be a worry. Matching that, there's not a lot to match on this one, to be honest.
Yeah.
But, these are absolutely perfect because you're sewing along the lines.
Yeah.
The line, this has already been worked out for you.
And I suppose just having that nice cotton layer in there as well, it's giving your cushion that overall sort of body
It's
as
like
well.
having an interface on
Yeah.
it. So on the cushion back, or if you're making a bag with it, then make sure that you've got the same weight of interfacing on the opposite fabrics.
Right.
You can, of course, add more. So if I'm making a bag, I'd put some fusible fleece on top of this as well. And then that'll give the whole thing more structure and make it stand up.
You're getting the pre-printed panel plus your full instructions to make 4 different star blocks. And I do like that they look very complex. The end result is going to look really impressive, isn't it?
Yes.
I actually think for anybody who's not normally a patchworker, have a go at this. You always presume when you see the end results, you think, oh gosh, this is for someone who's really way on their quilting journey. And actually, I think this is for people who may have never done patchwork before.
But as you said,
So
it looks
clever.
really impressive.
Yeah.
And because your points will match. If you sew along those lines, your points will match. If you're a beginner patchworker, have you ever sewn a few pieces together and you're really, really careful and you've got your seam allowance perfect and then it doesn't match somehow? I don't know. You can't help but it match. And even on the areas that may be cut on the bias, which are the risky bits because they're the bits that are going to stretch, they can't. Because they're stuck down onto the fabric, so it won't shift.
Now, on the instructions, you've got the picture of the Christmas fabrics, but they don't have to be Christmassy. I think your original
not at
ones were
all.
more in the sort of pastel shades.
Yes, so I mean, any kind of colours that you like, so it could be for all year round. I was just thinking Christmas because it's stars and, they're Christmassy anyway.
Yeah, they look
But a
great.
Christmas table runner would look amazing. And then you placemats.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a couple of these panels if you can. We have got some Christmas bundles, but I know that we've had our Christmas in July event, so a lot of people have been purchasing lots of lovely Christmas fabric. If you're wondering what to do with it, that'd be brilliant. Now, we've all spotted the heart cushions behind Debbie and the heart table runner. We do have a panel to do these hearts. Now, they're all different, slightly different designs.
And this is quite a clever design because you can mix and match them. All of the hearts are in 2 halves. So you can have a chevron kind of look. You can have one where the lines go straight across, or mix one of the horizontal with the vertical, mix a chevron with the horizontal. So you choose.
I even love the background, that swirling look of your background
yes.
fabric. It's so clever. Are these to make the same size block as well, or are these slightly smaller?
They're the same.
Same
So
block.
they'll be 12-inch squares.
Right, so you can mix and match them with your stars and your hearts if you wanted
Yes, you could do.
to get
Yes.
both panels. And the instructions aren't just a generic foundation paper or foundation piecing, instructions. They are all coordinated with the panels,
Yes.
aren't they?
Yes,
So
they
you're
are.
getting step-by-step instructions of how to do exactly the panel that you're buying. So if you're getting the stars, it's a separate instruction set for the hearts. And once again, everybody who's worked with Debbie Shaw patterns will always know you've got very, very clear photography and very concise instructions.
Yes.
You don't presume that we know how to do everything with lots of jargon.
No, not at all. If you've never used this technique before, I'd like to think that you can understand just following the instructions through.
Brilliant. If you've, I've never done foundation fabric piecing.
Have you not?
No. And it seems just so, straightforward. Like you said, you don't need to be shortening your stitch length. Therefore, you can unpick this if you need to. You're not then spending ages picking out the papers in the back of your fabric. You're not blunting your needle a lot quicker than you normally would by piercing through fabric or paper instead of fabric. So there's lots of benefits to having it printed onto that lovely quality cotton, and it's all super clear. It's thin enough that you can see the back of it though still clearly. So when you are working on the back of the project, you can still see your lines.
Yes, I mean with paper piecing as well, I've got nothing against paper piecing. I've done lots of it myself and I really enjoy it. But you need to transfer the print over onto the back of the paper. That could be by creasing the lines or put it on a light box and trace it. My issue with it is the picking away of the paper because it never quite all comes away. And I know the little tiny bits that are left you can wash away. But when I've tried before, I have stretched the fabric.
Right.
And with this acting as an interfacing on the wrong side when it's completed, that means you can give it a good old iron as well without it twisting. It's already stabilised.
Well, this is why Debbie's thought of these things. It's a great idea. Now, not only have you got four different heart blocks, is there one on this one again that you would start with? Are they all?
I think they're all the same. They're all the same level. They're just in different directions. So, well, maybe the horizontal to start with. But these are in 2 halves. So you could use them 2 horizontal like this, or you could mix that one with that one and create a different design, or maybe you could have a horizontal and a straight one. So again, when you get it home, just look at it, study it, and see how you want to make it. I haven't got the sample with me. Susie Duncan made these samples for me.
Did she?
And on the 4th one, which I couldn't find, she'd actually used a different colour in some of these background pieces
Well, that's what I was thinking. You could do this all in sort of solid fabrics, or you could change it up and make more of an attention of your background rainbow fabric. Lots of different ways, and I suppose it's just using what's in your stash again. I always think that foundation piecing is actually a really good scrap buster.
Yes.
You never need too many large pieces of fabric, do you? These are all smaller pieces. Would you say that to go larger, quite a bit larger, do you give us measurements to cut out, or is it just enough fabric to cover the space?
Enough to cover. If you've paper pieced before, you'll know how accurate you can be cutting these 1/4 of an inch bigger, so you're not wasting anything. If you haven't pieced before, then allow yourself a little bit more, and particularly on shapes like this, because when you cut your fabric out and then you sew it and you flip it over, it doesn't look quite like you imagine it would do. So just make sure you've got something a little bit bigger.
Okay. Well, just fold it back over and check that it covers the whole shape.
Yes.
With the 1/4 of an inch. There's so many of you who've got this in your basket. Just to let you know, the fusible fleece has completely sold out, and the foundation piece stars and hearts are now limited. Can we, after this, I'm going a bit rogue with my order. Can we do your ruler, please?
You can, because this makes life easier. I have to apologise. The only sample of the ruler that I have with me is mine.
Okay.
So it's not the cleanest. I've used a
So have we got all of your rulers
You've
then?
got all my rulers.
And you're waiting for the next shipment to come in?
Yes.
Okay, now
You've
there's
got my lot.
27 of these. Why would this work well in conjunction with this?
Right, so when
With
you
our foundation
trim your
piecing.
fabric down, so you'll be working from the back, but this will give you an idea of how you're going to use it. You'll flip the fabric over and then you'll trim to 1/4 inch. This has got 1/4 inch lip on it. So you'll bump that up against the edge of the fabric, so
Yeah.
like that, and then trim. And
So
you've
can
got
I use my
exactly-
rotary cutter against this?
Yes, absolutely you can.
Nice.
So it's a 12-inch ruler. You can use it as a 12-inch ruler. So yeah, rotary cutter against that. And it actually comes in really useful. If I just borrow... Sorry, I'm reaching across you again.
No, it's absolutely fine. We've got a lot going on the desk today, Debbie. This is brilliant.
You can add 1/4 inch to any template that you have that has a straight line on it already.
Brilliant.
that
And is that sitting flat then on the desk? It is.
Yes. So that's
Fantastic.
a 4-inch hexagon. If I want a 4.5-inch hexagon, that adds 1/4 inch to each side all the way around. So I think it's more useful than just for piecing, which is why mine's a little bit tatty, I'm afraid.
It's well used, it's well loved.
It is very well used.
And I suppose having a ruler of this size as well is, a lot of us might have the 24-inch rulers or the larger quilting rulers, which are a little bit more cumbersome when you're working with smaller pieces, or it's not necessary when you're working with pre-cuts or taking them to classes, whereas that's a really handy size.
It is a good size, and you can use just your regular ruler to measure 1/4 inch,
Yeah.
and you'll line up the lines along the edge of your piecing or your whatever it is, and then mark it. But with this, it's just, there it is.
Brilliant.
It's quick and it's easy.
Yeah, that one will sell out today, and then once again we have to wait for you to be able to get more because we've taken your whole
Because
stock.
we have them manufactured, yes.
Thank you very much. There's 20 left. Well, less than that, in fact. Should we do these fabric bundles to go with our lovely stars and hearts? Because if you do want to make a set of Christmas cushions like Debbie, or if you want to make a Christmas table runner, we've put together a bit of a bundle, which is probably most like the ones that you've got here. Not exactly the same, but similar to the sample make. So you've got the lovely gold metallic with your red, and it's kind of like a Christmas paisley-ish print. They're more wintry, aren't they? Stars, it's not screaming Christmas, but they will look absolutely gorgeous.
Not everybody does Christmas.
No,
But,
and
you do winter. We've got no choice about that.
And I think that's quite nice to have things that aren't just after Halloween. I'm itching to get my Christmas tree up, and Kieran won't let me until the 1st of December. So it's nice to just scatter around a few wintry things, isn't it, as opposed to full Christmas.
I think we've got 2 Christmas trees up at the moment. We have them up all year round because there's always Christmas projects to make and photograph, wouldn't there, in a Christmas
In your
set.
house, or is this in your lovely
We've
studio?
got one in the house and I've got one in the studio. But it's a great excuse to just have Christmas trees all
Good
right
idea.
year
That's what I'm
round.
going to start doing, my samples with my new embroidery machine for Christmas. You get 1/2 metre of each of these, 1/2 metre of the green, 1/2 metre of your mottle effect, 1/2 metre of your cream, 1/2 metre of your tan, and the lovely reds and greens, which I keep going to garden centres and seeing all of these different lovely colour palettes of navy blues or even pinks that I'm like, oh, I'm going to change all my decor. And then I never ever do. I go back to traditional red, gold and green.
I like traditional.
I do. And I've got all of the things, it's a lot, isn't it, to change your decor
There's
completely.
something cosy about traditional colours, I think.
Warm, cosy colours, nice with the metallic gold, red and greens, $29.99, just to give you a little bit of an option. And if you don't want to make the cushions they'd be perfect for the hearts as well, by the way. You could do a mix and match with the hearts and the stars if you're getting both of the panels with your Christmas bundle. And honestly, there'll be so much fabric there to be able to do your patchwork stars. Maybe you might add a little bit if you're making both panels, but there's plenty of fabric there to get going. We also have, if you're talking about the heart, I think this one would be really nice with the heart.
That's really pretty. What a lovely combination. Is that glow in the dark?
Is it Lewis and Irene? It looks like it might be. If it's Lewis and Irene, and I wouldn't be shocked if you tell me it glows. Yeah, I think it might be. Glow fairies.
It is.
Get in the cupboard. Let's have a look. It does. It's going to glow in the dark. Trust us on this. So you've got your glow fairies and all of your lovely solids. So you're getting 1/2 metre of the 2 different shades of pink, 1/2 metre of each, cream and the bottle blue. That's a lovely collection.
It is, isn't it?
Look nice with your foundation paper piece projects that we're looking at, or any of the bags, the curved bag that we were talking about. little bit of fun as well that glows in the dark. My girls would love that. Maisie's 4 and she's struggling at the moment with sleeping, really struggling at sleeping at night. And I'm trying everything of glowing, like put all those stars all on a ceiling and everything. So I've just thought of her and thought, right, I could make her a little cushion or something that glows in the dark.
Kim, my daughter, had trouble sleeping when she was about the same age, and I actually phoned in a radio station that were talking about it, and she said to put a shelf next to her bed, put some books on there. If she wakes up, let her wake up, let her read a book and go back to sleep in her own time. But the idea is to keep her in bed.
Yeah.
But if she's awake.
Then, give her something to do. That's a really good idea. Might try that. Thank you. Right, so there are all of your fabric bundles. Yeah, I'm calling to our radio station for sleep problems. Shall we do this? Because this big bundle. This is brand new to us here. The biggest set of Debbie Shaw templates we've ever done. All laid out very nicely. Now, we've also got a little cheeky discount for you. Today, you can see on the graphics, you're going to be saving £12.99 on this, which means that you're getting this one for free.
For free, absolutely.
Fantastic, thank you, Debbie Shaw.
40 pieces altogether.
Wow. Oh, yeah, because even though it says on the graphics 8 templates, they're all sort of nesting templates, aren't they?
Yes.
This is brilliant. Talk me through why you've designed these and how we're going to use them.
They grew. The first one we came up with the circles, and to be honest, that's the most used one that I use. And then I thought, well, hexagons are really popular. And then I thought, well, how about a hexagon that goes with a half hexagon? And if you have a half hexagon, then you're going to need a diamond. And that works really well with a little triangle as well. So they all go really well together. And then the long hearts, just because I like the shape, but those will join together and make a circle if you've got 6 of them.
Nice.
And then these little seam discs, if you bought any of my templates before that have seam discs included, you probably lost that one already. Yeah. But these are larger than the ones that used to come just with the discs.
Now, is this a protective film? Will I peel this off when I get home so they're clear acrylic?
They are perfectly clear. I just wanted to show them like that because you can see them better.
And Debbie, how do you cut them out? Do you cut out with a rotary cutter, a little rotary cutter with a curved shape?
I use a 28mm.
Yeah.
You'll find that it's easier. Like if I want a 3-inch hexagon, you can go around the edge with a rotary cutter, that's fine. If you're using scissors, draw around the inside of the large one. It's easier to draw around the inside than it is around the outside. A smaller rotary cutter is probably better with them.
And watch this one. By the way, these will work out at £1.71 a template now. Brilliant value for money.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's really good, isn't it? Maybe we shouldn't do the maths when Debbie's on air.
I'm not very good at this, you know.
The maths part of it. But, well, you know how much it is to develop these and make these and get them in. So, yeah, I've just been making the most of this because we've never done a bundle this big before, and something just tells me that we might not be doing a big bundle like this again.
So, your base boxer.
Okay.
Haven't had this for a while because I just couldn't get hold of them. This is to cut corners if you want to square the base of a bag.
Right.
So we've got 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch and 4 inch. That is the finished size of the base.
I like that it's all labelled as well. Yes. So it's all etched into the ruler so you can see.
But if you look at that and you think, well, that's not 4 inches. No, it's not. It's the size of the base of the bag.
Right.
And this is a 1/4 inch seam allowance on the end there.
Oh, that's good. As just a reference point even, isn't it?
So if I wanted a 2 inch width to the base of my bag, then I'll go to the edge of the fabric, draw around there, and then cut that out. And then with my 1/4 inch seam allowance, that will give me a 1 inch base. If you are cutting on a fold, so for instance, if you've already sewn in the base, but you've got a raw edge here, then you're going to skip the seam allowance at the bottom and use it at the side, because when you do that, and that seam's already sewn, that's your seam allowance, that will give you a perfect 2 inch finished size.
Oh, how handy is this?
It's just really, really useful. Yes, you can use one of your big rulers to do it, but these are already pre-measured. You don't have to line it up or anything. It's just there and you draw it and it's done.
Yeah, well, these are very handy tools, and to be able to get the whole set is brilliant. So you're getting also not only the box baser, you're also getting the curve, which is the one that you're getting for free, the free 1/4 circle. So do you use both this and the corners for different things? Or?
The size of the pieces when they're sewn will be this size. That's your seam allowance. So if you draw around that there, or around the inside, and then on the outside, that's the size that you're going to sew, and that's the seam allowance that goes around the edge. And these will create a 3-inch drunkard's path, if you want their quarter circle block, and a 2-inch finished. So this one is an example that Melissa made using the 2-inch one, the smaller one. This one isn't sewn. She's cut out from the inside and then zigzag stitched it. But that's the kind of look that you can create with it.
Oh,
It's
my
also
word,
made
amazing.
That.
So you can make quilt blocks with this. This isn't all just necessarily, you know, for cutting out as a plique template. This could be to make your own quilt blocks.
Yes.
And this is using, again, those quarter circles.
Yep, that's the larger size. So you can see the shape around there. There aren't instructions on how to use them, but if you have a look on YouTube, there are plenty of instructions. And it's actually really satisfying to make them. Sewing a convex curve to a... What's the other
Convex,
one?
concave.
Concave. May sound a little bit tricky, but it's really simple to use. Use a glue stick, hold them together while you do it. But that's just a different look. And the big bag there that Kaz made, that's using the bigger one as well. And this gives a clamshell.
That's
design.
so cool, isn't it? And again, that's using those quarter circles. Now,
yes, there is on the packaging, and there will be in the packaging when you get them home, some different design ideas on there. So you can do your clamshell and your drunkard's path and like scalloped edges. You can create apple cores with them as well. And I'm sure there are many more designs in there.
Have a look on Pinterest online, because if you are working with different shapes, there's so many combinations. Depending on the fabrics that you're using as well, you can create all your secondary patterns. But these are probably going to be some of the most used shapes.
Yes.
And think outside the box, like you said, you could then start placing them together to create different designs.
This quilt that Jeannie made, that is, so if you hold that and I take that and that.
Right, so is this with...
That is that, and that is that.
Triangles. Wow, to create this sort of hexy honeycomb
Yes.
effect. That's amazing. Remember, you're getting that whole bundle for £61.71. Bearing in mind, I have seen, even on our show, when we've bought acrylic templates before, for one pattern, just one shape was £15. Actually, it might have been more than that. Was it £24? Can't remember. But anyway, just for one acrylic template to go with a specific pattern, whereas this is going to be, once you've bought them once.
Oh, there's so many things you can do with them.
Yeah.
You've got your little seam discs as well. So, for instance, the circles go 1, 3, 5 and 7 inches. I'd need an 8-inch circle. So what you're going to do is take your 1/2-inch seam disc.
You get all of these included, by the way.
You do. So that will
Great
give you an
idea.
8-inch circle. If you want a 9-inch circle.
I love that they all tessellate, they all fit in together.
Yep, there's a
9-inch. Yeah.
And of course, these you can use with any other templates that you've got as well.
Fantastic. And look, your pen just fits right through there.
Yep.
Whether you're drawing this
around.
to design as well, when you're designing, but also straight onto your fabric with your friction pen or your marking tool of choice. So you're getting all of the different, and are they all marked on, or have you written these on?
No, they're marked on.
They're marked on. Brilliant.
So when you take the protective layer off,
They're still
they're
etched
etched into them. So apart from the little tiny one.
Fantastic.
I would suggest that maybe on these just take the protective film off one side, because, and that's particularly with the small, you drop that on a pattern carpet, you're never going to find it.
No, yeah.
So yeah, just with those, I'd take all of the protective film off everything else, but maybe just leave one side on.
And are these all different sizes as well for your hearts?
Yes. Oh,
They're
yes.
all different sizes. We stuck them together, but look, you can see you're getting all of your different long hearts. They're a bit different to the other, hearts that we've had previously. And they all, you say, move round into a big flower design almost.
We've got one somewhere, here we go. Which Pat made for me.
Brilliant. How lovely is that? So that's using the largest heart.
Yeah.
But once again, if you want to make it even larger, use your
Seam discs.
Yeah.
Yes, just draw around it.
Brilliant. Brilliant. There's less than 30 of those bundles. More in baskets than we have availability. It's been the same story the whole hour, hasn't it? We've got something else that we could do a little cheeky saving on, and that's the pentagon. Pentagon template. How many sizes does a pentagon have? Come on, this is basic year 7 maths, isn't it?
Oh,
Five.
Right, okay. So, excuse the noise while I take this out. I've just kept them all in the packaging because we've got so many. I
Now,
don't
it
want them
isn't
to get
just
mixed up.
a pentagon template, of
No,
course.
no.
This has been really popular on pre-order, and now you can see it's only £11 today. Yeah,
Right,
get it.
So, yes, that is a very low price. I think we've got £2.99 off. These...
Are these nice shapes to still use for English paper piecing as well?
Absolutely.
Because we always go to hexes. We always think about hexes, but actually there's a lot that you can do with a pentagon. So you don't just get a pentagon though, do you?
If you look at that little bowl, Susie Duncan made that for me.
Oh, Susie, what about that to put your pins or your clips in?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Or your little treats in.
So that's just using the smaller pentagon and paper pieced it together. However, if you use all of them, it makes that.
Oh, wow.
Now, I'll admit, I zigzagged these together because I just didn't have time to sew them all. But that is the complete design.
Wow.
Imagine that as a table topper. Wouldn't that be amazing?
You could then fuse that, applique that onto a whole cloth, a big quilt.
Yeah.
Couldn't you?
Yeah,
Or a big
absolutely.
cushion, a floor cushion.
Yeah.
Outdoor garden cushions. That's amazing. So, right, talk me through. You've got the pentagon shape, which is obviously here.
Yeah.
And the
Long
smaller
diamond.
ones. Long diamond.
Fat diamond. That on its own would make a nice applique piece, just that bit.
Are they all in the...
Everything's here, yeah,
Okay.
with your seam allowance templates as well. That could be a picture frame.
Yeah.
Or fussy cut some fabric and put that in the middle, so that's that. These could be Christmas stars just on their own.
Oh, well, yeah, little hanging decorations.
Yeah. So although, this is what it's been designed to do, just look at all of the different elements that you've got.
Right, so hang on, demystify this for us. So we've got the larger template and the smaller of the pentagon, and
Yes.
these come with the inner and the outer that have also, this is your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you're paper piecing, then that is the size of that. You can't really see that.
Is
can
that
you?
what I cut my paper?
That's where you cut your paper
And
out
that's
of,
what I cut my fabric?
And there's your seam allowance. Okay.
Right.
With this one, because I zigzagged it, and this is, again, it's on paper. Oh, no, I did a hem on that. I did do a hem on that. So I would use that one.
Okay.
You could just use the smaller one and put something like Bond or Web or not Bond on the wrong side of it, and then just zigzag them together.
I
Use
do.
the
I know
satin
it's
bit.
not great for us to show you this on telly now because you can't see too well, but I like the fact that they're cleared because I can fussy cut.
Yes, absolutely.
So if I've got the garden birds collection, this is perfect for that. Absolutely perfect. You're not just getting those though. Today at £11, you're also getting the diamonds. You're getting the diamonds that are the longer diamonds as well. Now, it was an unnecessary reduction, but thank you, Debbie Shaw, because they are about to sell out any second
okay.
now. This looks so cool, doesn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it?
Now, can we please do... We've bought a lot of templates today. We've got more templates coming up individually, but can we just take a slight little break and do a storage bag for keeping our templates?
You can.
I'm going rogue, but I'm trying to think about where I'm storing all of my templates that I bought today, and this is perfect.
I made a little book for you. Now, this will take up to the largest size of hexagon.
Okay.
The bigger templates that I've been bringing in more recently are going to be too big for it, so I need to design a new one. But it's got pages. And it's got 8 pages altogether, and there is rooms that you can fit another one in there if you wish as well.
How useful is this? Whether you are, a collector of all of these templates, whether you're doing EPP, these could be little project pouches that you're putting smaller little crochet granny squares we were talking about earlier on.
Yes,
you
that's
could
a
have
good idea.
your yarn and your hook and get it all organised.
Yeah.
This would be brilliant for anybody who's got a die cutting machine as well. You can
Yes.
keep all your dies in there. This would be fantastic for me with all my embroidery bits and bobs now, or machine feet. Keeping yourself a little bit organised. Or your green machine, Deb.
Oh.
All your rivets. Now, let me have a look. Have you got the pattern here?
I don't.
You don't. Have you got the pattern, Ben? Yeah. Just as a picture. So, you've got your storage pouch instructions. It comes as a physical option. And you've got step-by-step instructions, everything that you need to know. And, of course, I suppose, could I add as many pages as I want to this? How many pages have you managed to fit in?
I think that there's 8 pages in the pattern. you've got enough room to put another one in there,
Yeah.
I'd say, then it's just going to be too
Too
thick.
bulky, yeah.
This is the one that I made for the instructions, and it's the one that I use. It's one of those. I make so many projects, I can't use them all, but this is the one thing that it's on my sewing
physically
table.
use.
Because it organises it. Otherwise, you've just got a big box full of templates that you don't know what goes with what.
So you've got all your circular ones in here, your hexy ones in here.
Yep.
How handy is that?
And again, it'll go up to a 7-inch template. But yeah, it just keeps them all together because there are little bits in there. You know, I've got a little tiny one in there, look. So I've kind of put a plique on there so I know what they are. And then I've just left a couple blank at the end because I don't know what to put in those. So I've got in
Once
there.
you've got the premise of how to make this, I think that you will be
I've got that,
finding
I've got that.
so many people in your household that you're going to be making these for, and your family that you're going to be making them for different things. We've all got those drawers with little bits and bobs for cables and wires, or
Oh, it's great cable tidy.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Love it for your templates, and just thought I'd do a little interlude
sorry.
to let you know that this is available. It's available as a physical pattern and also a digital download. If you want to start sewing right now, you can hit purchase and it will instantly be in your Sewing Street account. But what a useful, like you said, there's a lot of projects that you think, it's good installation having all these bags,
Yes.
isn't it? But actually something that sits on your sewing desk
Yes.
is
Yeah.
very useful. What about all your machine feet?
Yeah.
Quite often you have lots of accessories that come with your machine that you just don't necessarily always have space for. This is perfect for that.
I like to be organised.
Yeah.
I like to be organised and I like to be tidy and I like to know where things are. And particularly with machine feet, mine are actually in a bowl. And I'm rummaging through trying to find something. Here you can identify what each one of them are. Maybe you've got more than one sewing machine.
Yeah,
And they're
yeah.
getting mixed up.
Yeah.
You can kind of label the different pages.
Yeah.
When we brought this to you the first time around, somebody was saying that they put tabs on the pages, like a
good
file,
idea.
and just written on what's in each
Good
one of
idea.
those, so you can see them instantly.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really handy.
Fabulous. Everybody who is checking out on the physical pattern, remember it will only cost you 1p&p throughout the whole day, so you can keep adding to your order till midnight tonight, in fact. So even if you're thinking, oh, actually, do you know what, I'm going to have a look back at the garden birds range, because this would also be good for seed packets for in the garden.
Oh, yes, yes.
Be brilliant. Lots of great uses for that. Should we do some more templates to fit in here? Let's do it. We've got our nesting squares. So nesting squares were not part of the big bundle, actually. So if
No.
you want to expand it even further, if you've got the big bundle with a discount, with the saving that you made, why not get yourself your nesting squares?
So that's how they come to you. And these are they when you've taken off the protective film.
Up to 6 inch.
Up to 6 inches, yeah. So just draw around them or draw inside them.
Now, is this 6 inches the actual
outside.
finished size of it?
Yes.
So without seam allowance?
Yes. But if
Okay.
you want to add a seam allowance, you just use your ruler.
Oh,
I
yes.
hope
Where's
I've
our...
got the ruler. It's in
Oh,
my
no, that's the
drawer.
one thing that we said you can't lose because that is your physical ruler. There it is.
Yeah. So you can make a 7-inch square or a 6.5-inch square
Yeah.
by adding your quarter inch seam allowance if you've got that to go with it. And I've got a couple of ideas as to what you can do with them.
Oh, see, this is lovely, isn't it? If ever
that's
you've
just
got
a-
little squares left that you're not quite sure what to do with small
Yes.
pieces of fabric, how lovely does that look?
And it's nice because you can fussy cut with them as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, that would be nice for the garden birds, using the smaller 1-inch one and just get some of those little details on there. Yeah, that would be lovely.
And what is it that you've made here? This is lovely.
It's a little book cover. Or just a pouch.
Nice. Oh, see, having the borders as well, I suppose that's where it's handy to use the, do they call it an aperture in the paper crafting
I
world,
have
of having the outside
no
and the
idea.
inside? Like that's a,
I
is that
think with
classed as an
this
aperture?
one, we did do a pattern for this. So,
Oh.
yeah, they'll use that size, the 4-inch size for the inside fabric, and then the 6-inch for the outside.
Yeah.
And that was the benefit that I found, because I want that right in the middle. I want it really central. And then to make that bigger using a ruler, I might not be too accurate, but if I kind of layer these up together, I've got my 4-inch and then my exact 6-inch that sits exactly an inch all the way around, because you've got the templates to do that. Did that make any sense?
Yeah, it actually did. It did. I'm sure everyone at home is following as well. And anybody who, I was just thinking in my head that you might have a pattern that, yes, calls for a certain size square, but you might also just want to start getting creative. This is where you can start designing your own things,
that was
really,
using a
isn't
square
it?
as well.
Oh, lovely, your little squares.
Yeah.
They're little 1-inch squares.
Yep.
How cute. Brilliant. So it actually can start making up your own patchwork fabric using your absolute scraps. £13.
I mean, even if you're quilting and you want to cut a 6-inch block. Because I put off doing squares for a long time, because I just thought, I've got a ruler. I can make squares with my ruler. This is just quicker, and it's 100% accurate because you've got the outline. Rather than with my ruler, I've got to kind of line up the markings of my ruler there and make sure, which is doable.
Yeah,
That's
it
just
takes
quicker.
a little bit more time planning. And I can use my rotary cutter with this, because it's thick acrylic, isn't it? This is made out of really quality thick acrylic that once you've invested in them once, look after them, make yourself a nice storage pouch or something where you're going to keep them and look after them. And it's not something you're going to be buying again and again and again, is it? Once you've got them, you're going to be able to they are your go-to when you need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6-inch square. And definitely get that 12-inch quarter ruler as well, because that would be perfect to add on your seam allowance if you need to for any of those sizes. There's loads in baskets. In fact, do you know what? Just go to pre-order if I were you. If you can get to the app or the web, instead of waiting for us to catch up with you on the telly, because everybody seems to be going through for all sorts. We're trying to follow you on what's going really well. So the squares are available as it stands. We also have, did you have the hexy ones as well? The nesting hexies?
We do.
So we've got the long hexie and we've got your sort of traditional classic hexies. These are your classic hexies.
So
and I like that you've got not only the shape, but then you've also got that border or that frame as well.
Yes, so that would have been the inside of that one, and then probably the outside for the seam allowance as well, because that's quilt as you go, so it would have been the extra inch folded over to create the border, if that makes sense.
Wow.
Melissa made this one for me.
That's cool. So with this, you're getting your... When it says 2, 3 and 4, what do these numbers mean?
That's the side here. So
Okay.
that's 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches. And there is a 1 inch.
That sits in the middle there.
It does. That's how they come to you again. Peel that off. It's quite satisfying. And that's what they're going to look like. So again, fussy cutting is absolutely perfect for it.
Brilliant. It isn't just for English paper piecing though, really, is it? You could use them for lots of different projects. Do the quilt that you were saying here, I know that you were talking about having they're like the trapezoid and the triangle, but if you want to start making yourself, a quilt with your hexes.
There's a little cushion at the front that Melissa made again, just using the hexagons in strips, which gives a really different look to a hexagon piecing. I think that one is satin stitched together again.
And will all of these use your fleece?
I don't think she has for that one. The little needle case that Janice made with the handles on the top, that one would have been using the fleece.
Love this. Gorgeous. And you can machine it or you can hand piece it. But hexes, I know we always talk about EPP, but there's so many more projects that you're going to be able to use these templates with.
Love hexes.
And they, again, are they the ones that are
in the
included in the
bundle.
bundle?
Yes.
So just beware, if you bought the bundle, then you might not need these ones. But if you didn't get the bundle, you just want to get the hexes on their own, they're the same ones that we were talking about in the in that massive bundle there. Are there any other big bundles left? Oh, okay, yeah. Very limited stock. Also, long hexes. I don't think I've seen these templates before.
Now, these are quite new, and they go very well. Sorry about that noise. With the squares, because if you use the two together.
Oh, they do work well. Yes, you can create a secondary sort of pattern.
Yes, so you can use up to the 4 inches square with the edge of the long hexie. A couple of ideas just on different designs. That's on your packaging if you're just using the hexie on its own. But again, together with the squares, I'd recommend you do that because it gives you even more scope, more designs that you can use them with. I had another bag somewhere. Oh, that's using the long hexie. I made a little skirt with it, so that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
I hadn't got room to get all my samples out.
This was a hexie from earlier. The big hexie, by the way. Photo frames. Fabric photo frames. What a great idea.
Kaz, who made it, and me and Rita and Susie Duncan.
Oh, I love that. That's brilliant. I thought, where's this? I thought you were auditioning for like the X Factor or something with your number on. They always have their audition numbers, don't they? All in the holding room. So you've got your long hexes, which could make fabulous quilts. Great for a plique, though. I always think these templates do come in handy when you're trying to fussy cut elements for a plique.
The large bag there is using long hexes to create a flower. So again, have a nice idea would be to cut out the shapes in card first and play with them. Just see what kind of designs that you can come up with. Or again, like I said, if you look on Pinterest, you'll come up with loads of designs, I'm sure.
Absolutely. £13.50, you're getting all set of 4 from the 1-inch, 2, 3 and 4-inch long hexes for £13.50. And we might have to steal you for a few more minutes if that's okay, if you're not having to run away, because there's still quite a few more things that we just definitely want to talk about, including the guide to zips. Don't let us forget, Ben. Don't let us forget. Let's carry on with the templates. We've got
quarter circles.
Right, so this is working with curves.
Yes, these are the free ones that you get in the bundle.
But you're now getting the chance to just get them on their own if you want to work with curves.
So that's what's going to make these designs.
Right.
And this design, and the large bag in front of us as well.
Have I got all of them here? Are they the right ones? So you're getting...
There's a smaller...
There's a smaller one as well.
Quarter circle.
Oh, I don't know what I've done with it. We are busy.
You will get it.
I will find it somewhere. Oh, my word. Where's it gone? Right, you can see it on the picture. Ollie, can you show the picture of them? So you get the outer and the corner, and then the smaller one, the outer and the corner.
Yes, so you've got your seam allowance for both the concave, the convex in 2 sizes. So that'll give you a finished size of a 3-inch block and a 2-inch block.
Okay. And if you want to do like your drunkard's path, or there's a lot of fabulous quilting blocks that give you this look. But also if you want to do the full clamshell look, I can do it
like
with these
bag,
as well.
Yes, you can. So there's a few ideas on the packaging. I'm sure there's more. I'm sure there's more that you can design with it.
And so what's this called? A quarter circle. Oh, yes. So once again, if you go on Pinterest and look at quarter circle quilt block ideas, this is, really simple to do. Sorry, I seem to be missing my one. Semicircle, my one.
One underneath.
Yeah, but you do get it. You will get it. Yeah, you will get it. It's run away. They are brilliant. And I suppose then if you're just repeating that, you can make circles, you can make all sorts with it.
Oh, a circle block using 4 different colours would be really nice, wouldn't it? That'd be unusual.
And the fact that you've then got the corners as well, this shape. And as you said, there are lots of different ways of being able to, whether you're pinning lots or gluing, of getting that perfect smooth. Smooth.
I was just looking while you did that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're now getting...
petal.
Well, look.
Yes.
Similar to this. Similar to this, that you're then getting the petal design. Brilliant. £12.99. Remember, though, you get them for free within your big bundle. So if you do want to get the bundle, you will receive those for free. Are there any more templates that we haven't done, Debbie?
We've got hearts.
Oh, now these aren't the long hearts.
No.
These are the chubby hearts.
These are chubby hearts that aren't in the bundle. So with these, there you go. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 5 and 7 inches.
See, it's quite difficult. I always find it difficult to cut or, have a perfect heart shape.
Yes.
And just to be able to, it's not something you can just do, like you said, maybe I can get by with my ruler for doing squares and things. But if you want to know that you've got all the different size hearts, that'd make a lovely little pin or needle case. Yeah.
Yes. Easy to do. It could be a hanging heart with potpourri in the middle, maybe, for a plique. Absolutely perfect. That's a right angle, so you could, that is one of those flipped over.
They could be clouds, look.
Oh, yes.
It's a cloud. Or do all 4 of them together and you've got a flower.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, there's so
really
many creative
useful.
ideas.
And again, just draw around them. Just draw around it and you've got that perfect symmetrical heart every time in the 4 sizes.
And now, if you do go with a rotary cutter and cut this, would you recommend using the smaller,
28mm.
the 28 millimeter
definitely.
rotary blade? It gives you that more accuracy and care going around those corners. Limited, only 20 of the heart nesting templates left in stock and 29 in baskets. You're getting really ahead of us. So yes, I know that you found them on the web. We also have the corner creator.
Right, okay.
I'll pop those away. Oh no, you're all good.
I'll just stick them in a bag when we're done. Here we go. So this is the original corner
fabulous.
creator. If you have the corner curver, which was the one that was in pieces, this does the same job.
Right, so you don't need this.
So don't buy it.
Okay.
And this one...
Do I get these as well?
You get those as well.
Oh, these are so useful for lots of things, as we've seen, adding your seam allowances or making any of your templates larger.
So this is the curving corners. And initially I designed this because I wanted to curve a flap on a bag, and it called for I think it was a 2-inch curve or a 3-inch curve, can't remember. So I'm in the pantry, and I'm looking for something
for a
that measures,
saucer.
yeah, and you get to know that the inside of a sellotape roll is a 3-inch curve. But if you haven't got a saucer and you haven't got an egg cup, this is a really useful tool, because if I want to curve a corner for 2 inches, I now just pop that against the edge of my fabric, and that's a perfect 2 inches. So that could be my bag flap, that could be the corner of a cushion cover.
Yeah.
But
you know what I'm really into is curved corners on quilts lately. I think they look lovely.
Yes.
Corners on like curved edges on quilts.
But
or scalloped edges.
I need a 2 1/4 curve. Or I need a 3 1/2. You know, you can just keep going with the seam guides and make them bigger and bigger and bigger. You can also do curves that way. So if you line the dotted line, obviously you'll take the protective film off so you can see through, but line the dotted line up and that will give you a curve that goes that way. So that may be the type of bag you're making, or maybe you want to create a scalloped edge.
Oh, is that how, was it Kim did a scalloped edge on the bottom of her jacket?
She drew that actually, but yes, that would make an easy way of doing it. So yes, you can create scallops with it. Again, there's more uses than even things that I've come up with here. So if you fold your fabric in half and place that over the fold, and then use your rotary cutter and cut through if you want, or just draw and cut. That, when it's opened up, will give you a semicircle. If you fold it into 4 pieces and place your corner curver on the 2 folded bits, when you open that up, you've got a circle.
Yeah,
so
that's a very handy one.
Tool.
And you do get those extra seam gauges as well.
You do.
Seam allowance guides as well for £18.50. I think this is a really handy one to have. And this was the original. This was the OG.
That was the original. We did make one that was in pieces. We decided that this one's more practical, so we're going to go back to where we started with and back to the original corner creator. But again, they do the same job. So if you've already got the corner curver, you don't need this one.
Right, okay. Can we talk about the guide to sewing zips? This seems to be a little bit of a reoccurring, I don't want to use the word problem, but we get a lot of questions and a lot of people asking to show demonstrators, please can you show me how to do zips, This must be something that you get asked a lot as well, Debbie.
I hear a lot, I'm frightened of zips.
Yeah.
And you know, zips are in so many projects. Once you've done 1 or 2, you'll be away with it. So in here,
I like the little ditty on the front, by the way.
Shall I read it?
Yes, please.
I think I have a phobia. It's giving me some grief. I have to say that I'm afraid of a monster with silver teeth. I don't know how to sew the beast. Do I glue it, pin it or tack it? Central lapped or hidden, concealed, welt or pack it? I need some help, maybe a book to get me on my way. Zip bags, zip cushions, zip pouches. I'm going to start today.
I love that. Do you need to start writing poetry books as well?
I keep meaning to put them in a book, but never quite get around.
Brilliant. Right, so now we've seen the hardware. Now this is the sort of second edition, which is the guide to zips.
So I'll take you through the different styles, the anatomy of a zip. and then the different styles of zip, and then fitting them. So you may have a plastic tooth zip. It could be a number 3. That's going to be the most popular one that you use. It could be a decorative zip.
Oh, nice.
I'll show you as well how you can decorate your own.
Oh.
That's quite a nice
Do you go into
trick.
concealed zips at all?
We go into concealed zips as well.
Fantastic.
So there is your concealed zip. So it's mainly, it's bags and cushion covers. I'm not going into dressmaking, because that's a whole other book. But there is your concealed zip, and I've deliberately used pink so that you can not see it.
Yeah.
We go into
Metal zips or
metal. No, this is a coil. That's number 5.
Okay.
But it's a continuous zip, so you've got the zips going in from each end. I will take you through metal zips. That's your invisible zip, and how to shorten them.
Right.
And the best way to shorten all of them, including the metal zip, which I don't recommend, but it can be done. So
you
those
talk
are,
about what machine feet to use.
yes, all that kind of thing.
How to shorten them.
All the different styles, how to shorten those, how to fit a slider.
Oh, really? With a fork? Fantastic.
I find that way the easiest. But yeah, there's lots of different methods there. But if you're just using one zip, obviously that's not a finished project, then you can do that with it. So that's just how to fit it, and tips on how to fit a zip around a curve as well. And then there's different styles of putting zips into a pouch. So you could have little tabs on the end. You could have no tabs on the end. I haven't got that one with me.
See, with the best wills in the world, a designer doesn't have enough, pages in the book or time in the design to go into really detail about how to fit them. And we don't know what zips you're using in your stash, or maybe you want to add a zip to a bag that doesn't already have a zip. So this is your go-to if ever you're thinking, I'm not quite sure what to do with this zip that I've got and how to make it work within. I didn't even know what a welt zip is. Is that's like a post box?
A letterbox zip.
Yeah.
Haven't got that one with me. This is a zip, when you were saying about adding them into a bag, that you would sew into your lining.
Right.
So, and this is the same kind of thing that you can sew on top of your lining. So, because the edge is finished.
Do you know, this would be nice on the corner curved bag.
Yes.
This would be a really nice one, because then you can balance like an umbrella or a bottle or something on top of it. So that's very handy to know how to do it.
But if you're making any kind of tote and you just want to add a zip when it's not already included in the pattern, I don't give you sizes on making the bags or anything like that. This is purely about how to make the zip. So follow your pattern, or you do your own measuring for those as well. So that's the recessed zip. That's how you're going to make that. And then we've got zip patch pockets.
Gosh, this is brilliant. This is like a full booklet for $9.99. It's not just a sheet guide, quick reference, is it? This is full instruction again with lots of tips, lots of photographs, lots of step-by-step instructions for lots of different options on zips.
And then the final few are 3 different ways of doing cushion zips. I know there's many more, but I've got 16 pages to play with. So I've picked out the zip insertion techniques that are the most popular, the ones that are going to benefit from the best. So that was when we were talking in the previous show about using your unpicker to unpick the seam. Then there is a concealed zip, as in there's a flap of fabric that goes over the top of the zip, and then finally you've got your invisible zip.
Right, so there's nobody going to be afraid of zips by the time that they've got to page 16.
That's the idea.
No. You are all going to be over any zip phobias that are out there. Get this whilst you can. Now, if you're thinking, I am starting a project right now and I need to know, how to work with a certain zip that I've got for a project you're doing today, we have got a digital download option as well. So you don't have to wait. You can hit purchase and it will be in your Sewing Street account. And you don't need to print anything out. I actually think it's quite nice, again, just to have as a go-to on your tablet, on your phone. You'll be able to access this wherever you are. If you're at a workshop or a class and you're thinking, oh, hang on, how do I shorten this zip? Then you can just open it as a digital download on your phone. There's no templates, there's nothing you need to print off with this. It's not sewing instructions to make a cushion or to make a bag, just to be clear. It is your guide on how to sew zips.
And even what the different styles of zips are. I mean, should you use a metal? Should you use a coil? Should you use a plastic?
Right.
And the different sizes of zip. So
you'll tell us when a number 3 zip is going to be handy.
Yes,
Or
we'll use that
what
most
projects
of
do you
all.
use metal zips? I don't think I've ever done a project here with a metal zip.
I don't like using metal zips.
Well, you
You can.
You can't sew over them, really, can you?
can't sew
Or
over
cut them?
If you, I mean, the tips are in here as well, but if you need to sew over the teeth, turn the hand wheel on your sewing machine very, very carefully, so the needle will slip in between the teeth. If you need to shorten, then you're going to take a pair of pliers, again, it's all in here, and pull the teeth off. You can open up the stopper at the end and reuse it further down the zip.
Is it just choice, or does anything actually require a metal zip?
Maybe jeans, they could look quite nice on a bag, maybe, but I don't use them at all. But if you do have a metal zip that you need to shorten, go out and buy a zip the right size. It'll make all of the tape fluffy, which I say in the book as well. So your zip size is the width of this is a coil, or we call it the teeth, but it's actually a coil. If you unravelled it, it's one long piece of nylon. It's the width across the teeth, so that's 3 millimetres.
Right, so when they say number 3, it's actually the millimetre width.
Millimetres.
Right.
So
See, even already, we're learning lots about zips. You shouldn't tell us all of this because it's in the book. Everybody needs to be buying the book.
So that's a number 5. This one was actually an N20.
Right.
It was a huge chunky zip.
Yeah.
And then again, you've got your decorative zip. I'll show you how to do decorative zips
How to
as
make
well.
your own decorative zips as well. I love those lace finishes. Bit of rick-rack on the edge of your zips or bit of lace that you've got in your stash. How pretty does that look on the top of a clutch bag or something? That looks beautiful. Is this just ribbon?
Yes. I've
Gosh,
it's a trim.
gorgeous.
And another little
I think
tip
that's the trim
there
that you've
as
got on the
well.
waistcoat as well, isn't it?
It
On the
is.
denim waistcoat. So that looks beautiful.
Where's my zip gone?
Make a matching handbag to go with your waistcoat.
Oh, I did have a fancy zip somewhere. There we go. So those are normally the lace edge zips that you'll buy, but I just think it looks so much nicer if you make your own. If you're making your own, glue this on with a glue pen. Don't sew it on, because then when you sew the zip to your project, you'll only have 1 row of stitches instead of 2. That's my little tip.
Well, you've been into zips for a long time, ever since your days were zippy.
1988, really. Yeah.
I think you're all my claim to fame. The amount of people that I always show your YouTube back in the day of you on Rainbow, I'm like, I know,
it's
Debbie
still
Shaw,
there.
you're my claim to fame. With Zippy. And who'd have thought? How many years later, here we are with our tip to zips from Debbie Shaw. Yeah, that's obviously going wild in the aisles. Well done, everybody who's got it. Your digital download or your physical option, they're both fantastic. Now, there is something else that we just need to mention before we let Debbie go on her way, is the waistcoat pattern. It is available as a digital download today. We don't have a physical pattern. Is this Kim's first dressmaking pattern?
It is. She's got lots in the pipeline.
What a proud moment for you as well, because she's definitely followed in your creative footsteps.
One of the reasons I'm so proud of it, she's done this all by herself.
Wow.
You know, she designed it. She had it was actually Tash from NH Patterns.
Yeah.
Drew up and did all the grading.
The grading,
and everything.
fantastic. Oh, she's brilliant.
But entirely
as well.
her design, her samples, she's made them. It's just, I'm so proud of her.
Oh,
and it has been, we've had an awful lot of interest in it because it's so different.
Yeah.
So it's reversible. It's generous in its size, but it's also generous in sizes. The pattern goes from size 4 to 30.
Wow.
The wavy edge, the fluted edge, I think is so pretty. And there's so many different things you could do with it. You could patchwork it. You could make it out of your 5-inch squares. You can bind it. You don't have to bind it. You can quilt it. You don't have to. You know, it's really, really versatile.
Yeah.
So, I mean, summery fabrics in a denim, wintry fabrics.
Layer it up then. Put your
Yeah.
jumper underneath it if you want to.
The arms are big enough for you to do that.
Fantastic. I love it. Having it in like a quilted, I'm thinking more as like a, you know, when you see those walking jackets that are like almost
Yes.
like wax jackets, or, you know, they're always like nice quilted jackets. They're very, very in these gilets, aren't they?
Yeah.
But also in a denim. If you walk into any shop, whether it be Zara, Marks and Spencer's, Next, they are everywhere. These gorgeous waistcoats with ties, very, very in. They look gorgeous, but for every age, and I don't think they're, you know, it's not, I don't always like to say with dressmaking that, it's very fashion, because it's about creating a capsule wardrobe that you're going to come back to. But with a good pattern, you'll make it in lots of different fabrics that you've got in your stash, won't you?
Yeah, and it'll look so different.
Yeah.
With the pattern tester that Kim had, they chose their own fabrics because they were making these for themselves. And it's so lovely to see them in the different fabrics and people wearing them with the different things. But it's a beginner project. It's, you know, there's no dots. It's not fitted. It's very simple to make. I tell you, if you can buy, I don't know if you do that on your website, the pre-quilted fabrics.
We do.
That would be absolutely perfect. So you just put binding around it then.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for today. It's been
No,
amazing,
thank you.
hasn't it? When are you back with us?
September the 3rd with my next fabric range.
Of course, which we did see was that lovely lemon, pretty fabric. In fact, it was is this one?
It's that one.
I can show you. 3rd of September, did you say, or 5th?
3rd.
3rd of September. Here's a little bit of a sneak peek of the gorgeous fabric range. These are the pre-cut 5-inch squares, aren't they?
They are.
Got the whole range coming up with Debbie. So we'll see you then. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
It's been lovely, hasn't it? Stay exactly where you are. These have all, speaking of selling a lot on pre-order, we've got velvets coming up before Sam Sabido's joining me at 12 o'clock. So we're going to do a fly through for the next 40 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Welcome back. Right, it is going to be a real pit stop through. I think it's about half an hour until we've got lovely Sam Sabido here. And I have not done a show of velvets for ages. I know you've already been finding them on pre-order, so it's me just showing you them and showing you what we've got available. On our website, we have a fabulous selection of fabrics. Not only are we lucky enough to be able to bring to you patterns and bringing you lots of lovely projects and demonstrations and guest designers. We're also doing, of course, all of our we've also got our web shop, which is full of fabulous fabrics. But this is your chance during the live show to be able to see them in a bit more detail. It's always hard when you're looking at a little thumbnail, isn't it? But velvets, think about them for all sorts of projects. You could do the vest, the waistcoat that we were just looking at, that lovely quilted waistcoat, but you could also make any of the gorgeous bags using the right stabilisers, using the fusible fleece that you've all bought today. Get yourself some velvet and make the corner bag, the bag that we had earlier on. It looks lovely with the bird hardware that we had. It's only $7.99, and let me show you how much fabric you get for $7.99. It is wide. This is wider than your normal 112. This is, I think, 140. It might even be 150 wide, Ben. How wide is it? And remember, it's a velvet, so it has got that nap to it, or nape to it. It has got that pile, which you can feel when you get it home. And obviously you can see from a directional print like this, which way it's supposed to go. At $7.99, I'm starting with what I think are going to be the most popular of the show. Let's face it, it's William Morris, it's Strawberry Thief. If you want to make home furnishings, this is perfect for cushions. If you're making to sell, you can't get a more iconic print. We're at £7.99 a half metre. It's your chance to buy it by the half metre. How about making a velvet? Sorry, it's me again, Ollie, hitting my microphone. Oh, sorry, just moving my mic. £7.99 a half metre for, what about like a velvet jumpsuit? Oh, look fabulous, especially going into the winter months. I thought I heard it banging, sorry. Now I've also got Strawberry Thief in 2 other colourways. We've got it with the black background and also with the red. Very nice indeed. Oh, I am thinking for home furnishings, this would be gorgeous. What about like a bolster cushion, a really oversized cushion, bedroom cushions as well. They are absolutely sensational. There's something very rich and very opulent about having William Morris in velvet, darling. Definitely bag makers, you can't go wrong. We've had lots of projects. I think this was one that was designed by, who designed this one? The Velvet Star, Delphine. Delphine. It was done with all velvets. It looked amazing. So don't just think, oh, this is for dressmakers or bag makers. Absolutely, you can use it for your patchwork. This is flying with the ebony background. It's got the large scale print. And as you can see, the detailing in the Strawberry Thief design is still very detailed. Sometimes with velvet, you can lose that. What about covering stools? Do you do any upholstery at all? But just upcycling, repurposing. I've seen some fabulous lampshade kits that you could buy. Doing a big, opulent velvet lampshade. That'd be so cool. There's 31 people who've got this in the basket. Now, I'm presuming that you're all just getting 1 unit. Are you kidding? Of course everybody's going to be multi-buying on it. For $7.99 for the amount that you're getting, that is brilliant. Get yourself a metre of this. You could make a big weekend bag. This would be lovely as a luggage set, wouldn't it? Big, long, drapey curtains, velvet curtains. Oh, my word. Ben, you need to go on that interior design challenge programme, the one with Alan Carr. You get on, honestly. It would be brilliant on it. But whenever I watch it and they interview the designers in their home, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's all just, I love the dramatic decor. But that's just not necessarily, necessarily everybody's taste in their home, but just to have a lovely William Morris handbag or a bolster cushion on the bed, you can include those very opulent textures in your home. That's what I heard interior design is all about, is about texture, isn't it? It's about offering different textures. We're at the moment just having a new studio next door to us. You've probably heard the builders. You've probably heard John talking about the builders next door. And they are nearly finished. Apparently they'll be done by the end of the week, which is so exciting. But Ben was saying it's all about the textures, it's about the textured walls. And I didn't even notice the textured walls until you told me how lovely they are, what a difference it makes. So yeah, having different texture like this within your stash. You can still use it with your quilting weight cotons if you're using it for things like, the outer bag and you use a cotton for the lining. Good. Pocket linings in velvet. How opulent are you, Ollie? Patch pockets, be nice. Patch pockets. Yeah, very nice. Velvet projects, £7.99. There's velvet cushion patterns available on our website. Have a look for yourself and see. There's also a handy guide. We were talking about handy guides with Debbie Shaw. I know that Sandy does a handy guide to difficult fabrics, which I'll tell you her tips for velvet. Let's see. Does she include velvet in it? Yeah, velvet. So there's tips on cutting. Always cut a singular layer with the nape running through the same direction of the pieces. Obviously, with the big prints like this, you can always see which way the fabric is running. But use clips, avoid pins with with velvets. Right, now they're all of your William Morris ones, I believe. Can I just go rogue and do an autumnal print? Because I love this, and this is brand new to me. It could be brand new to you. How nice is this? How wide is it, please, Ben? Is it 140 or 150 wide? This is Forest Hill. Yeah, 148. There you go, between 140 and 150. It is a luxurious plush pile. But remember, it can, I know, crush easy. It's not a really thick pile, so it's not like you're going to have to completely change the tension or the level of your press effort. It's not going to crush a pile, but it's super, super soft. Just use clips to hold them in place. Plenty of clips to hold them in place. As you know, you might have a slight slip to it, basically. Also, I wouldn't put a iron directly onto it. Use a towel maybe, or use a pressing cloth. Just avoid putting your iron straight down onto it. Test just top stitching on scraps as well, as I know that you might want to play around with different stitch lengths or weights of threads as well. But this one I love. Again, cushions. What about doing a velvet waistcoat with this? How about doing a beautiful quilted velvet luxurious jacket? The digital download is available today from Debbie Shaw. So daughter's first pattern, and it would be ideal with a velvet. We love that. And a lot of the time we're sewing right sides together, so don't fear of working with velvet. They look lovely, don't they? They're very, very luxurious indeed. You're not rushing me. You tell me, you're in charge. I'm going to carry on with a lot of these patterned velvets. We do also have plains. This is tropical. Tropical print. They're banana plants. Banana leaves. It's GDC4 54. 148 wide. Luxury velvet. Super, super soft. Very Oliver bonus, very on trend indeed. Even just small circular cushions. Oh yeah, all these really cool, fun jungle prints, lots of bright colours are very, very in. I'm going to just show you the print, show you the price, and then send you to the call centre or to the web or to the app. Get what you can. All of these lovely tropical prints. This one is PGC412, please, Ben. Oh, this was always one of your favourites, actually. Remind me what sort of plants these are. Botanical plants. $8.99. $8.99. This is what is really fun. If you are repurposing old furniture. Is it me, or is everybody doing that? I've got a little bit of an addiction now to trying to upcycle and repurpose. I think we're living in a world, aren't we, where we're very aware of fast fashion or just throwing things out, plastic things. It's just so nice to see something you've already got and just giving it a new lease of life. What about like covering a headboard in this? Well, not necessarily this one, but think about velvets in different ways. I mean, a plain velvet cushion in Oliver Bonus is going to set you back nearly £30. $8.99. Have you ever covered a headboard before? It's actually, I was going to say, it's not actually that, it's not that difficult, is it? This one is really cool. Yeah, in what? This is AXC492. I think it's got a direction to it. You did tell me about the time that you slept in Queen Victoria's bed. Was this in the Balmoral in Edinburgh? Oh, this was another fancy hotel that you had a sleepover. Where was that? Palais. Ben stayed at the Balmoral, and I didn't realise how fancy it was until I went up to go in, and there was the security doorman, and I was like, my friend stayed here, I've just come to have a look. And I thought, Ben stayed here? He's like, I know, I'm as shocked as you. Was it lovely? Every now and then it's nice to have those experiences where you go, oh my gosh, this is just so far from my world. This is actually some people's real lives all the time. Wild, isn't it? This is lovely. I love the pink sunset shades in there. Pro-tea flowers. Stunning. This is KOC 427, please, Ben. We'll get through all these. A challenge accepted. Don't you worry. We got peacocks. See, this is fabulous. What do peacocks say, Ben? Leon. They are lovely, aren't they? And here you've got your digitally printed roses. That's as far as my lilies. I was going to say that's as far as my flower knowledge goes, I'm afraid. They're absolutely beautiful, majestic birds, aren't they, peacocks? And all of the colours in here are going to go with every decor that you may have. Whatever room you've got, just having an accent cushion on an armchair with this. Trust me, you would be paying £30. And I remind you, if you're just getting 1.5 metre front and back, or 2 matching cushions, you want a velvet kimono with tassels on. Oh, that would look stunning. Oh, yes, in the Balmoral. I can see you in the Balmoral. Now you fit in, Ben. Now you fit in the Balmoral. Now this is GYC 490. Is there a direction to it? Oh, am I upside down? Oh, peonies are my favourite flower. They're my wedding flower. They're beautiful. There's peonies, there's roses, there's lilies. What's this one, please? Is that a rose? Type of rose? Is it tulips here? Tulips are here. Dahlias. Daylilies. These are daylilies. That's a tulip. It's a digital print, so it looks like a photograph. It's so clear. And to say that this is on velvet fabric. I can't even remember the last time that we did a velvet show. It's been ages. And we're so lucky that as a company, we have got a huge warehouse facility. When we first started Sewing Street, and we were literally in the cupboard under the stairs, we had probably... I don't even think we even had any velvet. So the fact that you've now got such a vast choice... This is IXC 480. Can you remember your first opinion of us when we moved in under the stairs? They're talking about me, Finn. 8.99. This is your Marlowe with charcoal in the background. John wasn't there. John wasn't there at the start. No. £8.99. £8.99. Me and Debbie Shaw were there. at the start. Half a metre. This one has quite a Jacobean feel to it, doesn't it? What do you think, Marlowe? Jacobean feel for a bag, or a big weekend bag to take to your Balmoral stays. That would be lovely for the second home. This one is with the blue background. Honestly, the choice that you have. This is ABC 435. Midnight blue, tealy blue background. Stunning. Amber teak. £8.99. See, I think that would make a lovely headboard. You know, you were laughing at me earlier on about deciding to cover a headboard. How stunning would this look? $8.99, and then doing some really lovely, I'm obsessed with the bolster cushion, different shape cushions, but doing circular bolster, you know, like those sort of shape bolster cushions. $8.99, half metre. You'll be able to make a couple of bolster cushions just with 1/2 metre. Hey, Derek. Oh, Derek's in the Scottish Borders. Oh, Derek liked the waistcoat earlier on. I went in to check the emails because they weren't working earlier again. I'll be outside the Bow of Morrow today as I'm heading to rehearsal. Unlike Ben, I've not been inside. I wasn't allowed inside either. I said, can I come and have a look? Can I come and have a look? And I could just sense the vibe. I know you're allowed to go into the bar, but you know, you can just sense this isn't the sort of place that I'm able to just go in and have a look. Use the toilets, yes. But it's right next to Waverley Station, isn't it? So I was waiting next to the station. Oh, Derek, I'm so jealous that you're there in Edinburgh today. Enjoy. It's a beautiful city, isn't it? CIC 438. I always just think of Harry Potter. Whenever I go down any of the streets, I'm like, oh, was this the inspiration for Diagon Alley? Is it in Edinburgh? Have you been to is it called the Elephant Cafe or something? There's a cafe that apparently looks over Edinburgh Castle and it had so much inspiration for Hogwarts. It's a fabulous city, isn't it? Yeah, I think that was the cafe that J.K. Rowling was writing there. $8.99. This also comes with the navy blue. Yeah, ZRC4 21. Navy blue background. I do like this print. It's like very tropical, botanical plants. Sorry, Finn. He's hating me right now. He's got Mike on board helping. $8.99. Botanical on navy. This would make a lovely... this would be a really lovely kimono. £8.99 1/2 metre. We also have, oh, this is a bit nice. I'm thinking for one of Amber Makes' big weekend bags. NRC 489. Larger scale print, so I think for a big project, it'd be perfect. But remind you, for a velvet cushion, have a look. Go onto Pinterest and put, what can I use velvet fabric for? There are so many different ideas that will just spring up. This is the great thing about the internet, isn't it? Is that if you've got a little bit of, you know, you've lost your sojo, you're thinking, what can I make? I've got this gorgeous fabric in my stash. If you've not worked with velvet before, extend your skills. Maybe work with, get yourself one of the handy guides to sewing difficult fabrics. But there is a section on how to interface, how to top stitch, how to press, how to sew, how to mark, and how to cut velvet, and just talks about, you know, the properties of it and how. I don't want to call them challenges because it's just solutions that we're talking about, not problems. I said that to my daughter. I'm like, we're not about problems in this household. It's all about solutions. There's nothing you can't do. Now this one, oh, is really nice. What are these birds? Storks, that's it. Or cranes. Are they cranes? Are they storks? I think I've got both here, have I not? Cranes and storks. Isn't it a stork, the one with a really long beaks? What's your knowledge on birds? Very little. $8.99. Crane, birds on charcoal, 1/2 metre. $8.99. Let me remind you, 1/2 metre looks like this. So if you are making a larger project, if you're using it for dressmaking, you've got the width. It's 148 centimetres wide. So you have got the width for kimonos, for jackets, for the waistcoat or the vest that we had, which Derek was saying, that's great gender neutral one as well. You're not worried about having darts and things. You know, this is a brilliant one that you're going to be able to make for him or for her. Now, this one is like a Monet painting. Let's have a look. BLC453, please, Ben. I'm going through all the pattern ones first, but we have got some solids as well, which will fit in the next 15 minutes. Don't you worry. We could do it. $8.99 a half metre for spring meadows. Do you know what I really like as well? Is that it doesn't fray. You're not needing to worry about it fraying at all. What about making teddy bears? What about toy making with velvet as well? I know that I'm not necessarily with the spring meadow, but if you're looking at like some of the solids that we have, don't forget it's brilliant for toy making. I know that we've seen lots of our demonstrators using, including Sandy, making memory bears with velvet. At $8.99 a half metre, it's really cost effective, especially for the amount of velvet, and the effect that you're going to get is a really, really plush finish. Now this one, in fact, let's do a couple of the solids. This is your pink, which I'm thinking if you're making an elephant, a rabbit, a bear, if you're making anything, how luxurious would this be for toy making? It's your baby pink velvet. I want to embroider onto it. I can now. I can. £7.99 a half metre. Imagine gold metallic. Or I'm making Christmas stockings. So now I've got my embroidery machine. I'm thinking ahead. I'm starting with Halloween. I've got my Halloween makes. I've got a show coming up, in fact, in September. I think it's the 9th, Monday the 8th of September. And I'm going to be making then some Christmas bits as well. But what about doing Christmas stockings? What about velvet Christmas stockings in whatever colour palette you want? I'm thinking for my girls, I'll do velvet pinks. But then you could do more of like the clarets or the greens. You could do like a tealy blue ones. They look lovely together. If you want to do patchwork with velvet as well, you can. You can do a velvet star. You could do stripes. £7.99 for the pink, half a metre. In the pink, it is lovely, isn't it? And it's got the width as well. It's 148 wide or 150 wide. It's lovely. Oh, in fact, actually, sorry, 148. That's close, 148 wide. That's beautiful quality, beautiful quality. Let's do that teal, please. This is that teal blue. Oh, very nice. MCC 448. £7.99 a half metre. Now, as you see, it has a pile. It has a nape to it. So think about the direction. Think about the direction when you're cutting this. We should get into that habit anyway when we're cutting out from a pattern, whether you're dressmaking or doing anything else, is that making sure you're cutting from through the same direction. This would be lovely for Christmas. Bit of gold embroidery, a bit of silver, bit of fur trim, a few little bells hanging off a Christmas stocking, or a luxurious velvet sack. What about just doing drawstring bags that you could embroider for your loved ones, or you know, so there's a line-on pouch that you can get that you put on someone's name, or a plique onto them. This would be absolutely lovely as little drawstring lined bags. Get a fabulous Liberty fabric to line them with. That'd be ideal. I'm going to go to the maroon ones now. Speaking of Christmas, velvet PJs, velvet robe, kimono. Right, let me tell you the code, Ben. It's LIC 458. What colour do we call this? Wine. Go on. £7.99, half a metre for your lovely, beautiful wine colour velvet. Remember, for stockings, for sacks, for Christmas, for smaller drawstring bags. Oh, this would be ideal for that, wouldn't it? And you're going to plique onto it. You can still patchwork with it. It would look lovely for lots of homeware projects, but also dressmaking, bag making, clutch bags, Christmas clutch bags. £7.99. Let's go for the light purple, which is AVC 483. Toy making for bears. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Half a metre is just £7.99. Super, super soft. That crushed velvet feel. £7.99. I can't tell you how soft it is. I'm really excited for you to get it home. And don't be put off sewing with it. You just have to pin a bit more. I say pin a bit more. I wouldn't pin velvet. I'll clip it because you might find that it slips maybe a little bit, but it's just being patient with it. Just £7.99 for the purple. Just pick a couple of these out and get one of the patterns that are underneath us on the show. There is the Velvet Star, the Velvet Trinity cushions as well from Sandy. They look lovely. I've got another tropical one. This one's QRC 481. Oh, have you done that? Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. I think everybody's seen that voiceover. I was singing at a wedding the other day by Birmingham Airport, and I kept seeing it, and I was so tempted to go do, 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 singing the song. The voiceover artist, she has made a really good name for herself doing that, hasn't she now? Everyone recognises her. I bet she's got so much work. I think she's actually got booked for like festivals to just say the voiceover. Yeah, it's so weird, isn't it? How TikTok or Instagram, you could just, the power of influence there. Just £8.99, under £9, a half metre. That's why Ben's on the Instagram. Are you on TikTok? I don't know how it works either. This is lovely and tropical, isn't it? The sort of rainforest feel, those botanical plants. Really nice. This is, again, if you love that look and that tropical feel, but you want it in a slightly more muted fabric, this is JOC 473, and it's my favourite of all of the tropicals. I think this would make a sensational robe, kimono-style robe. It would make a beautiful set of cushions. That's a bit of you, Ben, actually, isn't it? I love that. Here you've got the peacock, you've got the butterflies. For £8.99, circular cushions, big, opulent cushions on your sofa. They look stunning. And remember, it is velvet, your Utopia black velvet. Thank you. This one is WNC464. Oh, so do you remember the autumnal one that we had earlier? This is the same print, but in the blues. Ah, so this is Forest Hill Meadow. This time in the summer. Oh, I hadn't noticed on the autumnal one, but can you see? You've got the bridge in the background. It's lovely. It's like walking through the most fancy park. That's so nice. You could embroider. You could sit and hand stitch, embroider people onto there, couldn't you? £8.99, a half metre. I don't actually know if we've got that in any other colourway. It looks nice in the autumnal, but also in the meadow. In the meadow. This one's MGC448. Some Sabinos here, everybody. We are very excited to be crocheting. How are you? Good, jolly good, I'm all good. She's just preparing for a show. It's coming up in less than 10 minutes. Oh my gosh, where's the time going? This one's cool. It's like the bird cage as well outside of it. Or what are you seeing? Like a window, a metal framing window, a pergola. Oh, hang on. What have they called it in the graphics? Patagonia. What's a Patagonia? Is that what I'm thinking of? Like a... Do you know when I think one of those like circular bird cages, like one of those massive ones that you see in the centre of parks? They call it an aviary. An aviary for birds? Is it called an aviary? Do you know what I mean? Like a, what's that called? Right. A pergola. That's what I was thinking of. So what is a Patagonia? A place. A place. A place. Between Argentina and Chile. Should we do some more of the solids? I've got browns, or chocolates, I should say. This one is BDC 448. For bears, make your own bears. Toy making. Oh, this is brilliant for that. And it is a really plush velvet, £7.99, a half metre. Sorry, I am honestly just going to fly through a few more because we want to be able to have a whole hour with our Sam. This is ZNC442. You got Hayley West on Hobby Maker today as well. Busy day. Busy day of crafting. It's Granny Square Day today. Happy Granny Square Day. Is it International Granny Square Day or have we made this up? I don't think we've actually made it up. It is a thing, but I think it's celebrated internationally over the weekend on Friday. We're celebrating early. Will they be doing another celebration show at the weekend, or is this the show? No, this is the show. I've got the gold colourway as well. This one looks really, really nice for homewares. Oh, could you do shorts? You could do dressmaking, absolutely. $7.99. It's called gold. It's like a chartreuse gold, isn't it? Like a green and gold. And we've also got, sorry, I'm not just throwing these over. Well, I am, but there is somebody catching. OEC4, 19. Oh, again, full Christmas, luxurious velvet stockings. I do think for stockings, and I'm talking Christmas stockings, this would be lovely. Embroider onto it. I need to find out what stabiliser I'd use for a velvet. I'm guessing I'd use, from my little knowledge that I have of stabilisers, but I've been reading up on it loads, is like a tearaway stabiliser, cotton tearaway stabiliser. But I'll find out and I'll tell you more. We're out of time because we want to get Sam on. We've got lots to talk through, but stay exactly. Oh, sorry, I hit my microphone. All of the other fabrics are going to be underneath us on the website. So if you are after any of the patterns or any more of the solid velvet fabrics, have a look underneath us. Now, do not go anywhere because we are crocheting. It is, of course, Granny Square Day, and we have got the one and only Sam Sabido joining us with some fabulous projects and kits right after this.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick, and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops, like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Happy Granny Square Day.
Thank you.
Is this an international celebration day for crocheters?
I think it was started by a famous blogger some years ago, and it's been continued on now and become quite popular. If you look on social media, you'll see a really big hype up for it. So, yeah.
Oh, Granny Squares are everywhere, aren't they? And I mean, you've created a whole wardrobe.
Yeah, a whole book
Squares.
of them. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, they are really popular. All the high street shops are full of bags, clothes made from granny squares, so really on trend at the moment.
And you've designed a new pattern for us.
I have, yes.
Featuring granny squares. Now this actually would be suitable for new crocheters as well if you want to start
absolutely.
granny squares.
Yeah, absolutely. It's because although the granny square itself, there is an element of challenge to it. I'll show you the stitch though. It's got a really lovely textural stitch called the popcorn stitching, which I will demonstrate today. And you've got crochet with beads. If you haven't done that before, I'll demonstrate that. It's so easy though. It looks really amazing. It's such an easy technique.
Now we've got kits for you today. So the kits also include basically a bonus pattern. So with your kit, you are getting all of the yarn that you need. And we'll talk about this because it's not very often that we get the cotton silk double knit yarn in the kits. So
really lovely yarn.
I want to talk to you about that. So you're getting 2 of the purple, 1 of that lovely deep magenta, tulip, I think this one's called. And then you're also getting mint. Now you're getting within here 2 sets of patterns. So you get the brand new beaded flower bag pattern that Sam's designed, which you're getting, as you say, the beaded crochet, you're getting your granny squares, you're getting this really lovely border front and back. And what a useful pouch as well. Whether you're going on holiday, you're putting your Kindle in it, whether you're having it as a clutch bag, you could add handles to it, whether you're crocheting your own handles or buying your own. Very versatile.
So, instructions in the pattern for crocheting them, and also, or you could add your own, or just not have handles if you want it as a clutch, or like you say, a pouch.
Now you've also included the beads.
Yes, the beads are in the kit as well.
And you have also got an additional pattern included today, which is the Sunny Days shawlette. So we've done this pattern and we have loved it. Now, if you would prefer to make the shawl, you've got the same amount of yarn and the beads to be able to do this, but it's a bonus pattern. So whether you want to make the bag or the shawl, you can make either one you want.
Choose which one. We're using the same yarn and the beads to make either.
How great is that? So, I mean, they look lovely together. They really, really do. So maybe you've already made the shawlette and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to make the bag to match. This is the colourway that we're looking at is the one that Sam's already made up, but we also have it in this beautiful blue that you're seeing on the mannequin here. There's one hiding behind you as well, which is the pinks and creams. And choose whether you want to do the shawlette or the beaded crochet granny square bag. I just love that concept of saying, right, actually, do you know what? You're saving £5 on it today. You've got £5 saving, and you're going to get a bonus pattern as well. So, yeah, we want to get as many people crocheting as possible during our Granny Square event. Now, that one is your purple bundle, which is going to make up the lavender bag that you're seeing here. We also have the kits available for the colourways that are behind us, which are the blues and yellows. This is lovely spring colourway, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like reminds me of daisies.
Yeah, your daisy.
Yeah.
So here you've got your 2 soft blues, and there's texture to this. It's not just one solid blue, is there?
No, but the colours are just lovely because they've got texture in them. So it's a cotton and a silk mix, this yarn. And as you work with it, you see a very slight marble type of texture.
And you can feel that sort of silk within, can't you? It's really,
really lovely
soft.
to work with. It's very luxurious, gives a really lovely quality finish. I very much enjoy working with that.
And this is a double knit as well, isn't it?
Yes. So 4mm hook or whatever you normally use with a double knit. Tension isn't particularly important with this pattern. You've got plenty of yarn in the pack, so...
Brilliant. To make the whole bag.
To make the whole bag or the whole shawlette.
Now, is it lined? Have you put a line?
I have lined it, yeah. So you will, if you want to line it, that is optional. But if you do want to, you'll need ½ metre of fabric, either from your stash or obviously from the website.
Yeah.
I've just used a plain, I think you might have it there. If I just open it like that.
Oh, yeah, just like an astral seeded cotton or a calico or something.
Exactly.
Anything from your stash. And you've put a really lovely strap.
Yes.
But, I mean, there are optional handles, again, that are on the show today. Have a look underneath us, because that would look lovely with a...
It really would. It would look lovely with that.
Clutch bag.
Yeah.
But equally, I think even if you're making it without a handle on it, it just makes a really nice pouch that you can put your Kindle in if you're going to the beach or going
and it's big enough to take your phone, maybe your sun cream, your sunglasses, and then you've just got everything you need in one place.
And you're not committing to making a huge project.
No, it's very quick. Yeah, it's really. And obviously, I'm an established crocheter, but I made 2 of these bags on Monday, So, you know, you can make one in a day.
Oh, wow. How good's that?
It's really achievable.
A nice little holiday project. So if you've got the pattern, you're also getting, remember, your bonus pattern of getting your Sunny Day Shawlet in the same kit today with a £5 saving. That's your daisy colourway. You get the beads included as well. And we're going to show you how you incorporate those into your crochet with Sam this hour. So we've also got the other pink colourway that you're seeing behind Sam here, which are with your rose colourway.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is rosy.
Yes.
So you've got pink, which is soft pink. You've got English rose and 2 creams. Remember, enough to be able to make either the bag or the shawlet. So you've got the shawlet pattern and you've got the bag, brand new bag pattern and all of your lovely little beads. £34.98. Fabulous price, especially with this luxurious cotton silk
Really lovely,
yarn.
yeah. It's a really nice yarn.
They look really nice. Now, this is the handle that you can choose to make if you
Absolutely, yeah. So I've plaited together some chains there, and you've got all the instructions in the kit. So it's a nice sturdy handle.
Right. And how to make the chains, the buttonholes.
So the little button loops are included. You will need to buy additional buttons or use your stash. The buttons are not included in the kit. But we all have loads of buttons in our kit, don't we? In our stash, I mean.
This one's been very, very popular indeed. If you have got this one in your basket, be aware this is the most limited colourway. It looks really pretty in that old English rose colourway. Remember, you're not only getting your pattern for the brand new beaded flower bag, you get your shawlet pattern with a £5 saving, your 4 yarns, your beads as well. And the shawlet's lovely. It's not just a shawl, is it? I mean,
no. When I designed this, I think it was this time last year that I designed it. I really wanted a summery shawl, something you could just pop on over a dress in the evening, for example. So I called it a shawlet because it's very narrow. But then each of the shawls has a different edging. So they've got the rose edging, you've got the daisy edging. I haven't got the other 2 samples because Terry Ann made those and she has them. But each of the shawlettes has a different floral edging on it. So you will get the pattern for the one that comes with your colourway. So for rose, you've got a rose edging here. For daisy, more of a daisy look to it.
There was a morning segment on a programme yesterday that was a whole fashion segment on crochet garments in the summer. Yeah, it was on the morning programme that I know a lot of people will watch.
So fashionable.
Yeah, it is so fashionable.
Yeah.
And I always thought that this is something that you see more so in the winter, you know, knitting and crochet garments. But actually, no. Crochet is everywhere in the summer.
Yeah, and that's why it's nice to work with this cotton silk, because it's so light. It's really comfortable to wear as a shawlet, and it's got a really nice, luxurious finish for these bags.
This one's going to sell out. This one is going to sell out. If you've got this in your basket, be aware that one is very, very popular indeed. And then we've got a colourway, which I don't believe we've got a sample
I haven't got a sample, I'm afraid, because the shawlet Terry Ann made the sample for when we were on. I think it was this time last year. I was having a look yesterday. And I cannot get hold of the colours for this one. So I think
so what we've got is what we've got.
Yeah, exactly. So the wisteria and this lovely opal just don't seem to be in stock anywhere. So I don't know if they were discontinued. But so obviously we've got what we've got in the kit. I wasn't able to make a bag sample to show you.
Right, if you want one, there are less than 30 of these kits. You get the brand new beaded flower bag pattern, you get the shawlet as well, and you can either make with the kit the shawlet, or you could make the beaded flower bag. But it's great that you've got both patterns, because we've all got a stash. Once you've, got the hang of how to do either, this is it's like Ready, Steady, Cook, isn't it? You've got the ingredients, what can you make from it? And Sam's designed these 2 fabulous patterns that are going to be suitable for this amount of yarn with your beads. They look lovely. $34.98. Please send in photographs when you've made this one up. So talk to me about the colour combination. The 2 that I've got here, is this going to be my background?
Yes, that's going to be your background. And then you will have this lovely green here as your second colour, and then the opal as your third.
Yeah, and I suppose because you can mix...
What's it called? Tulip.
Yeah. Well, you can mix and match either way, which way around.
The only one that you need to keep the same is the main.
Yeah.
But because you've got 2 balls of that.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and then you've got this lovely floral. So you might have used this stitch before, but if not, this is a lovely one to do, this floral stitch here. So you've got the clusters that make the leaves and the popcorn that makes the flower
I'm
head.
trying to think of another pattern that you've used that on.
I've definitely done it on blankets, definitely. But yeah, it's one that I do like to use. So I think it finishes it really nicely.
So you were making 4 granny squares,
Four
aren't
granny
we?
squares, joined together in 2 panels of 2. So you've got ones for the front and then ones for the back. And then edging it with this lovely floral stitch, which is why it's so quick. It just really works out quickly.
How long does it take you to do a granny square?
One of these, 15 minutes at most.
Wow.
Yeah, so you'll see when I demonstrate, because the popcorn stitch is such a lot of fun. It's really quick.
Fantastic.
It looks really technical, but it's a really fun one to do.
Now we have got the brand new pattern available on its own as well. They're your 4 colourways, the 4 kits. This is your physical pattern, which will be sent out to you. So if you've already paid your post and packaging for the day, if you've bought anything else and you're getting involved and you want the pattern on its own, it's £9.99. Now, it isn't just the crochet stitching. Do you go into how to actually construct the bag?
Yes, how to construct it, how to make your lining, and how to do the handle. So you've got everything. You've got the special stitches listed there, your colourways. So if you've seen one of the colourways and you'd like to do one like that, you've got your suggested colourways.
Do you work in UK terminology?
UK terms, yeah.
Brilliant. And look, you've even got photographs. If you've never worked with Sam's patterns before, they are very, 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 very clear. All step-by-step instructions here and photographs, plus you've got today's demo as well. And then, of course, all of your instructions of how to make your lining. It's brand new. I love it. And it's a really good way of incorporating some of your beads into it. Would you always use a double knit yarn for it?
Well, you could use a different type of yarn. If you went bigger, you'd have a bigger bag, so that's quite fun.
Yeah.
So if you use an Aran weight yarn or a chunky, you would just end up with a bigger bag.
Nice.
I like that idea. 4-ply, you'd end up with more of a purse, but no harm in that. Bead size-wise, I've suggested 6mm beads, and that's what you get in the kit. But if you decide you want to just use your stash, you can use any size beads you'd like.
I suppose you just got to make sure your drill hole is going to get the yarn on.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I'll show you that later.
Okay.
But yeah, as long as you can thread your yarn onto it, then you can use any beads. You can use a mixture of colours. You can add more beads if you want to. So you can really have fun with that beading once you know the technique.
Fabulous. And that's a great transferable skill, isn't it, for all kind of patterns. This one is going wild in the aisles. If you do want the pattern on its own, it's available as a physical pattern, as you're seeing here. And we also have a digital download where you can get started with it today. And you'd probably get it finished today.
Absolutely.
That's crazy, isn't it?
If you're an experienced crocheter, you can get it finished in a day. If you are less experienced, it's still a really nice starting project because it's a quick one, relatively speaking. So if you're a beginner with crochet, you start with a blanket. Obviously, you've got some time. It doesn't matter. It's fun to make a blanket, but it can take time.
Yeah.
But it's quite nice when you're a beginner to start with something that's actually quite achievable and works out quite quickly.
Yeah, so do you make your granny squares to start with?
Yes, you're going to start by making 4 granny squares and then work from there.
£9.99, your digital download option, which you hit purchase. You can start with your stash right now. So you're saying double knit, you need a 4mm hook?
4mm hook, yeah, or whatever you normally use if you're an experienced crocheter when you crochet with double knit yarn.
Right.
But if you're new to it and you've just got some stash and you've been doing a few bits at home, just pick up your double knit and your 4mm hook and give it a go.
Brilliant.
Tension doesn't really matter.
So, yeah, because I suppose you don't have, it doesn't have to fit.
It doesn't have to be a particular size. And even the lining, I've shown you how to measure your finished bag and work your lining from that. So even that doesn't matter.
As a template.
Exactly, exactly that.
So, shall we dive into a little bit of a demo? Now, you've already made one granny square, so we can see what it looks like.
Yes, because I think sometimes it's hard to see what the individual granny square will look like. So I've made one. And just to give you a bit of context, I made this in the green room whilst I was waiting to come on. It took me 10-15 minutes. I know I am, having said that, obviously I crochet a lot, so I am fast, but, you know, it is achievable.
It's achievable, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm just going to grab my hooks. I got caught on a bit of yarn there. Thank you. OK, so we'll start with the centre colour, and we're going to do a chain of 6.
OK. Now, a lot of people, I know, with the cotton yarn, if you've worked with cotton yarn before, I know that sometimes it gets a bit of a bad rap.
It can be a bit splitty. It depends what brand you use. But this one, I promise, is lovely to work with. It doesn't split. It's not split at all for me. It's got a really lovely weave to it. If I hold it there, you might be able to see. And you can see, I think maybe because of the silk blended into it, It's got a really good texture and so soft and lovely to work with. So I promise, some cottons can be splitty, but this one really isn't. It's a delight to work with.
It's got that silk content, remember, as well.
Yeah.
So it's so soft when you're crocheting.
You can see that sort of marbling. It's where the plies are twisted together. Right, so we're going to do a chain of 6 to start with. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you're going to slip stitch that very first chain, which is the one right down the bottom here next to my knot. Just put your hook through one of the loops, the one that's at the top there of that chain. Grab onto your yarn and put it through that loop and through the loop on your hook. And you can see you've made quite a big circle. And that's what we're now going to work stitches into. And just to show you on this finished square, that's going to become this. So it's part of the design. It has a hole in the middle. Don't worry about that. Because quite often we pull it tight so there isn't a hole. But this one, the hole is part of the design. It's a feature of it. So you're going to do 1 chain. And then we're going to do 12 double crochets in that circle. Remember, it's UK terms.
Okay.
So for a double crochet UK terms, you just put your hook straight in that circle, pull the yarn back through, which gives you 2 loops on your hook, grab the yarn and come through both. And that is 1 little double crochet made. I'm going to make 12 of those. That was 1, and so I just repeat that, go back into that circle, pull the yarn back through, which gives you my 2 loops, yarn over through 2. That's 2, and again, 3, and I'm just going to keep going until I've got the 12. And you can see I'm just moving around this circle. And if you run out of room, you can just give them a little push around like this and they'll find their space. And at this point, I always forget to count. So in a minute, I'm going to count them all up, make sure I've got my 12. So I don't think I have got 12 yet, but just to show you how to count, here's a V. So don't count the loop on your hook. There's my first V, the last stitch I made. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 10 there because that's my chain 1, 11, 12. And you can see I haven't finished, I haven't closed it yet, but just to show you at this stage what it looks like.
Right.
Got your little circle.
Lovely.
And now I'm going to slip stitch the first double crochet I made. And if you're not sure where that is, just do what I did just now and count back around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the 12th one is the one I want to slip stitch into. So I'm going to put my hook underneath both strands of that V, grab onto the yarn, pull it back through that V and straight through the loop on my hook.
Okay.
And just fasten off. And when I say fasten off, it's posh way of saying cut. So I pull up a loop about, let's say 12 centimetres, 4 or 5 inches, and just cut there. Like so. And that's round 1 finished.
Amazing.
So that's the centre of your flower. And now I'm going to start on my next round where I start to add some petals. So in this colourway, it's in this lovely mint. I'm going to join it in any of the stitches. I tend to veer away from where the slip stitch is. You can see where the ends of the yarn are there.
Is that how you always finish one colour? Do you know what I mean? With a slip stitch and then add the next one?
Most of the time, yeah. Sometimes you can join a new colour at that point, but most of the time that's how you finish, yeah. So it's a really nice, neat finish you can see there. And I'm just going to put my hook underneath any stitch. Let's go for that one. And you can see they're slanted upwards because I'm working on the right side. And make sure you go under 2 strands. So if I just use my fingernail to split that and show you that it's 2. So 1, 2. Can you see that? And then you're going to grab a loop of the mint, pull that through to the front, so you've got a loop coming through, and just grab the yarn and make 1 chain to join it. So that is just how you join the new colour. So that's just joined there, ready to work the next round.
Right.
So for the next round, I'm going to work in popcorn stitches, which is that really textural petal shape that you get here. It's really 3-dimensional, this square. And I start with what I've called a mini popcorn.
Okay.
So the first one I do a chain 3 in the air, which is a pretend treble. And then I'm going to do 2 trebles in the same place as I've joined it, so in this hole here. So yarn over, so treble crochet UK terms, into that space where I joined the colour, pull the yarn back through, which gives me 3 loops, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2. So I've got my chain 3 and I've got 1 treble that I've made. I'm now going to do yarn over and make a second treble in the same place. Through 2, through 2. So I've effectively got 3 trebles there. I've got my chain 3 and 2 actual trebles.
Right.
Now I'm going to take my hook out of this loop. I'm going to put it through the 3rd chain for this chain 3 that I made. I'm just going to push it through where the 3rd chain is, and I'm going to hook onto that loop I just took my hook out of. And you can just push forward these stitches with your finger and just pull that loop through the 3rd of the 3 chain.
That made me very nervous then. I thought mine's just going to fall, that loop's going to go.
It's like magic, I love it.
Yeah.
And it pops it up.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's really fun. So now I'm going to do a chain of 2, 1, 2, and I'm going to do a mini popcorn in the next stitch. So that will be 3 trebles in a row, so yarn over, into the stitch, pull back through, gives you 3 loops, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2, that's 1 treble made, 2 more in that same stitch. So you just make 3 trebles in a row, like you would if you were doing a granny square in actual fact. You can see them there, just got 3 in a row. And then I'm going to, where I've got my loop on my hook, take my hook out. Don't be nervous, it'll be fine. Put my hook through the first stitch at the top of the first treble that I made, like that.
Yeah, put it back through
Grab that loop. Now you can use your finger just to push this forward as you go. Don't worry, it will do its thing. Pull that loop through that stitch. And it pops forward.
Oh, that is so cool.
So
I've not seen you do this stitch before.
No, it's quite, I don't do it often, but I do love it. Chain 2 and just repeat that all the way around. So we're going to end up with 12 popcorns that look like 12 petals in green. Through that loop, pull back through. And I'm going to do that all the way around, so just bear with me.
The rose colourway is about to sell out, by the way, if you've got it in your basket. I know we're watching the demo, but please don't miss that. Especially with £5 saving applied already for you. You've got 2 patterns included. 2 patterns included in that price, along with all that lovely yarn. It's not splitting at all, is it?
No, it works so, it's so, yeah, I'm not struggling.
And how fast you are, yeah.
Well, yes, I am going fast.
But that
I
shows,
don't expect anyone else to go this fast, but
we want to show you the whole.
I want to be able to show you the whole. Can you see the texture? I just love it.
Normally, when I was looking through the crochet card deck earlier on, normally a 3D motif, do you do a granny square and then build a 3D motif over the top of it and applique that on? So this is all done within
This is all done within the square.
Which is lovely, because it gives that really nice texture.
Yeah.
But I'm sure once you get to know how to do this, you could just stop at this section and have those as brooches.
Have a beautiful little flower, absolutely.
Applique those or stitch them onto already made jumpers.
Definitely.
Hair clips.
That would be lovely.
Bags on all sorts.
Yeah.
So once you know how to make this lovely bubbly stitch, like this popcorn stitch, I think you get a bit addicted to making these flowers.
And you can see, so as I said at the beginning, make 4 of these. So if you want to do it as like a little production chain, and which is what I did when I was doing them on Monday, you can do 4 round 1s, 4 round 2s, and that just makes it go a bit quicker. Or you can do 1 square at a time. So I'm just working round, and do make sure, have a little count up at the end and make sure you've got 12. And it just becomes second nature. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'll just quickly do 3 more. Sometimes when I'm at home and I'm just doing it for fun, I make myself slow down because I think there's no need to go that fast today, Sam.
Because
slow down and enjoy
enjoy the process.
Exactly.
You're not doing a production line for John Lewis.
No, exactly. That's very much the case at home. I sometimes think, come on, just slow down and enjoy.
I was watching this little boy in front of me on the plane. This was ages ago. Where was it? I think I was on the plane. He was doing a Rubik's Cube, the fastest you've ever seen anybody. He was getting his parents to time him doing this Rubik's Cube.
Him.
thought, oh my gosh, you're so good at that, it's so speedy. So this is like your party trick is
Well,
how
yes,
fast I could crochet.
exactly. Well,
I could time you. There must be a Guinness World Record.
I was going to say, I think there was a little competition going on Instagram at one point about who could do a traditional granny square the fastest, people timing themselves.
I think you could be up there, definitely.
Okay, so I've come round to the end now of round 2 and I've got my 12 popcorns.
12 of those, fab.
I've got to chain 2 and the final thing is to slip stitch it into this first popcorn that I made. So I just want to show you where I'm going to do that. I'm going to go in just in the back here and actually cheating a little bit. I'm going between the chain 3 and the popcorn that I did there. And the reason I'm doing that is because it pops it forward even more.
Nice.
Makes it look the same as the other ones.
Okay, and that's made then that slip stitch, ready to trim
ready
it
to
off.
fasten off.
Do you need to knot it at all or not?
No, that's all you need to do. And then when you weave your ends in, that will sort of knot it. But when you weave your ends in, you're looking to felt the fibres together. So
Do you weave them in at the end of the
I
square?
tend to, yeah. So, okay, and then for round 3, we're doing more popcorns, but a bigger popcorn.
Ah, so this isn't the same stitch.
No. It's still a popcorn, but I called these green ones on round 2 a mini popcorn. And now for round 3, we're doing a full popcorn.
Is this a Sam Sabido stitch, or is this actually called
popcorn is a crochet stitch, yeah.
Right.
I'm not sure about a mini popcorn. I'll take a little bit of credit for that. But a popcorn is actually a standard stitch, which you may have done before. So for a standard popcorn, you're going to join the colour in any of the chain 2 spaces, so any of the gaps between your petals. Put your hook through, grab the yarn and pull it to the front, and just one loop to secure it. So one chain there just secured that colour. And then you're going to chain 3 to start. So the first popcorn you make of a round is always a bit different.
Okay.
Because you've got this chain 3 that counts as one of those
trebles.
trebles.
Yeah, that's like the step up on the next tier.
Exactly. You need that. You can't just start, otherwise it'll all just pull down. So now I'm going to do 4 trebles in a row in the same space. So the great thing about this round is we're just working in those gaps between the petals.
So you're not hunting for a gap.
Exactly. Yeah. You're not looking for a stitch or anything. It's just there. So 4 trebles. 1. Whoops, don't catch that up. 2, 3, 4. And then with that first chain 3 that I did, that makes a total of 5 posts. And then exactly the same process, put your hook through the third of the 3 chains, so the chain at the top of that initial 3 chain that you did. You've got a bit more to work with here, so you can again just push it all forward, put your hook back through that loop,
pull it
through, and you get that lovely big popcorn. Chain 3, and then you're going to do...
Oh, so you are still chaining 3 at this point?
So we're doing a chain 3 to make a gap between this, so we can jump over that petal and get into the next space. So that chain 3 is making a space between the petals, but you won't see it when it actually comes to doing the next round.
No, okay.
So chain 3 is just to make a space, and then 5 trebles in the next gap. So just find that gap, yarn over, into that gap, pull back through, yarn over through 2, yarn over through 2. 1 treble made. I'm going to make 5 in there. 3, 4, 5.
Do you always try to get a full round done before you stop? If there's something, you know...
Yeah, and I think a lot of crocheters are the same. Like when I have my crochet club on a Friday, at the end of the time that we're normally there for, we finish at 12, you'll see people like saying, I'm just going to finish this row or this round. You can leave it mid-round. I could leave it here and come back to it, but people just prefer not to, really. So then I'm going to go into the stitch at the top of the first treble, which is all the way back here because I've got 5 trebles ahead of me, and then put my hook through that loop and pull through, and you can see it pops it all the way forward to make a really pronounced 3-dimensional shape. Chain 3 and then repeat that. So 5 trebles in the space.
We're letting you count now.
Yeah. 5. So you've got a 5 in a row.
Yeah.
Take your hook out of that last loop, put it through the stitch at the top of the first treble that you made, grab onto that loop and put it through that stitch. And I'm using this finger here, I'm just pushing forward just to make sure it sits forward really nicely and pull it tight. And then you're off again, chain 3 and do another one. So you'll end up with 12. And you can also see where I'm working in these gaps, these petals now look more pronounced, these green ones. So working in the gaps in between here helps to emphasise that second round.
So with the first round of popcorns, the mini popcorns, you're doing 3 sets of the trebles.
Yes.
And then with this next round, you're doing 5.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's the only difference between these 2 rounds. And you can see what I said at the beginning that, you know, once you've done one and you've got the hang of it,
yeah,
it moves on quite quickly.
I mean, it looks very complex.
Yes.
It doesn't look like your traditional granny square. But yeah, actually, there's a lot of repetition.
Exactly.
Oh, pull that one, yeah.
And then
I always
through.
get nervous when you take your hook out.
So occasionally you have to come back and work the couple more trebles because you've pulled it out by mistake. But once you get into the rhythm of it,
that's what I like about crochet is it's easily to correct.
Very easy. So
and to see when you've gone wrong, whereas with
exactly.
knitting, you could be going rows and rows and rows and not know that you've got a hole in your jumper.
Yes, and then don't know what to do about it. So I've taken my hook out, I've got my 5 trebles here, through the first stitch on the top of the first treble, hook onto that loop, push forward, pull it through, and then chain 3 again. And you can see that chain 3 is disappearing. It just needs that little bit of room to move to the next space. So that chain 3 we make is just giving us a bit of space between the stitches, between the popcorn stitches.
The main graphic is for the lavender, which is the one that Sam is working with. I remind you, you're getting 2 of the lavender, which is going to be the main colour of your bag. You've then got the lovely, is it called?
Mint.
Tulip.
Oh, yes, tulip. Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
tulip and mint. They look lovely together. And that's going to be able to create your bag or your shawlet. Now, the shawlet isn't your granny squares, but you do get your full pattern of how to do it as a bit of a bonus. And we have done a demonstration. You said it was about a year ago,
I think it was June last year, yeah.
So within here, you get in both your pattern for your shawlet and you're also getting your pattern for your brand new bag. You also get the beads included, which we will come to as well. I think that's in the next round.
It is, yeah.
Just before we get there, can I introduce these handles? Because we mentioned them and they've flown out on pre-order. So before they sell out, let me show you these. Now, you can literally just stitch them on.
Yes, you could just do some loops of yarn all the way around it, or you could make a rectangle by doing a small chain, say a chain of 6, and then doing double crochets into each of the next 5 chains, and then doing rows of double crochet back and forth. You can message me if you'd like any help with that, but I would just put some yarn on my hook and sew round it.
The handles on the website look very red because they've captured them in the light, but can you see that they've got this sort of like reddy hue because they're actually amber colour, you know, like the gemstone amber, but they're really lovely. 11mm clutch bag handles. You can make your own. There is instructions in the pattern of how to make your own crochet handle, but if you do want to just add those in, they are $5.99. Are these brand new? Oh, brilliant. They're brand new. Do you know, even with some of Debbie Shaw's bags that we had today, these would be ideal. There's only 30 handles left. You get the 2 in the pack for just $5.99. They're going to sell out today. And I love the bamboo one as well. Now, do you have to get 2 of these or?
Yes, I would get 2, yeah. They'd be really nice, wouldn't they? So what you would do is you'd attach one here and then one on the other side. And I would just use the lavender yarn and just over sew all the way around it in loops. I think that would look so pretty.
That would look really nice. Little beachy bag, little beachy
yeah, it'd be
clutch
so
bag.
lovely. And then you have got this one, I think, because I was sent this one to try out.
Oh yeah, we have. What great idea. So if you want to have a handle, you know, a handle bag like that, or if you want a crossbody handle, this is brilliant value for money at $8.99 because you've already got your swivel clips attached, you've got your adjustable strap, and it looks nice with the, actually, it would look nice with the all colourways, actually.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Yeah.
And that just gives you the option of having it as a crossbody bag if that's what you prefer. And you've literally just
all I've done again
on.
is, I've done some loops around, just 3 or 4 loops of crochet.
Right,
just
okay.
sewing it with the yarn.
I mean, I could literally unclip this and then just use it as a little pouch.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does clip back in because I've changed the way the handles were round, so you can unclip them and clip them back in. You could make yourself little fabric loops, get some little D-rings if you wanted to do it a bit more technical, but works well with the crochet as well.
Perfect. £8.99. Now we also have the same. Well, I say the same style. It's the black. Do you think that these would be okay to stitch onto them, or?
Yeah. How many have you got there? Just
They've got the pre-punched holes. You get the two handles.
Yeah,
so the one on the front and one on the back.
so you would just stitch them. I have done that before. I've stitched handles like that onto crochet bags. It works quite well if you've lined it. If you go through the lining as well, gives you a bit more strength to it.
The fabric that Sam's lined it with is this one, which is like your natural seeded cotton. It's Rose and Hubble, half a metre. Half a metre's plenty.
You really don't need much. I hand sewed it, but you can do it on your sewing machine. It takes minutes. So I've just hand sewn it, and I've included those instructions in the kit as well, in the pattern.
And don't worry if you've got the larger, if you're working with a larger hook or a larger, like an Aran weight or a chunky, you've still got enough because it's loads there. Half a metre, 112 wide. It's just £3.99. And I do think that it adds to the luxury of it. I like crochet bags when they're just, you know,
and also it just helps with the structure. If you don't want it to stretch, if you do want to put a few bits in it, I've got a book in here. Say you're going to the beach, when you book your bag and your sun cream, want to throw it over your shoulder, then you don't want it to stretch. So having it lined really stops that, gives it that bit of structure.
Oh, I see. Because if you've got that on your shoulder and it hasn't got that, then it's just
so when you sew your handle on, if you sew it through the lining as well, it just gives you more strength to it.
If you are a crochet and you don't tend to have a fabric stash, definitely get half a metre of that. Remember, if you've opened your order already, you're still only paying one postage and packaging, even though... Do these come from you or do they come from us?
You.
They come from us. So it'll all come together anyway. It'll all come together. It's only £3.99. Before we carry on, I just want to make sure all these patterns are run so then we can carry on with the beaded section of the project. Now, the bolero that you are wearing, the Boho bolero, we've got in... the physical and in the digital download as well. This is beautiful. So is this done with a granny square again?
This is granny squares again. So it's a floral granny square. Obviously, I like those. And it's a join as you go. And you can make it. I made this with some yarn that was in a kit, but you can make it from your stash.
And I love the lacy.
Yeah, it's really lovely for the summer.
Yeah.
So actually today, it's really hot out there, you may have noticed. And so I wasn't wearing it as I came in, but as I walked inside the building, the air conditioning was on. I was really grateful to have it to pop on. So,
it's absolutely perfect. Now, with the instructions, you can make different sizes as well.
Yes.
And it is beginner friendly. I know a lot of people who have made granny squares and don't know how to do that transition into garments.
Yes,
This is the perfect one to do, isn't it?
Again, it's quick. I know I keep saying that, but I mean, I know a lot of people who've been making it and they are feeding back that it is quick. And you've got the join as you go, which is a really nice technique. So you've got some quite detailed instructions there for that, and that makes it quick as well.
Can I make the sleeve longer if I wanted?
You can, and you can make the body longer. So you can either make extra granny squares or for the sleeves, or you've got this edging along the bottom that you can make longer.
We were talking to Hayley earlier on, and she really enjoys working from charts like this.
Oh,
so
yes.
you do also include...
You've got a chart there for especially to help with the join as you go technique, really.
Okay.
But so I don't always use charts, but I do if I think they'll help to clarify the written instruction.
Yeah.
So,
we also have it available as a digital download. We haven't got any kits for these projects today. What yarn would you recommend using?
A double knit. I've made mine that I'm wearing today with an acrylic, but I was thinking on the way up about making one in cotton, because I think that would work really well for the summer.
Yeah.
So
and does it wash okay? Would you hand wash this?
Well, do you know, I've got really lazy with my crochet garments, and I put them in the washing machine just with everything else. And as long as you have made it with something that can go in the washing machine, so I do like acrylic because it is washable and it's good value. And as long as you've made it with something that you can wash and you've sewn your ends in well, you can just put it in the washing machine.
Brilliant.
So I'm really cautious about sewing in my ends these days, and then I just chuck it in with the rest of my clothes because I haven't got time to do a delicate or a hand wash.
Yeah.
But of course you can hand wash or do a delicate wash.
Looks lovely, doesn't it?
But
I love it. And what a great way of experimenting with granny squares as well.
Yeah.
At $9.99, that's your physical option available at $9.99. Shall we do another garment? Should we do the sail away top? Sail away. Pattern includes instructions for the jumper and cardi.
Yes, you've got the option there. You can make either a jumper or a cardigan. It's the same pattern, it's a chain one and a treble, and then you work. So you've got quite a loose stitch again. This was very recent, I think maybe May or something that we did this.
Yes, I remember the stripe. It was back on April, 14th of April.
April, okay.
You say it's really recent. How are we already
I know,
in August?
it's shocking, isn't it?
From sizes extra small to 2XL as well. And I think you could really change the look of the garment completely if you want a really oversized one that you're throwing on of an evening on holiday, or a more sort of fitted one, I can imagine as well. I love the idea of doing it in all rainbow colours as well.
And I've seen a lot in 2 colours. People have sent me a lot of photos, like the blue and white one that's on the front there, that work really well.
Fantastic.
Really stunning.
Step-by-step instructions, how to complete it, edging on the cardigan as well, all for £9.99 for your pattern, whether you want it as a physical and also on your digital download option today. The same price, it's just a matter of how eager you are to get going. I suppose it's quite nice. There's nothing you need to print off in terms of templates or anything like that.
Do it from your phone or your iPad. You can
wherever
just
you
refer
are.
to it wherever you are. Yeah, absolutely.
Which I quite like that if you're away on holiday or if you've got a bit of a folder of digital downloads.
Yeah, so I do. I mean, I like having a hard copy of a pattern, but then sometimes I'll be out and about and I think, oh, I've forgotten my pattern, and then I think, oh yeah, just look on your phone. Yeah. So actually, that is convenient.
Brilliant. Well, we just want to squeeze in a couple more. We are going to head back to demo in a second. What about the glam bag? Back available.
More squares. More
now, is this done with granny squares?
Yeah, this is 4 big granny squares.
Right, so it's a bit of origami folding.
It is, yeah. And you've got 1 granny triangle that you've got the instructions for as well. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Have you crocheted the strap, or is that a webbing strap?
Yeah, no, it's a crocheted strap, yeah. So, and it's got that instructions on how to put the slider in and the D-rings if you want to.
Lovely. Nice bit of hardware, and how to make that beautiful rose
as well.
Oh, yes,
the rose on the front as well for a little detail to finish it with.
Now, it's all lined. If you want to get yourself the natural seeded cotton to line it as well, or if you don't, have fabric in your stash, you've also got the charts included onto this as well. And you are basically making, did you say 4?
4 granny squares and a triangle. And then, like you said, it's a bit of origami with folding it, which obviously the instructions are in there.
£9.99. Now, it is obviously Granny Square Day, so we've put in all of Sam's favourite Granny Square projects. This is your sunburst tote.
Yes.
I have learnt so much, even just today, about how different Granny Squares can look, and they don't always need to be the traditional square sort of method.
No,
Sometimes
exactly.
you can get different shapes.
Yeah,
this one's you're getting this amazing
circle. This is a circle in a square, this is called, so it looks like a sun ray, hence the name sunburst.
Again, it's saying it's a beginner level.
Yeah, so it's really easy. If you've done a granny square, it's just as easy as a granny square, so, and really fun. Play with colours. There's 2 different sizes available in there, so you can choose whether to make a smaller or a larger tote. You've got the sizing in there. Again, lining it.
A bag is, I always think, a really good idea if you don't want to commit yourself to making a full blanket or a full garment.
Exactly.
Then
it's really achievable. They don't take long to make, especially as a beginner. It's a really good starting point. They're amazing gifts. Really,
and all of these lovely handles that we've had on the show as well will be perfect for that. So if you grab yourself your sunburst toe pattern and a set of handles, if you've got yarn in your stash, it's a brilliant like
stash buster. Yeah, all of those projects are.
Less than 20, the handles in that amber colourway if you want them at £5.99. Are there any other patterns that you want me to mention, Ben? I think we've gone through all the patterns, so we can carry on with the beading.
Yes, okay.
Now. We've got just over 10 minutes.
We're going to use the main colour, and as you mentioned earlier, the only thing is you need a needle that you can thread your yarn onto.
Right, so is that like a beading needle, or is it just like
this is just a standard sewing, darning tapestry needle. But I've just played about, I've got this whole sort of tin of needles here, and I played back which ones would work the best. Just check that you can thread your yarn on and it will fit through your bead. So you're going to thread all the beads that you need onto your yarn first. So there's 6 for each square. So I'm going to thread on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and they just wait on your yarn ready for when you need them. So there, I'm just going to come to them when I need them.
I've done crocheting with beads on Jewellery Maker with monofilament, which is like a fishing wire basically, and created beaded illusion like necklaces.
Oh, that sounds nice.
So I wonder if this is similar.
It probably is. I've just realised I haven't finished this off, so I'm just going to slip stitch in the gap behind the popcorn and finish off that round. Okay, so I've got all those beads ready to go. I'm going to join this in any of the chain 3 spaces. So hook into that hole underneath the chain, pull the new yarn through, make 1 chain to secure it. Then you do 1 chain, and we're going to work double crochets like we did for round 1. So you do 1 double crochet, so just put your hook straight underneath that chain, pull the yarn back through, gives you 2 loops, yarn over through them both. And for the second double crochet, we're going to also work around the bead. So hook into that space, pull the yarn back through, so you've got 2 loops on your hook, and then pull up one of the beads right close to where you're working, and you're going to finish this double crochet by grabbing the yarn that's behind the bead and pulling it through those 2 loops. And that's all you do, and that has worked your bead into your work. Pull it to the front and then work a 3rd double crochet in that same space. So hook in, pull the yarn back through, gives you 2 loops, yarn over, pull through both. So you've got 3 double crochets in there, but the second one you worked around the bead.
And that's now secure in there?
Now secure, all done. That's really easy. And then you're going to do 1 double crochet into the popcorn, is what it says in the pattern. And what it means by that is into this hole here that's behind the popcorn. So hook in, pull back through, yarn over through 2. And then in the next space, we're just going to do 3 standard double crochets. So if you're working from your stash and you want to put another bead in this space, you can. You just do exactly the same as we did before. 1 in the popcorn, and then in the following space, we do another bead. So double crochet, and then start your second double crochet, pull up the bead, very close to your hook, yarn over and through those 2 loops, pull that bead forward and work your 3rd double crochet in there. So just make sure the bead stays at the front. And that's that. And you can see it works into the project. And I'm just going to continue around doing the same.
See, this doesn't look like a square yet, does it?
No.
It's strange how you can do, like you've said with the sunburst tote, a circle in a square.
Yes, so
the
next round is where you shape it.
Whilst you're going round doing this, I'm recapping the kits, if that's okay, just to make sure that we get to the next round. I'll let you go quick.
Yeah,
We've literally got like 3.5 minutes. So if you want the colourway that Sam's working with, you're getting 2 of the lilac mist, you're getting 1 of the tulip, and you're also getting 1 of the mint. Now is the time to check out your baskets on this. Remember, you're getting the brand new bag as well, the beaded flower bag, and you're also getting the beads included and your bonus pattern of the shawlet as well, which you can see there. Saving yourself £5. All of the colourways are available, including the rose, that is virtually sold out. We've also got that lovely jewel sort of colourway with that fabulous opal, which is now going to be the last chance to get those because Sam can't even get this colourway. So if you love this colour selection, get the kit. You're getting wisteria, opal and tulip. With your instruction, no, this isn't lavender, is it? Which one was this called?
Dahlia, I called that one.
With your pattern for your shawlet and your brand new pattern as well, along with the beads included for $34.98, saving yourself £5. Fabulous. Then we have the Pretty Daisy, the 2 in the soft blue, 1 in primrose and 1 in white with the beads, with your 2 bonus patterns. Remember, you're getting the bonus pattern of the shawlet and you're also getting that brand new beaded flower bag. We've got about a minute or so.
Okay.
Even if you wanted to stop there, that could then be a brochure that could be stitched onto something else.
Just show you one edge of the edging. It's really easy. You're going to do half trebles. So you chain 2. And then for the first part, you're going to do 10 half trebles because that first chain 2 counts as 1. So that'll give us a total of 11. 1, 2, 3, 4. So just working into every stitch along. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. So I've done 11 half trebles in a row, 1 into each stitch like so. And then I'm going to do a corner, which is 2 half trebles into the next stitch. Chain 2, and then another 2 half trebles. And that turns you around the corner. You can see you're getting a straight edge there, and that's how you shape it.
It's all in the pattern.
It's all
anyway.
in the
I'm
pattern.
sorry we've run out of time.
You will end up with your square, as I've shown you with that one.
Make 4 of those.
Yeah.
All the construction is there.
Yeah.
We love it. Brand new bag today, the beaded flower bag. Everybody hasn't yet checked out. Go for it now. I know that we like to watch Sam's instructions and demos, so now is the time to be checking out your kits. Tomorrow, I'm back with you at 8 o'clock. How have we got 1 metre fabric bundles under a tenner, Ben? He has been working his deal fairy magic again at 8 o'clock. And then Hayley West is going to be joining me again with a brand new tie front top. You'll probably see her rocking it in a moment on Hobby Maker. It's amazing. It's brand new pattern, going to be on with us at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, the first time I've had Rowan Dean embroidery. Lovely Katrina Ritten is going to be with me at 10. And then a whole hour and a half with Hayley on Husqvarna fabulous machines. So do make sure you're joining me. Enjoy the rest of your Granny Square day, whatever you're doing, making Granny Squares. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks for having me.
See you tomorrow. Bye.